Applied Pressure, a grumpy meets snarky romance. Written by Lainey Davis. Narrated by Carly Robbins and Tom Taylorson.
Chapter 1. Nicole. My assistant Mark stands outside my office door, timidly fidgeting with a crisp piece of paper. "I'm supposed to give you a message from the boss." I thought I was the boss, Mark. I don't look up from my spreadsheet. Of course, I know he's referring to the company owner, Tim Stagg, but I suspect Tim and his wife, Alice, are going to ask me to babysit again while they go out with my best friend and her husband, who happens to be Tim's brother. I can hear Mark breathing rapidly and I glance up. He's holding a cream-colored handwritten note. The fancy letterhead means Alice helped write it, and that usually signifies a big ask. If Tim wanted a profit and loss report, he'd just send a text. Or shout from his office. Mark rubs his fingers along the paper and shifts his weight, trying to melt into the doorframe. I sigh. I'm not going to watch his baby again if that's what he's asking. I told you to tell him no to that shit. "It's something different this time," Mark says, and walks into my office. He presents the paper to me. Oh, hell no. Definitely not. "Tell him no." Mark flushes. "Donna said I was to tell you this is not negotiable." Donna is Tim's executive assistant and is generally the final say in all matters of actual importance. I read it again. "Nicole, you will join the Stag Law Marathon Relay Team to compete in the Pittsburgh Marathon on Sunday, May 2nd. We will produce a faster collective time than Beltane Engineering. Alice will be adjusting meals accordingly. Participation is not optional. T.S. Well, shit, I mutter. Where do I even start with this? I say that last bit louder, hoping for an answer. But Mark has already backed out of the office. Tim is an avid runner, and thanks to his perky wife yanking him out of a funk, he's an avid joiner. If there's a golf outing or boat rowing or softball opportunity to schmooze with other businesses here in Pittsburgh, Tim is on it. He just usually knows better than to include me in this nonsense. Tim never tires of bitching to his family that Beltane has an unfair advantage in the corporate relay challenge. All the big firms bet money on the outcome, which they donate to charities. So, of course, the charities get in on it until the pressure is pretty high for corporate fitness bragging rights. It drives Tim bananas that his staff at a sports law firm is not fitter and faster than a squad of gangly math nerds. While the Stag Law senior staffers are out perfecting their golf game to woo clients, the engine nerds all seem to be distance runners. I give zero shits about any of this, but my boss repeatedly reminds me that our law firm represents a lot of athletes. It's good for our image to appear competitively athletic. Then he reminds me that, as his director of strategy, I'm the one who said that last bit about our image. Both of Tim's brothers are huge runners, too. So Tim keeps trying to sneak them on the payroll so they count for our corporate teams. I point out that there's no way to cook the books to include a retired pro hockey player or a world-renowned glass artist on a law firm's roster. I look down at my legs. Thick and solid. They will absolutely catch my phone if I drop it while I'm sitting on the toilet. But running? Do I have a treadmill desk in my office? Sure. But that's mostly so I can angry pace while I'm on the phone. I am not what you might call a runner. I am also not what you might call a person who exercises. I think back to all the times my mother insisted I go to the gym, or go running to slim down, and how violently I had refused to do anything of the kind. There's a war inside me, where one side is raging against my mother's body shaming, and the other side is recoiling from anyone, including my subconscious, telling me I can't do something. I bite my lip. I consider the options. I remind myself that Tim is not my mother, and that his request here is fully related to his own dumb pride, and has nothing to do with him wanting me to fit into any sort of mold of what anyone says a woman should look like. I sigh and weigh my options, deciding I need to call my best friend to figure out why in the hell Tim thought I'd do this. I look at the time and figure it's late enough in the morning that I can call my best friend without pulling her out of some sort of baby nap. Emma is married to Tim's brother, Thatcher, and the whole damn herd of stags is about as fertile as a pack of rabbits. She and Thatcher just had their second bunny in as many years. Since my family are a bunch of assholes and I'm not giving up any of my precious time with Emma, I've become an honorary stag family member. Tim is still my boss, though. We do work to keep each other at a bit of a distance. Him because he has control issues, and me because he reminds me of my hyper-controlling parents. It's different with Emma, though. I pretend to be a grouch about her babies, but I know how many health struggles she overcame to get them here. Hell, I helped her find the right doctors for her epilepsy when we lived together in college. Emma's phone rings and rings. I'm about to hang up in frustration when she picks up on the 10th ring. "Nick," she whisper yells, "I got them both to sleep at the same time." If I pretend to be excited for you, can we skip ahead to my drama? I am excited for Emma. I know how important sleep is for her and how rarely her kids succumb to this state. She knows I'm just fucking with her. I have an image to maintain after all. "Spill," she says, louder now, and I can hear her walking down the hall of her house. I fill her in on Tim's memo, and she laughs loudly. "He was just over here complaining about the marathon again yesterday. You know how he gets about not winning." I do, but how did he determine that I am the great curvaceous hope for stag law? I mean, isn't his wife the next logical step? Each of the corporate teams is supposed to include at least one person who identifies as female. We don't exactly have a ton of women working here at Stag Law, something I've been working on ever since I arrived a year ago. Tim's wife is the corporate chef here, and I know she at least exercises occasionally. I've seen her in actual running clothes in the past. "Well," Emma says with her mouth full of something. She must be trying to cram in a meal before her fawns wake up. "If I tell you, you can't tell them you know." Fuck a duck. Is she pregnant again? What's that? 4 for them? 5? Emma laughs. 3, Nicole. Tim and Alice will have 3 kids. She's angling for 4 and he wants to stop at 3, if you care about the family debates. I do not care about this debate. Like I said, I'm keeping some distance. "Is there anyone else at work who can do this?" I mutter, as if Emma would know the answer. I mentally scroll through the other female employees and can see why Tim sent me this invite. The rest are all knocking on retirement's door. Or pregnant. I sigh. "Will you come with me to buy some workout clothes? That seems like the sort of thing I have to try on in person." "Ooh, a trip to the mall is a great idea. I need bath fizzies for once I'm allowed to submerge again. Pick me up at 6? I make plans to go shopping with Emma, promising that I'll be nice to the baby when I pick them up. I'm not actually a monster. I am glad my friend found her perfect life partner, and have admitted that the two of them owe it to humanity to reproduce their sexy genes. I just don't know anything about kids, and they make me nervous. Like I might break them or fuck them up as much as my parents did me. I look up the details of the race online. I'll have to run 5 miles. In a row. I don't know if I can do that. That's more than 3 times the distance from my house to my office, and I don't even walk that far each day. Can people really run that far without stopping? "Mark!" I shout for him to come back. He pops his head around the doorframe again. "Can you get me a coach or something? What's it even called when someone shows you how to run?" Mark's face breaks into a relieved grin. "That's the good news," he gleams. "Mr. Stagg also forwarded me a schedule for training events. He has a whole series of memos about team building and workplace morale and cardiovascular—" Yeah, I get it. Shit, Mark. Do you know how my ass is going to look at a team jog? Don't answer that. He backs out of the office again. Mark emails me the schedule and training information for the relay team. Is Tim serious with this bullshit? The training program starts this month, in January. It's not like I have an empire to run or anything. We all have plenty of time for speed work and zone dieting, whatever the hell that is. The good news about all of this is that the city finally finished work on that recreation path along the river. My townhouse in Lawrenceville is at least walking distance from the running path, so I don't have to run along the sidewalk while all the hipsters stand in line for ramen and barbecue. Still, though, running in the snow translates to Tim Stagg giving me another raise. I pull up the company calendar app and pencil myself in for a meeting with the CEO.
Chapter 2. Zack. It's cold and there's a crowd here for the group training run. I hate crowds. My brother Liam leans a sneakered foot up on the tailgate of my truck, stretching his hamstring in the parking lot while the sky figures out if it's going to snow or just look foreboding all day. Tell me again why we're doing this? Liam just growls, and I join him in the stretch. Our father jogs up in an electric blue tracksuit he probably bought in Cuba when it wasn't legal for Americans to travel there. Hope you drank your protein shakes, boys, he says, slapping Liam on the ass. Corporate team training starts right here, right now. Gotta maintain that Beltane legacy. I roll my eyes, not bothering to point out that I have no intention of competing for the company relay team in this year's marathon. We have this discussion every year, and every year I am bullied into running with my extended family. Meanwhile, I've never even gotten to run the full marathon in my hometown. The relay takes place at the same time, with the long-distance runners blending in with relayers who switch out every 5 miles or so. I always feel like an asshole in the 4th or 5th section, starting on fresh legs while the runners around me have been pounding the pavement for 20 miles. I feel like I want to explain to all of them that I'm actually a full marathoner. I just have to drive to other cities and run their marathons to feel their masochistic, amazing pain. Dad catches my scowl, and he says, to sweeten the pot, I'll cover the New York Marathon registration fee, since a relay leg isn't nearly challenging enough for my Brady boys. My cousin Orla coughs and glares at my dad. Right, Brady Family, he says, clapping her on the shoulder. Well, it hardly counts as a challenge for you, dear. It's not like I can kick you off the relay team for dragging ass. Just what I always wanted, she says, rolling her eyes. To be the token female in a herd of men performing feats of strength. My brothers and cousins start in on each other, slinging foul comebacks when the event organizer jumps up on a boulder with a megaphone. Good morning, titans of industry, he shouts, grinning. I groan. Who's excited to be here for our kickoff run? I tune out his chipper voice and look around, seeing the regular crew. There's the corporate bankers, the out-of-shape CPA firm, the doctors, and the academics. And then I do a double take, fixated on a mop of chestnut hair swirling in the gray light. I cannot stop staring at the woman shivering off to the side with a group of scrawny lawyers from Stagg Law. I see their boss stretching his quads, wearing headphones, ready to gallop down the path as soon as the whistle blows. I feel one of my brothers punch my shoulder. Ouch! I glare at him. What was that for? Were you even listening? Seasoned runners are supposed to pair up with someone new, to help them pace and work their breath and all that shit. What's your point? I'm not doing that. It's one thing to be here. They can't make me be coach to an amateur. The guy with the megaphone jumps down from the boulder and picks up 2 orange buckets from the ground. Climbing back onto his perch, he shouts, Your group leaders have taken the liberty of identifying team members who are beginners and those with a bit more experience and wisdom to share today. He starts reaching into the buckets and calling out names, pairing people at random. This is what it's all about, he says. I feel my blood pounding in my ears. I watch as people awkwardly team up and start off jogging or stretching. A small voice inside me wants to get stuck with the woman over there, with all the hair. That voice is coming straight from my dick, who keeps reminding me how nice it would be to run right behind her, staring at that round ass moving down the path. Shut up, I mutter to my junk. as if it actually had said those things out loud. Some of the pairs are doing secret handshake moves and laughing. This is like a nightmare for me. But then I hear the organizer say, "Zack Brady, you're going to be helping to coach your new best friend, Nicole Kennedy." Nicole Kennedy does indeed turn out to be the woman with out-of-control hair and ice-green eyes. She's short and curvy, and looks like she's never run a day in her life. My family members all flip me the bird as they tear off down the trail. Apparently, there were way more experts than beginners needing a coach. Dad gives me a grin. And then Nicole and I are in a standoff, waiting to see who will approach whom first. She stands with her legs spread wide, arms crossed, eyes seeming to say, "I do not make the first move in these situations." I roll my eyes and approach her. "Isaac Brady," I say. "Zack." I offer her my hand, and she raises an eyebrow, keeping both hands on her rounded hips. God, I love when women wear tight leggings to go running. Jesus, the ass on this woman. What the fuck am I doing here? "So, we're doing this, I guess," I say. "What's your typical pace?" She cocks a brow at me. If I knew what typical pace meant, I wouldn't be in the beginner group, would I? So that's how this is going to go, I guess. "Okay," I say, gesturing down the trail. "Today's run is 2 miles, and the plan is to do a steady pace, so why don't you start running at a pace where you feel comfortable talking?" "Talking? How will I know if it's a comfortable talking pace?" This is going to be harder than I thought. You're going to have to talk to me to test it out. This gets, if not exactly a smile, at least an amused expression. I get a definite no-nonsense, don't-fuck-with-me vibe from Miss Nicole Kennedy. I like it. I don't want to be fucked with either. We start running, faster than I thought we'd go. Everything she's wearing looks brand new, like she went out shopping for this experience. Certain she's going to burn out, I test the waters and talk to her. "Tell me how you wound up here today." She falls into step beside me and snaps that her boss is making her be here. "What are the consequences if you refuse?" She keeps her eyes straight ahead when she tells me, "He'd be a miserable asshole and a bear to work with, which I'm now reevaluating, since my alternative is apparently training with you." She's sparring with me, and I am shocked to discover I like it. A lot. I don't spend a lot of time with women, apart from my cousin. There aren't a ton of women in geotechnical engineering, and I spend all my free time trail running. The women I do encounter aren't like this one. She sizzles. I'm not sure what comes over me, but I nudge her with my elbow. I'm never playful with women. I'm not even interested in being playful with this woman. Am I? But then she turns and smiles. A real smile. I feel my heart change course, which makes me feel ridiculous. Is it possible to have a stroke in response to a beautiful woman smiling? I speed up a bit to course correct, just to see if she can keep up. "Still able to talk?" "Fuck this shit," she huffs, her breath coming out in white puffs of condensation. "Happy?" I grin. I am happy. She might be complaining about a January run. Who wouldn't? But she's not quitting. She's not slowing. She's just grouchy about it. I hear her breath coming a little faster, but we're a mile in at this point. "We're almost at the turnaround," I say. And sure enough, we start to see runners headed back from their training loop. "Oh, shit," I mutter, noticing my brothers. "Hey now," Cal says, stopping on the path and causing Liam to crash into him. Orla runs on ahead like she doesn't know any of us, my dad hot on her tail. "Don't fall behind, Cal. You know better than this," Dad says. "Who's your new training buddy?" Cal pivots on the path and starts running next to Nicole, who is starting to sweat. I try not to stare at the sheen on her upper lip, despite the frigid air outside. She is probably wearing too many layers. Shit, now I'm thinking about peeling her out of her layers. I can't stop picturing her round ass and thick thighs melting out of those leggings. I start wondering how heavy her breasts would feel in my hands when I zipped her out of her fleece. "Nicole Kennedy," she says, offering a hand to Cal. It's good to hear she can still talk. "Reluctant relay runner in training." "Well, we've got that in common," Cal says, falling into step beside her. I can see him turning up the charm, and while the logical response would be for me to embrace this, take the attention from myself, I can feel rage simmering in my stomach at the thought of Cal putting the moves on Nicole. "You don't seem too reluctant, considering you're running extra along with us," Nicole says. Interesting how her voice is softer with him. Friendly. I don't like that either. My brothers would rather be training for the full marathon, but our father makes us do the relay corporate challenge. I shove him when he tries to swerve in closer to Nicole. "Don't act like you wouldn't rather do the full too, man." He shoves me back and I stumble. I reach a hand for Nicole to steady myself before I face plant on the trail, and I gasp at the electric current I feel when my skin connects with her waist. I feel a seismic tremor roll through my body as she turns around to look at me. I'm in serious trouble.
Chapter 3. Nicole. I'm dying. I feel like my lungs are burning. I'll be damned if I let the Brady brothers notice, though. Of course, my broody, sexy-as-sin new running partner would have a huge family. Of course, they're all lithe and interested in running. They probably go jogging with my boss Tim and his brothers. I noticed Isaac speed up a half-mile ago, and I'm working my ovaries off trying to keep the new pace and pretend like I'm actually able to talk. Really, I am desperate to wheeze, to gasp in gulps of air, but Isaac said I should be comfortable enough to talk at this pace, and I'll be damned if I let myself seem like a weak link. Who decided people should converse while they're running? This feels like torture. Of course, these two Brady boys are able to chit-chat. My mind drifts, and I start thinking about Isaac's thighs and those tapered running pants. I fantasize about poking his long muscles, just jabbing one of my cold fingers into the side of his leg. God, I bet they're firm as marble. Halfway done with this run, I think, as we turn around and head back the way we came. This won't be terrible, will it? Just focus on the thighs, I tell myself. Whoa! I feel a hand on my hip and I look down to see the sweaty paw of Isaac Brady clutching at my fleece as he stumbles on the gravel. Sorry, he mutters quickly, regaining his footing. My dickhead brother shoved me into you. My bad, Nicky. Cal runs ahead of us and turns around, jogging backwards and giving a high five to the passing group leader with the megaphone. Do not call me Nicky, I tell Cal, gritting my teeth so I don't wheeze. I can't wait to at least cough so I can draw enough wind to keep going. My bad again, Cal says, and then he looks between me and Isaac, and back again. He seems confused for a second and says, Well, I'm going to hurry ahead before all the free bagels are gone. And he dashes down the path. What was all that about? I have to focus on my oxygen to make the sentence sound normal. I cannot let him know I'm struggling. I refuse. All what? I turn my head to stare at Isaac, incredulous. Your brother just scurried away when I yelled at him about calling me Nicky. Isaac actually laughs at this, and I feel my insides respond to the low rumble of sound he makes as he runs. Maybe he doesn't like to be yelled at. I snort. He'd better not spend time with me then. I yell at everyone. Noted, Isaac says, and he grins again. I like that I made him grin. It seems like something difficult to do, and I like being good at things, which is partly why this running situation is making me act like such an asshole. I'm way out of my element here. Hell, I can't even breathe. We run in silence for a bit after that. The bagels at the parking lot are sounding better and better. Isaac's shoe crunches over some litter on the trail, and I brave a proper wheeze and puff of wind as the sound of him kicking the plastic away masks the noises of me dying. But it doesn't work. Is this pace too fast? I'm fine. It takes all my control again to keep my voice even, natural sounding. Maybe the flames I feel inside aren't related to my attraction to him at all. More likely I'm dying of asphyxiation, oxygen deprivation. I'll have to ask Emma to look up whether that's a real thing. Hey, why don't you unzip your pullover a little or even lose a layer? His voice sounds a little far off, even though I can see that he's right by my side. Isn't he? You're not getting me out of my clothes that easy, I spit out, and then, to my horror, I get dizzy, and I think I black out for a second, because the next thing I know I'm tumbling into the hedge along the path. When I open my eyes, I realize my body is being cradled by something warm and firm. I'm disoriented, but comfortable. Maybe it's one of those massage chairs I've been telling Mark to install in my office. This is fantastic. So warm, gently moving. Fuck. I open my eyes all the way and stare into the concerned face of Zack Brady. What happened? I ask, struggling to sit up. Hey, easy, he says, setting a hand on my shoulder. You just passed out. I wriggle away from his touch before his heat burns through to my bones. My heart is pounding in my ears, and my chest is heaving. I guess the jig is up. I feel myself recoiling at the idea that he's seen me in a weak spot. What the hell is he doing to me? I should know better than to let someone else take up rent-free space in my head. There is no reason I should care about this guy at all. It's fine, I tell him. I am just not used to running like this, like I said. You were pushing yourself too hard. It's too cold to be doing that. I cut him off by wheezing and hacking like my lungs are on fire. Seriously? It feels like knives are slicing through my chest. It's called kilo cough, Zack says, resting a hand on my back. You pushed yourself too hard. Like I said. I don't have enough air to yell at him for spitting my words back at me. My lungs hurt worse than my legs. I wail in between bouts of painful coughs. He just nods and helps me to my feet. You put in what? 2 miles of max effort just to prove to me that you didn't need to breathe hard or slow down? He raises an eyebrow and looks smug. Who the fuck is this guy? I want to punch him in the dick. But thinking that causes me to look down at said body part, and seeing the bulge inside his track pants makes me lick my lips in between coughs. Don't flatter yourself, I tell him. I'm only pushing myself because my boss is expecting our team to beat your fucking firm in the marathon. This gets a laugh out of him. Staglaw wants to beat Beltane? That'll be the day. He hooks a hand under my upper arm and guides me down the path. We're close enough to the parking lot now that I can see one of his siblings running along toward us. Is it the same one as before? I can't tell them apart when I'm hacking up a lung. Meanwhile, Zack starts to list the different endurance events he and his family participate in as a group. All the thons, apparently. You all right there, Ms. Kennedy? The same brother as before holds out a cup of water, and I snatch it from him greedily. As I slurp down the icy liquid, he laughs and says, See? I learn from my mistakes and I come bearing peace offerings. What happened? I open my mouth to tell him I'm dying from this ridiculous training exercise. But Zack growls, She's fine. We're good here, Cal. I look at Zack. This is interesting. Zack clearly doesn't want his brother hanging around us. However, don't speak for me, Zack. Don't ever speak for me. I turn to face Cal again. I'm great. Never been better. You said there were bagels?
Chapter 4. Zack. Tranquil Trail Monday, 6 a.m. I check the text from my brother Liam before my fingers freeze and I can't use my phone anymore. I'm in the right place at the right time. My jag-off brothers are just fucking late. I should have known they'd do this. It's not even light out yet, and I feel like an asshole with my headlamp on for our morning run. I'm about to get back in my truck and head home when I hear them rolling up. My shoulders relax a bit when I see the 2 men crammed inside Cal's ancient vehicle. We're all here, I guess. I work to stuff down the twinge of jealousy I always feel when I'm reminded how close they are. We have different mothers, but Cal and Liam would never suggest I was any less their brother. It's all my own head that twists my thoughts. Let's go before my balls snap off. Liam springs from the car and takes off down the trailhead without waiting for the rest of us. He's dreaming if he thinks we won't catch him. This isn't like yesterday. That was equal parts full family activity and work requirement. We all work for my dad and my uncle, two brothers who started an engineering firm over 30 years ago when nobody else was really doing that. None of us particularly liked running at first, but just like studying engineering in college, we weren't given a choice about it. In our father's house, we run 5 miles a day at minimum, and we bleed, sweat, and dream engineering principles. It's just part of our DNA. Not sure where Orla puts her miles in. She never comes running with us, but she clocks decent times in the races we run, whether she likes it or not. Uncle Kellen doesn't compete. He says his leisurely run into work each morning is enough for him. I wish I had the nerve to buck against the family expectations like that. Maybe someday, if I lived through what Uncle Kellen has, I'll let go of all my fucks, too. Liam's pace is too slow, even given the steep trail as we descend down into Frick Park. When I shoulder past him and he growls, I grin. At least we can keep it interesting if we're going to push each other. Soon the three of us are jostling for the lead on the narrow path, laughing and shoving each other as we run through the park. It's hard not to feel like a little kid, running with my brothers in the woods. Damn. I'm glad we did this after all, even if I did have to get up before dawn. It's not yet 7 by the time we finish, so we end up waiting a few minutes outside for the Frick Cafe to open. Another tradition, we always grab breakfast here after our park runs. Like some sort of unspoken competition. None of us wants to be the first to complain about the cold, so we alternate grunts. I see the waitstaff through the painted windows and raise my eyebrows at one of our favorite servers. She takes pity on us and opens the door a few minutes early, nodding her head toward our typical booth in the back. "Bring on the protein special, Em. You know the drill," Cal says, sending a wink, earning himself an elbow to the ribs from Liam. "Eventually she'll come home with me for a shower," Cal says, sliding into his seat and spreading across the entire bench. I kick his thigh to make room and slide next to him. Crossing my arms, I take a minute to appreciate the warmth in the cafe. Liam's voice pulls me out of my daze. "Did Uncle Kellen decide about the dam project yet?" The server brings out steaming plates of turkey sausage and eggs and protein pancakes, but Liam holds my gaze until I answer him. He didn't. Wants to think about it another week. Beltane Engineering is bidding on a major dam restoration project, and the sudden retirement of our geotechnical team leader has left me scrambling to prove myself ready to fill his shoes. When Kenny Hudson collapsed on the job from a heart attack, my dad responded typically. He visited Kenny at the hospital, insisted he retire and enjoy his dotage, and then called each of his sons to lecture us about our health. Again, not sure if Orla got a lecture. She keeps to herself. You'd think being the boss's son with an engineering degree from MIT would give me an edge for promotion, but if you thought that, you never spent much time with Mick and Kellen Brady. Two brothers, the yin to the other's yang. They never seem to agree on anything, except that nothing their kids do is ever quite good enough. My uncle won't say so, but he's pitting me against the new guy from Texas and waiting to see which of us can solve another client's sinkhole problem first before assigning us the lead role on the dam. No pressure, right, Zack? Cal talks with his mouth full and nudges Liam, waiting for him to laugh. Get it? Pressure? Geotechnical? Nobody? I roll my eyes. Yes, I get it. Want to run the sinkhole plan by us? See if anything sticks? Liam always wants to collaborate, even though as a structural engineer, he doesn't have much overlap in my work. I start to map out my idea to him, talking about backfilling the space under our client's access road, maybe utilizing a plastic bubble technique to displace some of the shifting that's been causing sinkholes at a manufacturing site outside the city. We'd replace some of the dirt fill with these plastic bubbles. The sphere shape makes them very structurally sound. I tell him, and he nods. We use those in concrete flooring sometimes for less weight at the same strength, he says. By the time we leave breakfast, I'm actually feeling ready to present at our meeting later today. Hey, thanks, brother. Liam nods. See you all at the office? The two of them live in an industrial loft space our dad picked up on a whim. It's like a college dorm at their place, complete with nosy landlord, but what I lack in companionship at my house I make up for in calling all my own shots. Cal flips me off as they pile back in his SUV and head home, most likely to wrestle for who gets first shower. I'm the first Brady to arrive at the office, and I take advantage of the quiet to organize my plans. By the time my uncle rolls in with Texas Ted at his side, I'm feeling confident. I even allow myself a slight smile when our office admin announces it's time for all the civil engineers to gather for the weekly planning meeting. As soon as we settle this sinkhole issue, our top priority at Beltane Engineering will be to make headway on winning this dam project. I can smell the opportunity when I see that someone from the sales team is joining us this morning. Uncle Kellen wouldn't call them in if it weren't time to coordinate our pitch. I'm grateful I got an opportunity to talk through the pitch with Liam this morning. Everything feels fresh. From here on out, I plan to be neck-deep in soil calculations and talus slopes. I grit my teeth when my dad sticks his head into the meeting. "Zack, good, you're here." "I've been here for an hour, Dad." He ignores my snide comment. "Kellen, I need to borrow my kid for a minute." My uncle nods and gestures for me to hand him my notes on the sinkholes. I feel my guts collapsing in on themselves like the soil beneath our clients' dump trucks. My blood runs cold as I realize my father is pulling me away from my opportunity to advance at this company, in this career he insisted I pursue. White-hot rage nearly blinds me as I follow him into the elevator. "Can you push 6 for me, kiddo? We're going up into my office." I don't say a word. I don't tell him to push his own fucking elevator button instead of clutching his yerba mate with 2 hands. Slowly, deliberately, I extend a finger and jab as the doors slide shut, along with everything I've planned for the past year.
Chapter 5. Nicole. Mornings are my favorite time of day. I don't spend much time at my house these days, but when I am there, I like to be out on my sun porch with a cup of hot coffee. I chose this house because the gently sloping backyard looks out on the Allegheny River. I'm close enough to walk to work downtown, not that I ever would do such a thing in heels, and I live close to anything I would want to buy, if I were the sort of person who regularly went shopping in real life. My sunroom is divine, no matter who's asking, and the fact that I rebuilt it myself makes it even better. Everything I see around me is mine, down to the studs. I remodeled this place 1 inch at a time over the years since I bought it. I sink into the papasan chair on my porch, just enjoying my house. I had an early night after hanging out with Emma. Her younger baby got really fussy, and I could tell she wanted to be alone with him, so I just went home and got a normal night's sleep for once. Not before tossing and turning for a long while, thinking about my reluctant running coach and how he had scooped me into his arms when my lungs stubbornly refused to breathe properly on our training run. The experience really showed me how much I'm going to need to work to get ready for this thing. Fucking Tim! He's probably sitting at home smugly telling Alice how he'll make an athlete out of me yet. Gag. Rather than take a practice run this morning, I slid into my workout leggings and curled up in my sunroom, waiting for dawn to strike the barges slowly floating past on the river. As the sun comes up, I squint into my backyard and notice a long line of mud that definitely was not there the day before. Staring, I stand and walk to the glass wall of my sunroom. The line is too big to have been dug by some asshole's dog in search of a bone. I notice that it extends into my neighbor's yard, a ridge in the grass. I frown at it. My neighbor, Valerie, is a crotchety old busybody who thinks I stole her hedge. We've been in a fight about it since I bought this place. It was planted on my fucking side of the property line, and it was ugly as fuck, so I had it removed, and now I can enjoy my view of the river. She's still not over it, though, and I imagine this new trench is her doing. She's probably planning some new landscaping nightmare, I decide, and make a mental note to call and fight with her later. I finish my coffee and get ready for work. We're launching some major new strategic initiatives this year, partnering with other industry experts to help our athlete clients create charitable foundations. I spend the entire day pulling together comparison plans about competitor firms in other cities, ignoring everyone except Mark, and I only talk to him when he brings pad thai for lunch. I'm still pissed off about the coerced marathon gang. I practically died this weekend training for that nonsense, is what I told Tim in a series of angry text messages. He knows I'm pouting. He probably also knows me well enough to understand that I hate doing things I'm not awesome at. I'd much prefer to be coerced into this next year, when I've had time to get good at it first. I get home from work and reach for my mail, where I notice a neon pink note card sticking out from my Bills and Bust magazine. When I get inside, I drop my stuff on the little table I selected for just this purpose, and I read the note. Scratched in hurried handwriting, it reads, "We need to discuss your latest work in the backyard." It's from Valerie, which makes me frown because I assumed that ridge was her doing. Unless it still is and she wants me to fill in on whatever nonsense she's scheming. I reach for my phone to pull up a copy of our property survey for her perusal when she starts banging on my front door. "Nicole, I know you're there. Open up." Hi, Valerie." I step back a foot and she bursts into my house, stomping her feet on my mat and shivering like she just walked here from Ohio instead of next door. "What's going on?" Valerie pulls a packet of rolled-up paper from her back pocket. "The yard is basically sliding into the river," she says, gesturing toward the sunroom. "That ridge of dirt is just unsightly today, but mark my words, in a week we're going to have a crater back there." I raise an eyebrow at her. I have no idea what she did for a living before she retired, but I doubt it's related to yard slides. "And how do you know this exactly?" I gesture for the papers Valerie offers and begin reading skeptically. "Rotational landslide," I say. "This looks like a page from a high school textbook." "Precisely," Valerie says, tapping the pages. When I don't respond, she says, "As you know, I retired after a long career teaching high school science." I glance at the diagrams. "I actually didn't know that, Valerie. We only ever talk about landscaping. We don't chat about her career path. But I do sometimes hand her a glass of wine to drink while we bicker about our back patios. As two single female homeowners, we mostly communicate about the shared wall of our townhouses and the shared yards suffering from our opposite aesthetics. Her papers all seem to relate more to giant hillsides than urban backyards. Valerie believes, because she's been walking her cat back there apparently, that the yard has been slowly shifting and basically making its way into the river. I walk away from Valerie and open a bottle of wine. She follows, and when I raise a brow at her, she sidles up to my counter. I guess she thinks we're going to sit down and talk about this together. I sigh. "Look, I've had a really long day at work. My boss is making me run a marathon. I just don't have the energy left for a landslide tonight." Valerie laughs maniacally, like I'm the one who's being ridiculous here, and explains that this will all unfold over the course of the next few weeks. I maintain the right to stare at her like she's an idiot, and I start to tune her out, thinking instead of the new branding plan I want Tim to greenlight at work. Valerie coughs eventually, and I realize I'm supposed to respond. "Can you say that again?" I ask. This is all just a lot to digest. "Nice recovery, Nick. You're such an asshole." Valerie suggests we each tap into our respective networks for advice and regroup in a few days to make a plan to save the yard. By the time I shoo her out of my house, I have almost forgotten about the entire thing. I have filed the yard ridge away as a nuisance to deal with later. After work settles down, I definitely push it into the back of my mind as I lie in my tub with a joint, searching the internet for all the ways I could die training for a marathon relay. Seems like there are actually a lot of ways I could drop over dead, if I'm to trust all these horror stories online. This is doing nothing to help me calm down. Taking another puff of my doobie, I decide there's only one thing to be done if I'm going to salvage this day. I need to get off. I reach for my shelf of tub toys, selecting my most trustworthy vibrator, and close my eyes. But my clit doesn't seem to be working. "What the hell?" I shout into the cavernous bathroom, my words echoing off the tile. I try another toy, but I can't even get so much as a tingle. I twist over the edge of my tub and grab my phone, pulling up some of my favorite tasteful porn. I crank the vibrator into high gear. Nothing. Enraged, I decide this inability to orgasm is also related to being strong-armed into marathon participation. I throw the vibrator across the room and stare at my ceiling. Something is definitely off in my life. In the morning, I wake up still angry, still convinced this marathon business is the root cause of my stress and my pussy problem. I decide that the only way through is through. And when Nicole Kennedy goes through something, she does it to kick ass and take names. My to-do list today includes, apart from my work for work, hunting down a proper sports bra. This morning I tried another little running attempt, and my unrestrained knockers almost hit me in the teeth. Mark! I lean over his desk and then wince when I see his eyes widen in fear. I take my tone down a notch. Do you work out? He nearly spits out his coffee. I'm gay and I'm single and I don't have kids? Yes. The answer is yes. Do you know where I can get a good sports bra? Mark looks at me, squints, turns his head to the side. Did you hear the part where I said I'm gay? I mean, I can look it up for you on the internet. I scoff. Forget it. Hold my calls. I'm going to find Alice. Alice Stagg is puttering around the office kitchen space. She cooks from scratch and serves breakfast and a sit-down lunch here every day. It's been a great opportunity to get staff members talking to each other. We've seen a lot of really interesting collaborations grow out of these mealtime conversations. Today, I'm hoping I can ask her about her rack without insulting her. Hey, Alice, I say, leaning in to get a muffin from the stainless steel counter. She breaks into a smile. Nicole, you never join us for breakfast. To what do I owe the pleasure? I feel a twinge of guilt at always sending Mark to fetch me a smoothie, rather than come in here and say hello to her. She's so perky, and she has hair with the same texture as mine, so she always has good advice about products. I sigh. I need your advice about bras. Alice's face lights up. Oh, I have a place for you. Yes, this is great. She rattles on and on about how her boobs change size and shape so much since she started having babies. They're like a J cup one day and back down to a D the next. I swear. But this woman is a bra whisperer. Alice tells me about a fancy store north of the city where all the big-chested women go to find supportive bras that are actually pretty. I don't need pretty. I need something that will strap down these boulders. Alice nods. You'll be in good hands. I'm skeptical. There had better not be anything beige, I tell her. Trust me, you'll leave there with like 10 bras. I mean, I don't actually know what color the sports bras are, but probably not beige. I text Emma to see if she can go with me after work, and she immediately video chats me back. Holy shit, Nick. Alice has been bugging me to go there since I got pregnant with Ricky. Yes. I had no idea bras were such a big thing. She makes a face. Yes you did. You're always bitching about your back hurting. She has a point. This all feels like more support for why I shouldn't be a runner. Emma continues feeding me my dose of reality. You keep avoiding dealing with this because of your mom, she says, hitting me where it hurts. My mother finds everything about my body to be distasteful, and I swear she used to only buy me beige old lady bras as an incentive to diet and slim down into a more acceptable size for her country club crowd. They sell the prettiest pink lace at the department store, Nicole, she'd say with a fake smile. Your sister has the loveliest B cups. I groan. So anyway, Emma's face lights up. I'm looking and they have wine night tonight. Let's make it a whole thing. Can you give a ride to my friend Maddie, too? Maddie from college? Emma nods. Yeah, sure. I haven't seen her in ages. After work, I open my trunk and grab the car seat I bought to make things easier when I go places with Emma. She can't drive because of her epilepsy, and I'm not going to just stand around while her husband wrestles with car seat straps each time Emma and I want to go out. Tim personally taught me how to install the thing, and he's as fastidious about safety as he is about, well, everything. I place one knee in the seat and tug on the belt, securing it before I drive to grab my friend and her baby. Once Emma and Maddie and baby Ricky pile in, we head to the boob store while I listen to the two of them talk shop about work. Emma eventually looks at me and tilts her head to the side. "You're awfully quiet." "It's weird," I shrug. "Things are weird," I say, nodding. Emma squints and Maddie leans forward, studying me. I hear the baby fart in the back seat. I sigh. "I couldn't come last night. My pussy is broken," I tell them, blurting it out in the open. "Okay, this is important," Emma says. "Tell us everything." I talk about the race I'm being coerced into, the feelings it drags up about my mom, how it necessitates me buying this new bra, and now I'm hauling all your asses to some boob-teak. The timing is just a lot with our new foundation initiative. Oh, and there's a trench forming in my backyard and my neighbor is being super annoying about it. Maddie whistles. "That's a whole lot." "I actually remember your mom visiting one time in college," she says. "She was an ice-cold snob about our dorm. Remember?" I nod. "Indeed. Can we not talk about her?" Maddie moves to talking about her new fling, adjusting her bust and saying she hopes to find something lacy to wear for him. Emma actually pulls out her boob to show me how the clasp of a nursing bra works, and I almost have to pull over. "Why does your nipple look like that?" I hiss. She shrugs. "It's been in someone's mouth nonstop for a few months. He stretched it out." Emma laughs and I shake my head. When we finally get to the shop, laid out elegantly in shades of purple with cushioned benches all over for people to sit and chat, Emma and Maddie shove me forward and explain to the store owner that I need sports bras and sexy bras. Judy, the boob whisperer, beams and hustles me into a fitting room, where she somehow finds 13 things that are comfortable, beautiful, and hold my tits in place all at once. "Jesus, Emma, you weren't kidding," I shout over the curtain. "Told you," she sings, clinking her wine glass with Maddie while they wait their turn for the magic bra lady. The whole experience reminds me how glad I am that I adopted Emma as my family. She and Maddie and Booby Judy all gush about how sexy I look in the bras. And they're right, damn it. I've worked hard for decades to silence the voices inside telling me what my body is supposed to look like, and what it means that it does not meet that standard. Sometimes, I guess, I just need this outside reinforcement. I buy a dozen different bras and drink a glass of wine while Emma takes her turn in the fitting room. I try not to gag when Judy hands her a sexy nursing bra, explaining that it comes with a risk. "You might wind up pregnant again if you get that one," she says, grinning. Chapter 6. Nicole. The next morning, I'm fully decked out in my new boulder holder and enough layers that I feel confident I can run 2 miles on my own before the public humiliation of the next group run this weekend. I remember that Zack Brady will be there again. I refuse to call him Zack because that's just not the right nickname for Isaac, and he's a smug jerk who hasn't earned a nickname from me yet. This entire week at work, Tim hasn't shut the hell up about the relay team. He's Tim Stag excited, which involves micromanagement and 100 texts per day about stretching and lactic acid. I will never, ever reveal to him that I did wind up doing some of his leg stretches, and they did actually feel really good. I only tried them because I was curious. Damn it. The only slightly redeeming factor is that the other guys from work are all also receiving these hyper-detailed info dumps. At least Tim's not assuming I'm clueless because I'm female. I lace up my new sneakers, pull on a knitted hat with a puffball on top, and walk out back through my sunroom door. I decide I'm going to stretch while the sun rises, because that feels poetic, or something. Only as I make my way through the frosty grass out back, I notice the ridge isn't so much a ridge as a trench. Motherfucker! I screech as I walk closer. Valerie was absolutely right about this thing. The bottom half of our backyard is a foot lower than the part where I sit to drink beer in the summer evenings. So much for my test run. I consider banging on my neighbor's door, but I remember it's 6 in the morning. Emma, I mutter. Emma will be awake. I dial my girl, who picks up almost as soon as it starts ringing. Nick, you're up early. Well, you don't sleep, do you? I sleep and I'm up early. Ems, there's a fucking trench in my backyard. What do you mean? I hear rustling on her end, like she's sitting up in bed. I don't know. My stupid neighbor says we're having a landslide. What the fuck do I even do with a landslide? I can hear Emma shifting around and something makes a gurgling sound. Are you holding a baby right now? I am. Ricky is going to keep on nursing while Mama does some phone research. Aren't you? Aren't you precious? Yes. I tune her out while I walk back inside and start making coffee. Emma used to be a reporter. I know she's probably simultaneously searching her special databases while she coos all that nonsense to her kid. I hear Thatcher start murmuring to her in the background, and I nearly gag. He's so freaking smitten with her. He even makes glass sculptures of her and the kids to display in his gallery, along with his other glass art. I shouldn't be so bitchy about that. Emma's in a good place, but I also don't need to hear her husband waking up in the morning. It feels too intimate, and reminds me that I'll never have anything like that. You want me to give you a call in a bit? No. Nick, stay on the phone. If we end the call, I will get too deep in baby work and forget all this has ever happened. I'm pulling something up about urban landslides. You need to call a geotechnical engineer. A what now? She repeats herself. Huh. I had absolutely no idea there was a specific person you could call about this. Well, she says, chewing. Thatcher must have brought her some food. I approve of this. I don't think they just work with landslides. Like, they're the people to call about fracking and earthquakes and stuff. Fracking? I mean, and other stuff, too. I sigh. Thanks, Emma. I appreciate your help. I'm glad we connected. I miss your angry voice. We just hung out. Well, and I had to end it early because Ricky was a mess. I love you and I'm hanging up now because I have to go to work and get Mark to make me an appointment with one of those fracking guys. Are you wearing the new bras? I smile at this. As a matter of fact, I am. We hang up and I change for work, sliding into a navy blue lacy bra that lifts my boobs so high and cinches them in so tight in front that I look like the prow of a ship. I swear my clothes fit differently when I wear this thing. Even without the run, I feel much more centered as I head for the office in my killer outfit. I decide stressing about the yard trench must be as much of a workout as actually running. Or maybe having a good friend to lean on builds as many endorphins as a workout. Either way, I feel great. At work, I stop in the kitchen to get my breakfast from Alice in person. She smiles at me and wolf whistles. I see you met with Judy, she says. Is it that obvious? I grab a muffin, skeptically. Alice nods. Oh, yeah. You're walking differently today. You look amazing. Well, I will accept the compliment, Mrs. Stagg. Thank you. I grin. She waves and gives me a thumbs up as I head out. By the time I sit down at my desk, I actually ask Mark for help in a nice voice, which leads him to burst into my office and place the back of his hand on my forehead. What the hell are you doing? I crumple a muffin wrapper and throw it at him. Oh, thank God, he says, brushing crumbs off his shoulder. When you used the word please, I worried you were dying. I roll my eyes. Well, whenever you get a chance, I need to call one of those engineer bobbies. Oh, please, God, let his name be Bobby, in tight jeans. Maybe a hard hat. Mark, we have a ton to do for the foundation meeting. I tap my pen on the edge of my desk, trying not to let my thoughts drift to Zack Brady in a hard hat and faded jeans. I'm absolutely not picturing him in a tool belt. Nope. My running coach is nowhere near my thoughts at all as I busy myself to launch a new arm of the company. I cross and uncross my legs, eventually deciding, I need the treadmill desk. I pace out my nervous energy until Mark sends a text confirming an appointment with a geotechnical engineer.
Chapter 7. Zack. Have a seat, son. My father gestures toward the mismatched furniture in his office. I've got my pick between an Argentinian saddle and a low stool from Ethiopia. He always brings this stuff back from his travels, which is fine, I guess. But then he expects his clients to sit on it. And he's still got a Rolodex full of fortune-ranked contacts. I opt for the saddle, wishing I could ride my ass on out of here instead. He starts slurping his mate and for the 1,000th time offers me a sip of the foul green brew. I don't want any mate, Dad. I pronounce it wrong because I'm irritated with him. Zack, you know it's mate, he chides, shaking his head. Dad, I was going to present about the sinkhole to Uncle Kellen. Can we speed this up? You and your brothers are always in such a damn hurry, he says, setting down his gourd cup. Yeah, because you always force us to go running and be efficient. Don't be a smartass. We're building rapport here. But don't think for a second I won't smoke your ass on the running trail. I hold my hands up in surrender. Dad can still blaze. I do hope I inherited his longevity. He takes a sip of his drink and tells me, You know, this mate is from Paraguay. I went there about a year ago. Met with their presidente, even. Dad tells these stories that journey around and around the subject at hand. He's not an engineer, just wanted to work with his brother and thought he could help Kellen sell engineering services in an era when nobody else was doing that. But industrial facilities were starting to wear out. Dad ropes in the clients, telling them stories about hair dye mishaps or broken shoes or, apparently, gourds and tea. Uncle Kellen swoops in and points out the rust spots on their bridges and the cracks in their dams. Dad tells me how he sat down for tea with the president of Paraguay after they ran into one another at a shop near the airport. Dad asked El Presidente for advice and has been chugging yerba every day since. The Presidente told me they've been having unusually wet weather, and I've been keeping my eye on the news. Dad continues, telling me how there have been floods in Peru, mudslides in Ecuador, and widespread landslides in Paraguay. Those mountains are the home of that yerba plant, he says, chugging the last of his bitter tea. He leans back in his chair and stares out the window at the city coming to life. I got a call from a friend today. Someone from Stag Law needs a geotechnical engineer at her house. I'd like you to handle this for me. You want me to handle a residential project? I'm so fucking insulted, I can barely spit the words out. It barely registers that he's talking about Stag Law, the competition in the damn corporate marathon relay. I can't get past the idea that I would ever go consult on a residential project. I've been clawing my way up toward major industrial projects for years. I'm not about to go talk about swimming pools or some shit with some golf buddy of my dad's. I thought you only pursue repeat business. What the hell is the point of a residential one-off? Tim Stagg is a valuable person to know, Dad says. He and I sit on the board of the hospital together, and his clients have very, very deep pockets if they can manage not to blow it all on hookers and booze. When his executive assistant calls me personally, I tell her I will have my own son investigate the situation because Beltane Engineering values our relationship with Stag Law. I swallow. My dad always makes me feel like an asshole. He could have just let off by telling me someone important needed something done. He could have offered some fucking context about why he's sending me out on a landscaping project. I don't even know Tim Stagg apart from seeing him at runs. I'm the guy with his hands in the dirt, not some schmoozer. I sigh. Tell me what I need to know. I'm in my office gathering up my field supplies when my brothers stick their head in the door. Liam folds his arms and leans against the doorframe. Heard Texas Ted talking about the sinkhole detail. I'm sure you did, I grunt, shoving my hard hat in my bag. I still have no real idea what to expect on this job site. Dad's sending me out to inspect a mysterious trench because he wants to make nice with Tim Stagg. Cal perks up at this. Tim Stagg? Like Tyrion Stagg's brother? I shrug. Zack, come on, dude, the hockey player? His brother's firm represents like every pro athlete in PA. You're going to get bowl game tickets out of this. Liam strokes his chin. That chick from the running group works at Stagg Law. Isn't that what she said? I grunt again and hoist up my bag. I'll be in Lawrenceville, I tell them. Uncertain if I'll be back after. Cal nods. We can all go for ramen after work. You know, if you make it back alive. Very funny, Callum. You're buying. Dad gives me an address to a remodeled townhouse in a gentrified area of Lawrenceville. Of course, the hotshot client lives here. These houses are flipped with no character. Faux marble counters. All the internal walls are ripped out and it's all meant to look like old factory floors. I shudder, thinking about going inside. I should have my brother Liam look up the plans to make sure nothing load-bearing has been dismantled before I sit whoever it is down to discuss whatever the fuck is going on with their backyard. I circle the block looking for parking, imagining this homeowner as a prissy high-maintenance sorority girl. I finally find a spot down the road and parallel park my truck, muttering under my breath with annoyance that this woman I haven't met is ruining basically everything about my month. Of course, I know that rationally, I'm actually angry about the assignment I didn't get. I'm angry that Ted's presentation was chosen for the sinkholes. I'm angry that I don't even know if my uncle showed my ideas to the team. I imagine them all talking about me while I wasn't there. Poor old Zack, sent off on a grunt project for his dad. I sigh. I need to nip these thoughts, get them under control. I crunch through the frozen turf around back of her house, and then I whistle through my teeth. This is not good. What I see before me is the beginning of the end of a major landslide. The two townhouses unfortunate enough to be on the property look like they're the last bastions of the old neighborhood before the house flippers and condo developers moved in. There's a tiny backyard with two patios, and the one that matches the address Dad gave me has a killer sunroom with views of the river. I inhale, telling myself this is at least a tastefully renovated property. The mystery owner has built back a small amount of credibility, despite having a yard that's about to crumble into the Allegheny River. I take some time carefully navigating the fissure, testing the ground to see if the landslide will hold my weight before I crouch to take measurements. I'm not sure how long I spend studying the situation when I hear a voice say, "Are you the fracking guy?" I look up over my shoulder to see a woman silhouetted by the sun. She is short and curvy and not dressed appropriately to be walking around a landslide in the freezing cold. "Get back!" I shout gruffly. I stand up and approach her, and then halt in my tracks because, fuck me sideways, it's Nicole. Standing in the crisp air, cheeks pink, this woman is as beautiful as she is angry. "Excuse me?" She puts her hands on her hips and plants her heel-clad feet. "Nobody tells me what to do on my own property." I stalk up close to her, closer than I intended, but I'm shaken by my response to her pale skin and seemingly endless supply of hair that blows around in the frigid breeze off the river. "You've got a rotational landslide here, and this entire area is unsafe, especially dressed like that." She huffs, and a piece of chestnut brown hair sticks to her cheek. I have to fight off every urge to reach out and brush it aside so I can see her green eyes flash at me. "Listen, Isaac, I'm about to pay you thousands of dollars to fix whatever's going on back here. This shit was a lump in the grass yesterday. Are you going to fix it, or should I call someone who knows what they're doing?" "Let's make one thing very clear here," I tell her, urging her back towards solid ground. "There is nobody in this city or any other in the tri-state area who knows this soil better than I do. So when I tell you to get back, that means haul your fancy shoes and your pretty skirt back to the curb where it's safe." My nostrils flare. She had to go and suggest I'm an inferior engineer on the same day as this bullshit with my dad at work. "You're being ridiculous," she says. "This is basically a sinkhole. We get those around here all the time because the sewer system is collapsing, or some such nonsense. Sinkhole. I shake my head and gesture along the line in her yard. You see this? What did you call it? A trench? Tomorrow, this is going to shift 6 feet further down toward the river. The day after that, you'll be able to rappel here. It'll be so far gone. I'm probably going to have the city condemn your house. She gasps. That got her attention, I guess. I wasn't totally serious about that, but if the fault line moves like I predict it will, it's going to be a close call as to whether she can stay here. Plus, she pissed me off. You've got to be kidding me, she says. Do I look like I'm kidding? I shove my calculator into my back pocket and start walking around front of her property. Look, I'm freezing my balls off out here, and I'm sick of arguing with you while your hair is blowing in my mouth. I'll have my office send you the information at your office. She snorts. Are you being huffy because of our lack of rapport as running partners? I glare at her. I'm being huffy because I'm supposed to be addressing an impactful industrial project, not a domestic landscaping issue. So it's not that big a deal, then? Her voice cracks a little, and I ease up. I did just tell her she might lose her home. When I look up at her, I see her pink tongue running along those red fucking lips, and I have to grit my teeth to stop a moan escaping my mouth. Client, I mutter. She's a client. Dad sent you here. Think of Dad. Think of Dad. I'll run some numbers, okay? I'll get you the information. I spit on my heel and start walking down the street back toward my truck, hoping I can catch my breath out of sight of her piercing green eyes. I reach my truck and climb inside, not turning around to look as she starts to shout something down the street after me. Her people know how to reach my people. Shit. I didn't want this job when I thought it was about mulch and landscaping. Now it's a fucking landslide inside city limits with a high-maintenance, high-heeled she-devil for a client. All the work of a major industrial project, 10 times the bureaucratic hassle, and I still won't get the promotion I fucking earned over the past 5 years. And I have to fucking teach her how to go running on Sunday. I need to think. My head is swimming with how rapidly my day changed from a nice run with my brothers before work into a hellscape. A literal landslide of silt is pouring into my career right now. I storm back into my office and slam the door. Our offices are tiny. The ancient building has long hallways with door after door. Dad renovated a bit to make a space for cubicles, but at nearly 30, I had at least managed to work my way up to my own office. The heavy door bounces back open again a minute later, and my cousin Orla bursts into the room. She pulls the door shut and leans against it, raising her eyebrows at me, waiting for me to speak. Orla and my Uncle Kellen lived with us after her mother died. Where my father cycled through women like laundry, Uncle Kel was deeply devoted to my departed aunt. I'm not sure he'll ever get over losing her. Since Dad was between wives when Aunt Helen died, Kellen and Orla just moved into the big house for the few years left until Orla left for college. Uncle Kellen has, for a long time, been the keeper of the feelings in our big Brady family. He's always the one who can tell when something's wrong, and he's the one to come and figure out how to make things right again. I'm sure he told Orla, hence her visit here now. I sigh. Dad sent me on a pet project. So I heard, and? I explain about the landslide. Honestly, I'm not even sure how we go about fixing that in city limits. Right on the bank of the river like that? It's going to be a goddamn disaster. And for what? Because Dad wants to make nice with this broad's boss? I don't get it. Orla strides across the room and looks at my desk, where I've still got the sticky note from my dad with Nicole Kennedy's address scribbled on it. She pulls out her phone and taps around for a while. She whistles. She's not too bad to look at, Orla says, even if she can't run for shit. I snort. Says she's the strategy director for Stag Law. They specialize in representing athletes, but she specializes in optimizing staff performance and... She pauses to read. Fostering relationships with stakeholders, developing solutions, etc., etc. Sounds like exactly the kind of shit your dad does here. I scowl at her. What's your point? You think Uncle Mick's trying to poach her? I mean, why else would he give a fuck about a residential project? This is why I don't like you, Orla, Because you say shit like that, and it makes total fucking sense, and now I'm panicking about the big picture instead of just being angry that I lost a project to Texas Ted. She punches me in the shoulder. Come, she says. Let's have an off-site meeting, and I'll buy you a drink.
Chapter 8. Nicole. I'm seething when I stomp back into the Stag Law offices. I can't tell if I'm more annoyed that Valerie was right or that I have to deal with my running coach and his hot, broody face that I saw looming above me when I passed the fuck out on my first run. I cannot have him coming to my house. I just cannot. Donna. I let myself into her office and wrap my fingers on the doorframe. She looks up at me questioningly. I hear you're the one who found me the geotechnical engineer to fix the trench. She blushes. What the hell? Did Mick Brady come to look at your yard personally? Don't be insulted by him, dear. He's just like that. No. This reaction is so unexpected I slump against her doorframe. He sent his son, Isaac. I think back to the lanky guy in the tight but worn jeans, hard hat, tool belt. I make a mental note to focus on that image later, alone, in my shower. The fucking tool belt ought to be enough to break through the strike my clit has been on lately. Donna smiles. Mick has 3 nice young sons, just like our Mr. Stagg is one of 3 boys. I only had the one son. Donna, I'm sorry, I'm freaking out here. He says I have a rotational landslide, and I looked that shit up on the drive back here, and it's going to cost $250,000 to repair my fucking backyard. She pales. Oh, I'm sure the Bradys won't charge you the regular rate. Goodness, nobody could afford that. No shit, I think. Her phone rings and her face lights up again. This is Beltane Engineering, she says to me. Should I just transfer to you directly? Is it Isaac? Oh God, I cannot be just talking to him on the phone right now. I need to work out a strategy for coming back from passing out. Donna shakes her head. She mouths, admin. I nod and walk back toward my office. As promised, Isaac had his people call with information. Some teenager on the phone is prattling on about something called a headscarp and confirms my worst fears. A conservative estimate for the repair is $250,000 for the concrete, soil, and heavy machinery, not even including the labor. I try my best to thank him politely and retreat into my office couch to regroup. Even if I split the cost with Valerie, I don't have that kind of money just lying around. Even though I got my townhouse for a few $1,000, I took out a home equity loan when I restored it. And let's be honest, I'm doing okay in the salary department, but not too many people have $250,000 liquid just lying around. I pull up an internet search for Isaac Brady and learn that he's apparently some genius when it comes to soil and weight loads. He's won awards from the environmental protection people for repairing dams and coal mines. I sigh. If this guy, moody fucker though he may be, tells me this headscarf thing is going on in my yard, it's unlikely that he's wrong. I try not to fixate on his suggestion that the city was going to condemn my house. My fucking house! The minute I signed that deed, I felt like I was finally free from my parents' expectations and all the ways I failed to meet them. I didn't even know how to use a lawnmower when I got that house, let alone how to refinish floors and hang sheetrock. Every online tutorial I watched, every contractor I brought in just as a consultant, I felt like I was coming into myself. It paid off at work, too. If I could use a belt sander by myself, I sure as shit could present my ideas to a room full of men set on overlooking me. I really feel like I'm going to cry, and this is very, very unusual for me. I call Emma, crossing my fingers that she can answer the phone. If one or more of her kids is asleep, she can only ever text. Hey, she whispers. Ems? I start and then I burst into tears. Actual boo-hoo sobs out loud. Whoa, Nicole. What's wrong, love? I tell her about the landslide, that it's so expensive to fix, It might as well cost $10 million. I might lose my house, I sob. Okay, so do you want solutions or comfort? I consider this. I grew up in a house without comfort. My mother has had too much Botox to emote. My sister is her protégée. Refined girls do not cry, they do not smear their makeup, and they most certainly do not grow curves and curls like I sprouted, and refused to rein in. Solutions, I tell Emma, and take a deep breath. I hear Emma walking down a hallway, presumably where she can talk louder. Okay, so first you need to call your homeowner's insurance and see if this is covered, although I doubt it will be, or Zack would have mentioned that. Isaac, I correct her. I thought you said he goes by Zack. Exactly. And that's a stupid fucking nickname for Isaac, I snap at my friend. I'm sorry, I say immediately. Okay, so we're going to calm down and do some comfort before we keep going with the solutions. I take a deep breath. She's right. I'm spiraling. You're resourceful, I hear Emma say. You're a badass bitch who takes no shit, not from wolves on Wall Street, and certainly not from a damn crack in the ground. Right? I nod, which she can't see because she keeps prodding. Right? Yes, I tell her. I'm going to defeat this, just like all the other challenges. Exactly, she shouts. So step 1, call the insurance. Step 2, you need to talk to my sister-in-law. Which one? Since I work for Stag Law, I realize she must be talking about Juniper Jones, Tyrion Stagg's wife. Juniper was a lawyer here for a long time, but is now a judge of something. Emma's going on about how Juniper is constantly settling property dispute cases and knows all the jargon. Juniper can help you figure out who to sue, Emma says. Sue? Jesus, I do not have time for a lawsuit. I don't have time for a landslide. I'm supposed to be training for this damn marathon and, I don't know, directing the strategy for a major law firm looking to expand operations. Nick, my love, there's got to be a reason the earth opened up and swallowed your yard. You need to find the reason and sue to make the culprit pay for the restoration. It had not occurred to me that there might be a culprit here. I literally thought I had just pissed off the gods, I tell her. She's 1000% right, of course. It all just sounds like so much work. I flop over my desk and rest my cheek on the wood and close my eyes as Emma continues. Does Zack really think the city will condemn your house? I think he was just saying that to be a smartass, but I'm not sure. I hear Emma telling me I can come stay with her and Thatcher any time, and I thank her, hang up the phone, and head back home. I'm useless to anyone where work is concerned. I draw a bath and slide into the tub, trying to forget my stress about the house. I'm not sure what is happening this week, but my entire world has been turned upside down. I'm desperate to relax. It feels like there's a geyser waiting to erupt in my guts. I wonder if masturbating will help, even though it hasn't been going very well the past few times I've tried. I close my eyes and pull up my handyman fantasy images of Isaac in his jeans, squatting in my yard, and my fingers go to town on my clit. But nothing happens. I growl in frustration and turn the water back on, adjusting myself so the flow runs over my crotch. Nothing. What in the fucking hell is this? I start to wonder if running has broken my clit or something. I kick at the faucet in a rage and head downstairs. I pull the cork out of yesterday's wine bottle with my teeth and start drinking straight from the bottle. As I chug the wine, I try porn. I try online pictures I find of Isaac and his brothers running different races. I try everything I can think of short of zapping my clit with my taser. But nothing works. Eventually, I'm too drunk to care about my inability to come, and I pass out on my couch.
Chapter 9. Zack. When I get to work in the morning, my dad's secretary tells me to reassign all projects and only prioritize the Kennedy landslide. Seriously? She nods. This is an unprecedented, inefficient use of my time. I blow out a breath and get to work on the notes I took yesterday. I have an email from Nicole's homeowner's insurance, and I grimace, knowing I have to explain to them exactly what I found. This earth movement is a textbook case of a slump landslide. I type. I send them some numbers, estimate that the headscarp will shift rapidly and that the foundation of the house will likely be at risk. I'm fairly certain the insurance will refuse to cover Nicole's property, and I'm also pretty sure the city is going to need to condemn the house. I make notes about the names of the property owners nearby whose land might be affected. I take some time looking up nearby construction projects and making lists of the different utilities that might be impacted. The last thing I want is a backhoe to blow through a gas line in Nicole's backyard. And then I sit and stare at the plans for the lot, noting how close her house is to the river. There's basically no way I'm going to be able to do anything without rigging a barge on the water. I rake a hand through my hair and decide to drive over there. I find a parking spot right next to Nicole's house and strap on my tool belt, grab my tablet, and head out to survey the ground. It looks like there's been even more of a shift since I was last here, and I squat down to take some more measurements. I'm bent over with my tape measure in the fissure when I feel something nudge me in the ass. "Hey," a voice growls at me. "Hey." I whip my head around to find an old woman staring at me, hands on her hips. "Did you just kick me?"
I did. You want to tell me what you're doing back here? This is still private property last I checked.
I glance around, not sure what I'm looking for. People usually don't question why I'm at a job site, especially when I'm wearing a hard hat. But then again, this is my first domestic project. I clear my throat. "I'm Zack Brady with Beltane Engineering. Ms. Kennedy has hired me to assess your landslide situation?" Her face lights up.
Aha! So she admits I was right.
She crosses her arms.
What sort of engineer are you?
She proceeds to question my alma mater, to ask me about my advanced geotechnical licensure, to ask me what the hell I'm doing handling a private property landslide if I'm really as experienced as all that. I sigh. "You got me, ma'am," I tell her. "But I'm here, and you should step back and be careful. Try not to come into the backyard." She pulls out a lawn chair and sits on her patio with her arms crossed, watching as I measure and take notes. I study the yard and am halfway through creating a 3D model on my tablet when Nicole appears out of her back door, her hair whipping in the winter wind. She's so fucking sexy, even frowning at me in constant disapproval. I give a small wave in acknowledgement that I saw her and return to my model as the wind from the river picks up. I hear the old lady yelling over to Nicole.
"So I see you decided to take me seriously."
"Yes, Valerie," Nicole spits back. "The growing crater in the yard was a good clue." Then, her voice softer, Nicole asks, "Did your homeowners refuse to cover?" They shout back and forth for a bit about the cost of the repair. I try to study the plans of the condo complex a few properties down, but the wind is freezing and making it hard for me to open any of my folders of paper printouts. "Hey!" I shout as Nicole is starting a string of curse words about bureaucracy. "Mind if I look at these in your house? Out of the wind?" Nicole raises a brow at me, but shrugs and gestures toward the house. When Valerie moves to follow, Nicole shakes her head. "Not today, Val. I can't handle you today." I hear the woman scoff as Nicole slams the glass door shut behind me. "She drives me fucking insane," Nicole says, as she hangs up her coat and slips out of her heels. I look down at my dirty boots and swallow. I'm used to trailers on work sites. I'll have to remember to get some shoe covers or something if I'm going to spend any significant time here. I sigh and bend over to loosen my laces, and when I look up, Nicole is staring at me. I wiggle my toes in my socks and take in my surroundings. I see immediately that I was very, very wrong in my initial assumption of this place as a quick flip for a trendy hipster. That might be the trend in the neighborhood, but this is a fucking historic restoration of artisan proportions. "You own this place?" I ask, looking at the original oak floors that gleam under an oil finish. Nicole has exposed brick in the kitchen off the sun porch. Marble counters gleam around stainless appliances, and it looks like she consulted an actual lighting engineer when she chose the fixtures. The entire space is bathed in warm light, with no dim patches or dark corners. Yes, Isaac, I own my house. She starts banging around the kitchen. Do you need water? I nod. I'm sorry. I just was expecting it to look less nice in here. I've been inside some of the remodels in this neighborhood. My voice drifts off and I study her face. When she rolls her eyes, I know that she, too, is familiar with the rapid gentrification happening in her part of the city. 10 years ago, you almost had to pay people to buy houses here. Now, this place would go for over $1 million. Well, before the backyard fell apart. I clear my throat. Who was your contractor? She sneers and slides the water across the counter. Listen, Brady, she says, rapping her nails against the counter. I rebuilt this fucking place myself, fueled by the power of my rage at society. Otherwise, I wouldn't give a shit about the yard falling off. So make yourself comfortable at the counter I polished and get to fixing my land. She storms out of the room before I can respond, and I feel my dick twitch in my pants. I look around again at the meticulously tiled backsplash with perfectly matched grout. I sip the water she gave me and remind myself the curvaceous woman who passed out after running 2 miles is a client. Moreover, she's someone my dad is interested in for the business, which makes her 20 levels of off-limits. I spread my work out on her counter and lose myself in construction blueprints and court hearing notices, inspection reports for nearby construction. Eventually, I hear the doorbell ring. I ignore it because this isn't my house and I'm trying to concentrate. But Nicole doesn't come downstairs. It rings again, and whoever it is starts knocking. I sigh and head toward the front of the house, glancing up the carpeted stairs to see if she will emerge, but there's nothing. When I open the turquoise door, a delivery guy thrusts a box into my arms. Can you sign? He holds out his digital signature pad, and my brows shoot up. I don't live here. Look, pal, can you just sign? I got a quota to meet and I'm double parked. I look over his shoulder and see there's already a line of cars sitting behind the delivery van, frustrated, on Nicole's street. I scribble my name and he scurries away. When I look down at the box, I almost drop it when I see the label under the expedited delivery sticker. Babe Rocket, I mutter as I look at the picture. Nicole Kennedy overnighted herself a huge purple vibrator with rotating parts and, according to the package, a satisfaction guarantee. The thought of Nicole being satisfied turns me on so fast, so overwhelmingly that I rush to the kitchen to gather my things. I have to get the hell out of here and jerk off. There's no question of me doing anything else. My blood pounds in my temples as I set the box on the counter and storm out of the house without letting her know that I'm leaving. The delivery
Chapter 10. Nicole. He took his shoes off when he came inside. I explained to Tim during our meeting the next day. Is that weird? Tim shrugs. It seems polite. What's he doing today while you're not home? It's actually snowing out today, even though it's supposed to go back up to 40 by the end of the week. I hadn't considered that Isaac would be standing around outside all day in the snow at my house. Doesn't he go into his office to do math or whatever? Tim scowls, thinking, I don't know. Want me to call my contact at Beltane and ask what's typical? I open my mouth to protest, but Tim already has his phone out. Mick? Yeah, hey, Tim Stagg. Yeah, I know you know. I'm fine. Yep, kids are fine. Having a third soon. I tune him out while they get through the small talk portion of their conversation. I called this meeting to map out our strategy in advance of our first in-house foundation project. Our client, Augusto Cruz, a baseball player, is coming in with his publicity team to listen to our pitch about the foundation he wants to set up to benefit his home country of Paraguay. We still haven't decided the direction he should go. Tim thinks he should start youth baseball programs. Augusto wants to just help the country, but hasn't provided more direction than that. It's my job to think about the big picture. Augusto, setting up a successful foundation means more of our clients will look to us for guidance when they do the same. With several pro sports organizations holding their drafts in the coming months, we're about to have a bunch of first-year star athletes looking for ways to spend their millions. I pore over the background files about Augusto's upbringing, and I hear Tim mention the man to Mick Brady. "I know," Tim shouts jovially. "I've never been to Paraguay before. I have no idea what we're stepping into down there." Tim is quiet for a bit, then he grins. "You know," he says, "I would love it if you joined us." "Yeah, I'm serious too." My eyes bulge at Tim. Did he just invite Mick Brady on our company trip? Tim's not supposed to make these kinds of decisions for the company without consulting me, his director of strategy. The last thing I need is some smarmy golf buddy of Tim's joining us on a fact-finding trip, just as our firm decides how we're going to branch out into philanthropic legal support for our clients. "Hey, Mick, thanks for all the info. Have your admin get in touch with Donna so we can find a time for us to grab lunch." Tim hangs up and rocks back in his chair. Mick says Zack is fine in the snow, but it also turns out Mick's met the president of Paraguay. I invited him to come with us when we go there. Mick Brady, not the president of Paraguay. He'll already be there. Anyway, it never hurts to know someone who can grease wheels. I want to punch my boss in the face right now, so I try to focus on Isaac doing math out in the snow in my backyard. I wince. But back to the matter of strategy. "I heard you invite him," I tell Tim. "Want to tell me what we're supposed to do with an engineer on our information-gathering trip for Augusto Cruz's foundation?" Tim laughs. "Oh, Mick's not an engineer. His brother handles all the engineering in their company. Mick's a sociologist." Tim flips open his folder, signaling that he's getting ready to start our meeting in earnest. He studies people and lands them clients. Pretty sure he just met the prez while playing golf. Tim pivots to our upcoming meeting, noting a few different ideas from the publicity people at the baseball team HQ. Most people seem to want Augusto to focus his charitable giving on building baseball opportunities in a country where there really isn't much baseball. I am leaning in that direction, too. I sort of tune Tim out, worrying about Isaac freezing his fingers in the snow while he measures my yard. Yesterday, he looked really fucking hot squatting in those jeans and peering into the trench. I squirm a bit in my seat, remembering how I'd come downstairs to find him gone, the package for the vibrator I ordered sitting on the counter. He must have signed for the delivery, and I've already called the company to ream them out for their indiscreet packaging. At least I didn't have the thing shipped to me at work. Isaac knows I ordered a vibrator, I think, as Tim talks about legal mumbo-jumbo. Isaac doesn't know I think about him while I use it, or that it doesn't help. When we wrap up our meeting, I head into my office and look up Isaac's phone number, wondering if his business card number will ring his cell or his desk phone. His deep voice answers. "Zack Brady," and I get so irritated again by his nickname that I forget I'm calling to be nice to him. "Why in the hell do you go by Zack when your name is Isaac?" I hear him exhale. "I assume this is my favorite client calling?" "Yes!" I shriek, and then I have to get control of myself. I fire up the treadmill under my desk and start pacing, feeling instantly better as I start moving my legs. "But really, your nickname is ridiculous. If you must know, my oldest brother couldn't say my full name when I was a baby, and I've gone by Zack ever since." You're saying a baby could pronounce Zack, but somehow not Isaac? I start walking faster. I have no idea why I'm so focused on his name. It's just that he's such an Isaac. Dark and sexy and grouchy. Zacks are outgoing and perky. He sighs. "Did you have questions related to your rotational landslide, or did you just call to criticize me?" Smug little shit, I think. But secretly I love that he's not intimidated by my smart mouth. "I was calling about your work environment," I tell him. "I'm going to set up a contractor lock on my house, so you can get in to get warm and, I don't know, pee and stuff." You want me to pee in your house? Well, I don't want you to whip it out and piss in the river. And now I'm thinking about Isaac Brady whipping out his dick, and I have to turn up the speed on my treadmill so I can calm down by walking even faster. I hear him rustling some papers around. He clears his throat. I have been going back and forth with your homeowner's insurance. Yes, I interrupt him. I know those fuckers are refusing to pay anything. My friend Emma says I need to figure out who to sue for your fee. Well, yes. That's what I wanted to talk with you about. I have an appointment with Juniper Jones, I tell him, starting to huff a bit. I kick off my heels and feel my calf muscles relax while the treadmill keeps cranking under my desk. My mother would be absolutely horrified to learn I have a treadmill under my desk so I can pace when I get irritated. But everything I do horrifies my mother. The fact that I get irritated, the fact that I work in a non-secretarial career. I shake my head and concentrate on what Isaac is saying. Juniper is a magisterial judge, he says. I've testified in cases before her in the past. You have? Well, of course I have, he says. I told you, I usually handle industrial or large corporate projects. So when a coal mine is forced to meet government regulations, I need to testify. Okay, I get it. You're very smart and important. I just thought Juniper could recommend a lawyer. Well, I can hear him rapping on his desk in the background. He sighs. Beltane has several attorneys on retainer. I can get someone on the case to help out. Wow, this is so unexpected that I hop off the treadmill and stand on the carpet in my tights. You can do that? It's literally what you're paying me for. He pauses and laughs. Or it will be, once I make sure someone can actually pay my fee. Very funny. That's why I laughed. Who is this guy? Okay, well, I'll text you the code for the contractor lock, and you can let yourself in and out whenever you need. We hang up, and I close my eyes, maybe wishing he wasn't the son of the man evidently trying to infiltrate my new strategic initiative at work. In other circumstances, I might tackle Isaac Brady to the ground and jump his bones. I sigh, reminding myself that I can't get involved with this guy, even if his banter is hot as fuck.
Chapter 11. Zack. I ration my visits into Nicole's house. I let myself go in there to use her bathroom and only pause in the kitchen to get warm for 5 minutes. Anything past that, and I start fantasizing about her. The sight of her running shoes by the back door gets me hard. Her briefcase propped against the end table by the front door gets me hard. Every single thing in this house either reminds me of her smart-ass mouth or her incredible competence at everything apart from running. The other day, I was inside and overheard her completely dismantle a reporter over the phone. There I was, mid-piss, watching my dick spring to life at the thought of her yelling. Today I'm meeting our property lawyer, Justin, at the house. I stopped by the hardware store to buy a few sets of shoe covers. Ordinarily, we'd just be hanging out in a portable trailer to discuss this stuff, but I want to make sure we don't trash Nicole's floors. And there I go again, thinking of her refinishing them herself. I close my eyes, trying to chase away the image of her in cutoffs, kneeling as she uses the drum sander, her tits shaking with the vibration of the power tools. My dick is pretty chapped from the daily, frantic masturbation sessions I'm scheduling each morning when I wake up. Fuck, I mutter. I sit in my truck and pull out some of the zoning notes I got for nearby construction projects. Something seems off about the condo project a few properties down, but I can't figure out what just yet. I'm deep in thought about it when Justin raps on my window. I jump. You okay in there, big guy? Justin calls my brothers and me big guy when he's in a good mood, as if we aren't all lanky. I hop out of the truck and gesture toward Nicole's front door. Good to see you, I say, as I type in the code on the lockbox. His brows shoot up as I hand him the shoe covers. I shrug. It's a residential gig, I tell him. Don't want to wreck the client's floors. The client, he says, and then whistles as he looks around Nicole's house. She did all this herself, I tell him. Not sure why I'm bragging about Nicole's obvious artisanal skill at hands-on remodeling. He runs his hand along the mantel that has to be original to the house, the intricate carvings in the wood gleaming under the soft glow of the recessed overhead lights. I again admire the finish on the hardwood floors, thinking about her squatting over them and spreading the oil. Is it normal that this turns me on so much? Justin and I spread out at Nicole's dining room table, an amazing piece made of reclaimed wood that suits the room absolutely perfectly. It actually has me reconsidering the dumpster dive furniture I've had in my place since I first bought it after grad school. Justin shows me all the research he's done on previous urban landslides. It's always due to water, he says. Like I don't know this already. But Pittsburgh hasn't had any torrential rains recently, and the previous summer wasn't even all that wet, considering. There's no natural reason this particular piece of property should be sliding into the Allegheny River, I tell him, gesturing at Nicole and her neighbor's backyard. Justin's eyes gleam. I know, no natural reason. So we need to figure out which of these developers didn't do their diligence with the rainwater management. He jabs his thumb at the neighborhood plans showing new construction projects. Oh, no big deal, I tell him. We just need to inspect the plumbing and sewer systems for tens of thousands of square feet of multi-unit residential housing. Justin rocks back in his chair, and I kick him with my blue booty-covered foot. I might murder him if he scuffs Nicole's floors. He rolls his eyes. One of these guys has got to be draining their roof water into the soil. That was what happened with that Glaston landslide, remember? A few years ago, a new manufacturing plant was just pumping their rainwater into the hill behind their facility, and the hill slid down onto the highway. That was the first project my dad and uncle let me take the lead on mitigating. When I discovered the rainwater situation and partnered with Justin so the state could sue the Glaston company, my dad gave me a bonus check that paid for my truck. Justin and I study the plans for a bit and make notes. I decide I'll head out to take readings tomorrow at first light so I can see what's happening with nearby buildings. If I'm honest, I'm pretty excited to test some of the new equipment we got to check stability and soil composition. I'm midway through explaining our new pneumatic shear machine when I see Justin perk up and stare at something behind my head. Turning around, I see Nicole, and the first thing to fall out of my mouth is, "Oh, it's you." "Yes. Shocking for me to be in my own home, I know." She throws her stuff down on the table. She's dressed impeccably again, as she always seems to be for work. This woman is so complex. The contrast of her refined business wear with my image of her mudding drywall is almost too much for my dick to handle in my jeans. "Will you be staying for dinner since you've made yourself so comfortable?" Justin laughs and stands, introducing himself. I catch him scanning her body and resist the urge to growl out loud. His eyes dart over to me and he coughs. "I'm going to head out, Brady," he says. "Call me as soon as you've tracked those numbers." He makes his way out the door, while Nicole leans into her fridge so that all I can see is her ass and the pencil skirt she wore to work today. I breathe slowly through my nose, trying like hell not to walk over there and smack it. When Nicole emerges from the fridge with a cheesesteak, she seems confused to see me still sitting at her table in my shoe covers. "I wasn't actually inviting you to dinner." "Don't you want to hear about what we did today?" "Have you located the person who will pay to fix my fucking yard?" She raises an eyebrow at me, but I can barely tell because her curly hair covers half her face from when she was bent over in the fridge. My eyes dip to the tailored blouse that nips in at her waist below her stunning cleavage. I shake my head, biting my tongue, and stare up at the ceiling. As I'm admiring the lighting, a thought occurs to me. Did you do all the electrical work yourself, too? My body clenches as I wait for her response. There's good at renovations, and then there's fucking around with electrical stuff. She bites her cheese stick and frowns at me. "I pulled out all the knob and tube wiring myself and hired someone to rewire once I had all the fixtures mapped out," she says. I relax. My cousin will be relieved to hear it. Not sure why you'd tell her. Nicole reaches for a banana and leans against the counter, just staring at me and chewing. I feel my heart racing, and I need to say something to her, but I also feel a strange urge to bust her balls the way she does mine. "Want to go for a run?" As soon as I say the words, I'm shaking my head. First of all, I already put in 6 miles today and my legs are feeling it. Second, what kind of idiot question is that? Nicole tilts her head to the side and blows a puff of air at the hair falling over her face. Don't you usually trot around with your brothers? They're with their mom tonight, I say, and clench my body again. I have no idea why I said that. Why I invited personal discussion, especially after she made it clear I shouldn't be talking about her house with Orla. She bites the banana, a move so phallic I have to believe she's doing it on purpose. You have a different mom than your brothers? She stares at me as she chews. I just nod. My dad collects wives. I'm definitely not interested in going into more specifics, and I'm both relieved and terrified when Nicole sighs, shrugs, and says, Okay, but is it safe to run at night? It's pitch black dark outside. I grin. I'll protect you. That gets a laugh. You gonna run in those booty things? She points at my shoe covers. I grin. I've got my running stuff in my truck. I tell her. Give me 5 minutes.
Chapter 12. Nicole. I can't begin to understand why I agreed to go for a run with Zack Brady. I mean, an additional run. We're supposed to meet again for a group run this weekend, but this feels unnecessary, except this skinny bastard looked so fucking cute in those blue shoe covers, and my cold, dead heart melted a little when he explained that he didn't want to mess up my floors. He comes out of my bathroom wearing black running pants that aren't skin tight exactly, but definitely show me which side his junk hangs toward. I nod, approvingly. I also had gone upstairs to change while he ran out for his stuff. So, what all do we take with us for a night run? I look around, as if I've got fancy flashlights or something. Zack gestures outside. This is a city, Nicole. There are street lights. We're just going to run on Butler Street? I'm horrified. I hadn't considered that we'd run on the main road, where people are out eating at trendy, cute restaurants or waiting in line to get tattoos or some shit. I pick up my keys and thread them between my fingers to stab potential abductors, wondering if I've lost my mind. Zack takes my keys from me and clunks the massive network of keychains on the counter. We can use the contractor code to get back in, he says gently. I slide my cell into the pocket on my leggings as he watches. We head outside and I draw in a shaky breath. It's cold out here. We'll go slow, he says. You'll warm up soon, I promise. He lets me set the pace, and we run for a few blocks up to the main road, where he's right. It's bright as day out here between the neon lights from the shops and the street lights. I've been practicing, and I can already tell I'm getting fitter, or maybe less bad at running. Either way, I'm going faster than last time. Remember, talking pace, he says. His deep voice sounds patronizing, and I fucking hate that I passed out the last time we exercised together, because I was too damn stubborn to let him see me struggling to catch my breath. Don't tell me what to do, I spit at him. See? You're talking just fine. I can tell by the way he moves that he's holding back, and I hate him for being fitter than me. Now, what are you going to talk about? We come to a red light, and Zack pulls to a stop. I realize we'll probably be doing this a lot, given how short the blocks are. This is nice. Getting breaks, I tell him, and I mean it. By the time the light changes, I'm ready to start running again, and I actually smile, enjoying myself as we weave in between some people coming out of a bar. You doing okay? He asks, swerving a bit around some construction tape where they've got half the sidewalk torn up. I nod, and when we get to the next red light, I put my hands on my hips, drawing in deep breaths, letting him see how hard I've been working even at this snail pace. But oddly, not caring so much. He points toward the river and says, My brothers and I run on that trail sometimes. Cal always manages to find rail ties. He makes them into shit. bottle openers and stuff. I'm pretty sure that's the most words I've ever heard him string together. It must be nice to get along with your siblings, I respond, puffing along. The next light is green when we get there. My sister and my mother don't really approve of me at all. He says. Guess we have that in common. You don't go take your mom out to dinner? He makes a sound that's halfway between a laugh and a cry. He looks over at me and I brush my hair back from my face to meet his eyes. He frowns. She walked out on my dad and me when I was a baby, he says. Haven't heard from her since. Shit, I say. The next light is green again, so we keep going. This has to have been at least a mile. Well, I spit out, feeling like I need to have some sort of comeback to that, but not sure this is the time for black humor. I can't say I'd prefer that to weekly lectures about my fat ass and my alternative lifestyle. I make air quotes as I realize I'm not struggling to breathe or make jokes. I think. I'm really getting better at this. I can see the Abbey ahead. I love that place. It used to be a funeral home, and they totally redid it to make a kick-ass bar-restaurant-coffee shop combo. It's sort of ridiculous, and the food is amazing, and I love to sit there and work sometimes, alternating a glass of wine with an iced coffee just because I can. Isaac sees where my eyes land, and he raises a brow at me. Want to stop to hydrate? Holy shit, yes, I say. I grab his arm and run faster until I'm tugging open the door to the bar. I'm not even out of breath. The hostess looks at us and makes a face, and only then do I remember that we're wearing running clothes, and frankly, Isaac smells like his were worn already. He doesn't seem fazed that we're in a trendy place, looking like we just finished jazzercise. We're just here for drinks, he says, placing his hand on my back and guiding me over toward the bar. I stare at his arm, stunned by how good it feels on my back. I don't typically go out with men who take charge like this. I definitely don't go out with guys who wear workout gear to a trendy bar. Not that I'm out with Isaac. We just happen to be getting a drink after a training run for some corporate nonsense our bosses are forcing us into. There's only one stool open at the bar, and Isaac gestures toward it. What? I say. You think I'm so feeble after the run that I need to sit? Like I'm going to collapse? Maybe you need to sit so you don't pass out from the stink fumes from those skanky running clothes. Fair enough, he says, giving his shirt a sniff and smiling. I did already run this morning. Don't mind if I do sit. He makes a big show of sinking into the stool and stretching out his long legs. He puts his arms up on the bar, grinning. Maybe you can give me laundry advice. That setup you've got on the first floor is pretty sweet. I lean against the bar next to him, regretting giving up the stool. My lower back starts to hurt as my heart rate slows down. I shiver, realizing I worked up a sweat getting here, and it must be evaporating and making me cold. Oh God, do I stink as much as Isaac? I try to catch a whiff of myself, and the smug fucker catches me. He leans toward me, smiling, and takes an exaggerated sniff. Don't worry, he says. You don't smell any worse than me.
Chapter 13. Zack. This is probably going to come out wrong. I start. But how did you get interested in home renovations? You're a refined businesswoman. She snorts. I mean, by appearances. Nobody would call your personality refined. She nods, tapping her fingers on the bar and looking impatient. I bought a shithole house in a shithole neighborhood to spite my parents, and I made it nice to prove that I could. I nod. I, too, bought a shithole house, but I haven't put in the time to fix it up much. She looks at me, considering. I did most of the work when I was right out of college, she says. I was lower on the ladder at work and had more time. I finally managed to flag down the bartender and order us each a light beer. There's no way I'll make it back to Nicole's house on foot if I drink anything heavier. What's with Beltane? She asks, chewing on a plastic drink stirrer. Beltane? Yeah, she says. The name of your family's company? It's a sun festival, right? Like a Celtic pagan sort of thing? I shrug. My grandma emigrated here from Ireland. My family is kind of into all that stuff. Dad believes in a Lion King sort of approach to business. She starts twirling a stray lock of hair around one finger, and I have to exercise all my self-control not to lean over and join in, entwining my fingers with hers in those messy locks. Lion King approach? I crack a smile. Yeah, you know, everything the light touches is our kingdom. I do my best James Earl Jones impression, and Nicole bursts out laughing. I decide I'll give up all my independence and my entire reputation as a hard-ass if I can hear her make that sound again. We talk about her first job as a project manager at a tech company, and it turns out she knows my college roommate, Rayland. You lived with Ray Ray? Her eyes go wide. No, actually that makes sense. He's some brooding genius. The bartender comes back with our beers, and she continues. He was actually a dream to work with because I never had to hound him for anything. He always met deadlines and entered everything on our project spreadsheets. When he left for grad school, the idiot who replaced him was a nightmare. I laugh. You'd love working with engineers, I tell her. Brooding cyborg describes just about all of us except maybe my brother Cal. I reach for my wallet to pay, and Nicole actually growls at me. You are not buying my damn drink, she says. You're about to be $250,000 in the red, Miss Kennedy. I remind her. You should accept the beer. How many times do I have to tell you to stop telling me what to do? Her face turns red. I love driving her wild like this. I make a mental note to tell her what to do every time I see her, and another mental note to imagine telling her what to do while naked. Later, when I'm home, alone, that is. I already beat off once today thinking about Nicole, but after this, I'm going to have to go at it again when I get home. I'm not proud of it, but looking at her now, all sweaty in her tight running stuff, I'm not sorry about it either. The bartender takes my card and looks between me and Nicole. Both beers on one card, I tell him, not taking my eyes off Nicole. She glares at me, picks up her drink, and chugs it down in about 3 seconds. She just opens her throat and pours the liquid down like it's water, and slams the glass down on the bar before I can even get mine raised to my lips. There, she says. We hydrated. I'm heading back. Shit, I mutter, as she makes her way through the crowd toward the door. She's actually serious. I knock back a few swigs of my drink and quickly sign the credit card receipt and take off after her. The second she gets outside, she starts running. But I know she can't hold that pace for long, so I go slow and steady. She runs along in good form, lasting much longer than I expect. I decide right there in the cold, chasing her, that I don't give a shit anymore that she's a client. That line I didn't want to cross has slid right into the river with her yard. I have to catch her, and I have to touch her. When she steps aside to bend over, hands on her thighs, breathing heavy, I come up behind her and place my hand on her back, the heat of her body radiating through the cold and into my palms. Christ, she feels good. As she breathes heavily, I lean down so my mouth is right near her ear. I had no idea you could open your throat like that, I whisper. You should show me again. She whips her head over at me and growls as she stands up straight. I watch her decide to let go of her restraint. She shoves me toward the alley, planting 2 hands right in my chest and pressing hard. My back hits the bricks, and I grin at her, heaving and glaring. I press off the wall and box her in against the opposite wall, her face in the shadows of the alley, her breath puffing out in a cold, white cloud in the night air. Why'd you run out of there? She shrugs. You pissed me off. I lean in closer, rocking my hips into her, and her eyes drop to my crotch when she feels how hard I am. Maybe I like when you're pissed off. My voice is low, my mouth right by her ear. What are you doing? She says. But her eyes tell me she knows exactly what I'm doing. Waiting for you to tell me to stop, I say, leaning in closer, closer as my heart pounds in my ears. I can see her own pulse ticking in her neck. She doesn't tell me to stop, and I don't, crushing my mouth against hers. Her plump lips are cold against mine, and she tastes like light beer. She moans into my mouth, and I thrust my hips against hers, pinning her against the wall. My dick is so hard I can feel it straining against the seams of my running pants. I don't dare take my hands off the brick wall beside her head, though. Once I lay my hands on her again, I'm not going to be able to stop. And I'm not quite so far gone that I'm going to fuck her in an alley. Unless she asks for that. She digs.
Chapter 14. Nicole. Nobody talks to me this way, I think, as Zack Brady does exactly what he said he would and yanks down my pants. Nobody has ever talked to me this way, and nobody has made me feel this fucking excited before either. I love sex. And I love it on my terms, which means me on top grinding just so against my date's pubic bone until I detonate my lady rocket. I don't do relationships. I don't really even do second dates. I have no room in my life for that. Sex is for release, animalistic and sweaty. Then I go home and sleep in my own damn bed by myself as God intended. So when I feel the crack of Isaac's palm on the cold skin of my ass, I shriek. In that instant, I realize I've been going about this very, very wrong. He rubs his hand on my ass cheek a few times and then brings his hand down on the other cheek. I gasp as his cold fingertips massage their way between my legs, finding me wet and hot and wanting. He slides one long finger inside me. It's cold and smooth, the contrast to my own sizzling heat making me pant. Fuck, Isaac, I mutter, biting my lip and looking over my shoulder. I see him standing there, wild-eyed, with one hand palming his dick above the waistband of his pulled-down pants, while the other hand thrusts in and out of my pussy. He looks dark and fierce and very, very sexy. "What are you waiting for?" I say. He pulls his hand out of me and wraps it in my hair, giving it a tug and bending my head back. "I'm clean," he growls, "and I don't have a condom. I want to fuck you bare." "Oh, shit," I pant as he tugs again on my hair, the tingles on my scalp in contrast to the slow, aching pulse of my core. "Yes," I breathe. This isn't a thing I do. Not with the men who are happy enough to let me take charge of our carefully choreographed encounters. Zack Brady isn't satisfied, and his long arms feel powerful, at home on my body. "Please," I beg. I actually fucking beg him to take me raw. He grunts as he slides inside me, spearing me on his cock in one swift thrust that makes both of us groan. The angle of my hips somehow makes his cock feel like it's brushing against every nerve ending in my body. As he thrusts inside me, harder and faster, I feel my orgasm building on its own, like he's scraping it out of me. I refuse to tell him it feels good, and I have just enough brain capacity to realize that's ridiculous. "Come for me, Nicole," he grunts, giving my hair another tug. "Don't tell me what to do." I spit back at him, thrusting my hips back to meet his as we crash together. He's got one hand on my hip for leverage, and I hear the sound of our bodies slapping together. Both of us have our pants around our ankles, fully dressed on top, as his bare cock slides in and out. I'm so wet, I can feel my slick arousal coating my upper thighs the harder he fucks me. Jesus, I had no idea it feels so good to get totally pounded like this. "You feel so fucking good," he says, growling. I can feel his sack bumping against my crotch, and I like that too. "I love feeling your balls," I groan, leaning forward more, my hands sliding across the counter as my palms start to sweat. Zack redoubles his efforts, thrusting impossibly fast. I close my eyes. Can I really come this way? I wonder, and I pick up one hand to reach between my legs, desperate for the friction. He roars and pulls my hand away, pinning it down on the counter with the hand that had been in my hair, which is now flying all over the place as my body jolts with his thrusts. He smacks my ass again, and I just let go. I stop thinking, and my body takes over until I'm coming. I come so long and so hard that my forehead drops against the counter. I cry with relief that my clit isn't broken, and then I come some more. I feel my moans practically shaking the windows in their panes, and I know I'm screaming his name, screaming for him to keep going. "Fill me up, Isaac," I shriek. "Jesus, fuck, this feels so good. I want your cum." And he gives it to me, with 2 more slamming thrusts that bounce my hip bones off the cabinets. I feel his balls slap against me again, and then I feel him swell inside me, thrusting and spurting as he bites my shoulder and breathes against my ear. "Nicole," he moans, still spasming. Finally, he stills, and he leans against my back. I slump over the counter, my chest heaving. Soon, my legs start cramping. Whether from running or being fucked in this position, I'm not sure. I grimace and try to move out from under him, but this makes him slide out from my body, and I feel empty once his cock leaves me, even though I can still feel it right there, wet and sticky against my ass cheek. I wriggle out of his long arms and grab for a water glass in the sink, not caring if it's dirty. I start chugging water and I realize he's staring at me, and no wonder. I've got my pants around my ankles, my ass is probably red from being slapped, and I'm downing water like I'm in a boat race at Kegger. I finish the water and groan in gratitude, and then my baggage starts taking over my thought patterns. I just fucked my engineer in my kitchen, and I really fucking liked it, and I can't handle that right now. "You can head on out now," I tell him, flipping my hair back out of my eyes. "We've both got work tomorrow, and I'm sure you're hungry." "What?" I gesture toward the door. "You don't have to stay. You don't have to cuddle me or anything like that." Isaac stands, staring at me, his mouth working up and down. I've stunned him, and that surprises me. I thought we were on the same page here. I like that I can see so much of myself in him. No nonsense, nothing emotional. We just had a fucking great time, and now we can each go on home to bed and get on with our evening. "You're serious right now?" Isaac's eyebrows are so far up his forehead, I almost can't see them behind his messed up sex hair. "Yes, Isaac. I'm kicking you the hell out so I can go wash your spunk from my vag and go to bed." He laughs as he squats down to pull up his pants, shaking his head. Then he keeps laughing. "What?" I stand with my hands on my hips, refusing to give him the satisfaction of seeing me bend over to pull up the pants he probably ripped, pulling them down over my birthing hips. That's what my mother calls my wide ass. Birthing hips. "Tell me something," he says, reaching for his keys where he left them on my counter with his gym bag. "What?" I repeat, my voice getting shrill and high. I start tapping my nails against the counter. "Was I better than the purple babe rocket?" I feel the flush start at my knees and rise to the top of my ears. I thought we were both going to silently agree not to discuss that he'd signed for delivery of the vibrator I drunk ordered last week. I haven't even managed to get off with the thing yet, and am probably going to send it back for a refund. Although something tells me I can conjure up memories of this kitchen tryst, and it'll work just fine. "Get out, Isaac," I finally spit out at him. "Just go home." And then he does something truly surprising. He laughs, slings his gym bag over his shoulder, and leans in to kiss my cheek, pausing to rest his forehead against mine. "I'll see you tomorrow," he says. Then he's gone. Chapter 15. Nicole. I wriggle uncomfortably on the stoop at Emma's house on Saturday, after ringing the bell to their loft. Stag family dinner is usually at Tim and Alice's house, and it's usually on Sunday. But Emma and Thatcher are hosting a birthday party for their oldest kid, Wesley. I can never decide if I'm supposed to just go up or wait to be greeted. If this were a normal day at Emma and Thatcher's house, I'd let myself in and help myself to her cheese drawer. But her parents are probably up there. And my boss. Years of growing up in Madeline Kennedy's household with her cold, rigid manners are hard to shake. Sometimes I think I'm extra crass on purpose, just as an added fuck you to my prim mother. I shake my shoulders and shove the door open, adjusting my grip on the gift bag I'm carrying, and wincing a little as I climb the steps. I'm not sure if it was the run or the rough sex that's left me tender. But I'm not looking forward to the group run tomorrow if this keeps up. At least I know my clit's not broken. I hear the Stagg family before I even slide open the door to the remodeled loft space. Emma's husband designed this place and did most of the work with his brothers, which of course means that I helped with a lot of the work too, because I knew how to do all this stuff. I smile, remembering those late nights with the brothers Stagg and Emma, giving each other shit and working together toward a common goal. As far as I'm concerned, those are my family memories, the ones that make me feel good. I met Emma in college, at the very beginning of my quest to shed my family. She was also working to overcome her family's restrictive treatment of her epilepsy. And I really feel like the two of us grew up together, becoming confident women who make our own decisions. My mom used to complain when her friends achieved something, would hiss about how they probably cheated some system. When Emma got her book published and started winning awards, I was the first person in line with a paperback copy for an autograph. When she got pregnant unexpectedly and wasn't sure what she wanted to do, I helped her make a fucking spreadsheet so she could come to her own conclusions. I catch myself smiling at the sight inside. Emma's husband and their 2 kids, his brothers and all their zillion kids are building a tower from magnetic blocks. Tim's oldest kid, Petey, keeps kicking the tower over. Little jerk, I mutter, adding my gift bag to the heap. Emma catches sight of me and runs over, pulling me in for a hug like it's been months since we've seen each other. She's the only person who ever embraces me like this, really folds into the hug. Ladies don't squeeze, darling, my mother used to say when I'd try to hug her if I was upset. I'm so glad you're here, Emma says. I know these big family dinners aren't your favorite. I shrug. They're growing on me, I tell her honestly. Emma still has hold of my hands and cocks her head to the side, pondering something. Were you limping just now? Walking? Ugh! I roll my eyes. I've been training for that marathon thing Tim is making me run. At the sound of his name, my boss extracts himself from the heap of children and heads toward me. Nicole, did I hear you mention the marathon? Tim and his brothers have probably run 10 miles this morning before the party. That thought leads me to think about Isaac running with his brothers, and then my mind wanders back to my kitchen last night, and I realize I shouldn't be at a kid's party with my filthy brain. I'm working up to the 4-mile training run tomorrow, I tell him, gratefully accepting the cocktail Emma hands me. One reason I tolerate the Staggs so well is they offer cocktails, even at baby parties. Tim frowns at the drink. It's very important that we beat Beltane, he says, gesturing at my drink. I can have Tyrion send you the meal plan he made for us when my brothers and I were training for the full marathon. I glare daggers at Tim and gulp down the drink. Look, boss, I know your brother is a professional athlete and his wife is an Olympian, but that's not me. I reach for one of the pastries sitting on the counter and bite into it. I'm going to give this my best, but I'm not eating kale. Well then, you're not giving it your best, are you? He crosses his arms. I can tell Tim and I are about to launch into a scoldathon, but we're interrupted by Emma's parents floating over to us. Her parents and mine have gotten along swimmingly since Emma and I met in the dorms, which shows what I think of her parents. To be fair, Emma and her mom have been really working on their relationship since she got with Thatcher. I clench my entire body as her mom leans in for cheek kisses. Nicole, you look radiant, she says. Thank you, Mrs. Cheswick. You look like the very definition of a glamorous grandma. She pinches her lips as Senator Cheswick chuckles. He reaches out for a handshake and then frowns. Say, he says, what's this I hear about trouble with your property? I'm not sure this is the place for... Emma's mom starts to interrupt, but given the choice between talking about running with my boss, talking about babies with my best friend, or bitching about my yard with her dad... Ugh, Mr. Cheswick, I'm going to need another drink if I'm going to talk about the landslide. He laughs again like I'm not serious, and I remember that Emma also comes from a house where real emotions were discouraged. I've been stressed as fuck about my yard, frankly, I say, watching Mrs. Cheswick's eyes bulge out of her head. Running with Isaac and banging Isaac were the two moments in over a week where I wasn't on the brink of hyperventilating that my yard was going to slide into the river and cost me 2 lifetimes' worth of savings to get back. I raise my eyebrows and take a sip of my drink and give him the bare details of my situation. He scratches his chin. You got an engineer on the job? I probably know a guy. Let me guess, I tell him, sucking on an ice cube. You know the folks from Beltane Engineering? He nods, grinning. Mick and I go way back, he says. I remember what Isaac told me about his father collecting wives, and I frown. Well, Mick's youngest son, Isaac, is handling the repair for me, and I guess for my neighbor, even though I can't stand the old bat. Emma's dad frowns and fiddles with his tie. Landslides. Gosh, Nicole, that's going to be expensive to repair. I crunch down on the ice and nod. Can I be really honest right now? I tell him, knowing I'm only going to be half honest because the real me would give his wife a heart attack. I don't want to talk about money at my best friend's son's birthday party. I excuse myself, and they look relieved, as I make my way back to the living room to watch a sticky toddler open his birthday presents. I nod toward Maddie, who mouths, "Nice rack," to me, and I laugh. I try to tamp down the feelings of fear that Isaac and his lawyer won't be able to find someone responsible for the landslide costs, that the city will condemn my house, and I'll be tossed out on the street. Maddie's right about my rack. I try to focus on how good I feel in another one of the fancy bras while I watch the little stag open his gifts. Wesley makes his way to my bag, and I allow myself a smug moment of happiness when he squeals about the plain red playground ball I brought him. Wish we could roll it around in my backyard, kid. I mutter.
Chapter 16. Zack. Cal and Liam meet me by the running trail early on Sunday morning. The two of them aren't saddled with a beginner for the group run, but all of us are used to running way more than the 4 miles scheduled for today's group run. We can get in at least 6 miles before the crowds arrive, if we hurry. I park next to Cal and interrupt him and Liam arguing about their living arrangements. I don't get why you don't want to move in with Granny, Cal says, smacking Liam's ass when he bends to stretch his hamstrings. She'll feed us and she won't hear you coming in with your special company. Liam kicks Cal in the ankle, making him hop on one foot in pain. First of all, she won't feed us because she doesn't cook anymore, which you'd know if you visited more often. They're talking about our dad's Irish mother, who lives alone in Dad's childhood home that he refuses to sell. Granny's almost 90, grouchy as Liam, and neither Dad nor Uncle Kellen can convince her to downgrade to a senior living arrangement. Callum has been pushing Liam to end the lease on their bachelor pad, so they can move in with our grandmother and maybe get some contractors in there to at least keep the squirrels out of the chimney. Liam continues, saying, "And you're nuts if you think I'd be bringing special company into that drafty old house with my grandmother home." I grunt my agreement with Liam. Cal is the ladies' man among us. I sniff and adjust my shirt, hoping my mannerisms don't give away the fact that I've had my own special company this week. Normally, I view my runs with my brothers as a time to escape the frustrations of work. But all of us view engineering as part of us. Our brains are just wired to think methodically and find solutions to problems. So I break code a bit to talk about the landslide project with them. I could use your advice if the two of you are done fighting over Granny. They look at me, eyes wide. Liam snorts. Yeah, because we're such model citizens. We're great at advice, Zack. We start running west on the path, toward the old prison by the Ohio River. I meant engineering advice. We all know Uncle Kellen is the only Brady worth giving out life advice. This gets a few grunts of approval, and we run 3 abreast up the path, hopping around small patches of black ice. Nobody else is out this way, and the group runs will head the opposite direction on the recreational trail. I tell my brothers about the landslide and my conversation with Jared. I've combed through blueprints for the major construction projects nearby, I say, but nothing seems off. Yeah, because the plans are made by engineers, Liam spits out. Who did the actual construction on each of the sites? Liam is a structural engineer. While he works mostly on bridge projects throughout the city and with industrial clients in the region, he knows a lot about the local construction firms and the ones who cross their T's and dot their I's. I try to picture the list of projects near Nicole's house. I think Kellinger did a few. Rothermel definitely did one. I'd have to look. If any of them are Meyer, you should send one of my inspectors out to look at the work, he says, explaining that he recently found a number of potentially deadly errors on a bridge repair work that the Meyer company had completed. Without my guys checking, we could have had a 20-ton crane collapse, spilling God knows what chemicals. God, I hate sloppy work. He spits off to the side of the path in frustration, then unzips his top layer. As the sun comes out from behind a cloud, I can tell it's going to be warm by the time our group run finishes. I wish I had layered up like Liam. I'll take a look. Thanks, brother. They return to bickering about what to do about our grandmother, wondering why she won't just go move in with Uncle Kellen, since he lives alone in a much smaller house in a nearby neighborhood. By the time we reach the prison, turn around, and run back to where we started, the corporate teams for the group run have begun to gather. Orla flips me the bird when she sees us. Thanks a lot, assholes, she says, gesturing toward our dad. I've had to listen to at least 6 of his long stories so far. Why didn't you tell me you were pre-gaming? I'm about to apologize for leaving her out when my dad catches my eye and gestures for me to come over to him. Zack, great. I want you to come meet someone. He starts pulling me over toward the Stag Law crew. Nicole is pouting by her boss, and some other guys I assume work with them at the law firm. Her eyes widen as she sees me coming toward them with my dad. Tim, Miss Kennedy, I want you to meet my youngest son. Zack's going to come with us when we head to Paraguay. Nicole and I both whip our heads toward Dad. What? We say at once. Dad laughs. Trust me, he says. This is a good idea. I want to tell you some of the ideas I had about our meeting with El Presidente. Tim looks like he's not quite sure what to say to this new information, and he frowns, considering. I don't blame him. From what I understand, this trip is a big opportunity for his firm to help establish a charitable foundation with one of their baseball player clients. Dad doesn't miss a beat, though. He claps Tim on the back. Why don't the 4 of us grab some brunch after this run and we can talk it over? Nicole crosses her arms over her chest as the run leader picks up the bullhorn and starts his cheery welcome speech. Tim, don't you have family dinner on Sunday afternoons with your pregnant wife? He considers this as we start following the crowd toward the starting place for the run. Tim says. It's true, Mick. I've got some family obligations today. But you know what? I trust Nicole to run point on this. Plus, she knows Zack already. You 3 go talk it out and brief me later. Tim claps Nicole on the back. For now, though, he says, grinning, I've got to pound out some miles to make sure old man Brady eats my dust in the relay. Dad and Tim laugh and take off at a quick pace, talking about who knows what. Nicole looks at me like this is somehow my fault. You're absolutely not coming along on my business trip, she says. For one thing, you've got to fix my damn yard. Now who's telling who what to do? I tease. The fact that she doesn't want me to come along makes me decide I'm going to Paraguay now, no matter what. It's whom? She says, not looking at me as she takes off toward the 16th Street Bridge. I guess we're not going to talk about Friday night.
Chapter 17. Nicole. I run the entire 4 miles without stopping, and I want to celebrate that fact with Isaac, but I'm too pissed off about him and his father sabotaging my trip to Paraguay. Tim Stagg hired me to strategize the future of his law firm, and I can't do that when he's looping in golf buddies behind my back, and having them bring their damn kids along on my information gathering trips for our clients. Throughout the entirety of the run, my thoughts alternated between remembering Friday night and the way I feel strangled by Tim lately. He's not listening to me at work, and worse, he's making decisions without consulting me at all. I realize my miles were achieved in part thanks to my anger, and marvel that my head is feeling a bit clearer by the time we reach the turnaround point. Isaac seemed as surprised by his father's antics as me, so at least there's that. I can hear him keeping pace right behind me throughout our run, and it drives me bananas that he doesn't say anything to me. I want him to pick a fight, say something annoying, drag me by the ponytail off into the bushes, and fuck me again. Okay, where did that last part come from? My thighs are burning as I speed up for the final stretch of our run, trying and failing to forget how it felt to spend time with him on Friday, to wrestle with his long, firm body in my kitchen until he had me screaming and panting for more. Isaac's dad stands in the parking lot, clapping his hands and cracking gum as we run up to him. "Is my son talking to you about your stride, Nicole? I know you're the competition and all, but he's also supposed to be coaching you here on these group runs." My stride? I look over at Zack, confused. He stares daggers at his father. "We just got past breath work, Dad. I'm not going to dump everything on her at once." What the hell is wrong with my stride? Does he mean the way I'm moving my legs? God, are there things to change about that? Who are these people that they think they can stand there and watch me run and talk about my legs moving? Mick Brady squints at his son, thinks for a minute, and shakes his head. "Zack's right, honey. I'm sure you'll get to talking about footwork eventually." "I'm not your honey," I huff at him. And then I remember that he's a friend of my boss, and I suck a breath in through my teeth. I ought to be using that in through the nose and out through the mouth breathing method Isaac talks about when we're working hard. I prefer Nicole or Ms. Kennedy. Mick nods. My bad. Let's head over to Mulligan's. We can walk. They've got great eggs." He starts off toward a dingy-looking diner near the 16th Street Bridge, and I'm surprised. He seems like the kind of man who'd hire a driver to take us to the William Penn, or something more glamorous. Something serving alcohol at least. When we get inside, Mick greets the hostess familiarly and Isaac stews, silently. We sit, the two of them opposite me at a small booth, and Mick orders rounds of orange juice for the table. "We all need the sugar after a long run," he says. "You get your miles in before the group run, son?" My eyes widen as Isaac nods. They chat, apparently having all run about 10 miles today altogether. Here I was feeling so proud to run 4 without stopping to rest. And here I was feeling proud that I didn't pass out this time. Apparently, I'm in over my head in both athletics and business lately. We order our breakfasts, and Mick chastises his son for getting extra sausage, facing toward me and saying, "My boys never listen to me about healthy foods. The older two at least have their mother to influence them a bit. This one thinks I'm full of shit." Isaac points a fork at his father and retorts, "First of all, you are full of shit, and second, I can eat sausage once a week. I'm not going to clog my arteries." I frown, focusing back on what Mick said about Cal and Liam's mom. I remember what Zack said about not seeing his mom since he was a baby. My own mother would have fainted if she saw me order an omelet with the yolks in it, let alone a side of bacon. In front of men, no less. Mick leans back and presses his lips together. He says. "Guess he probably didn't tell you about his mother when he was surveying your rotational landslide." I open my mouth to correct him, but Mick charges on ahead. "Thing is, Ms. Kennedy, I make better decisions about engineering than I do about my personal life." "Dad, we don't need to talk about this." Mick waves a hand at his son and tries to bat away the toast Isaac is buttering. "It's white bread, son. This stuff will kill you. Look at your grandfather. Mick turns toward me. Zack's mother thought having a baby would help our relationship. She wasn't cut out to be anyone's parent. Zack looks like he's going to snap his butter knife in half, slathering the butter and smashing the bread to pieces in the process. She skipped town not too long after Zack was born. He grew up coming to work with me most of the time. That's what gave him such an edge as an engineer, I think. Mick talks about Isaac's early aptitude for math, describing earth dams he'd build in the puddles on work sites and the ways he'd put on a tiny hard hat to join his uncle inspecting mine shafts. I think my boy here can feel the earth move beneath his hands, Mick says. That's why I want him to come with us to Paraguay. The food arrives and I dig into my omelet, catching Isaac's eye as he just looks at me, smoldering and sweaty. When I lick my lip, I taste salt on my skin, reminding me of how he tasted the other night in my kitchen. Mick keeps talking. You know, we're going in late February, right at the tail end of their rainy season. Did you know that? I shake my head. I haven't read much about the country. I pretty much only read up on Augusto Cruz and his immediate family. Mick nods and winks. That entire region has terrible landslides, just devastating. They don't have a lot of infrastructure to start with. I mean, compared to here. And what they do have gets washed away in these monsoons. Your Mr. Cruz would know all about it, especially if he managed to make a name for himself as a ball player despite all this. I start to feel a bit foolish that I don't already know more about the region we're visiting, and make a note to start skimming the news sections and reading up on Paraguay and surrounding nations. I ask you, Mick continues, pausing to eat some fruit, what do you think is important to this flashy baseball player? These other guys, they start foundations. It buys what? Shoes and gloves for kids in Puerto Rico? Batting helmets? Those things aren't going to do a sniff of good to kids who can't walk to school because the road washed out. Dad, I don't think Nicole wants to hear about landslides while she's eating. Of course she does, Mick counters. Her client is creating a foundation. That foundation could service the foundation of his homeland, reinforce the roads so they don't wash into the sea. This is starting to sound more and more interesting, and I can see why Tim likes spending time with this guy. I would never have thought to care about how the rainy season somewhere might impact how its celebrity athletes share their wealth. But I'm also not convinced it's relevant to a foundation that Augusto Cruz will create. This is really fascinating, I say, and I swear I can see Isaac's neck muscles spasm. I pull out my phone and tap in a few notes to remind myself what Mick is saying. Flood relief, I say. That could have appeal to donors, and people in Pittsburgh can relate to that, especially fans who live along the Mon River. I'm not fully convinced what I'm saying is true. Mick nods. Now, do you know what flood relief means? Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Isaac throws down his napkin, crosses his arms, and leans back. I shake my head. We're not talking about boxes of Red Cross rations or sandbags to hold back the river. Flood relief, real relief, means someone with geotechnical knowledge proposing sustainable, affordable solutions to repair roads, restore power, secure the foundations of the homes built on the hillsides before they slide into the roads that just got repaired. Getting the nation functioning again at full capacity. That's flood relief. I have never thought about that at all, I tell him truthfully. I chase my orange juice with a glass of water and try to process everything Mick is saying. So where do you and Isaac come into all of that? Mick grins. Isaac shakes his head. Well, Augusto Cruz's foundation could help the government of Paraguay finance these infrastructure improvements, pay the right experts to develop plans, supervise and execute the repair work for the nation. He claps Isaac on the back and rubs his shoulder. Imagine if my son leads off his small talk with the president of Paraguay, talking about how he saved your house from falling into the Allegheny River. Now it's my turn to squint and cross my arms. I'm feeling really manipulated here, and I don't like it at all. Mick points a long finger at me. This could be a very mutually beneficial trip for our companies, Ms. Kennedy, if we play our cards right.
Chapter 18. Zack. I spend the next few days in a black mood. My dad always does shit like this, steamrolling everyone in his path. Sure, his idea is sound, probably even good, but he should have tipped me off to this plan from the beginning. He wants me to be all grateful to him that he saw this long-term vision when he sent me to Nicole's backyard initially, rather than give me the promotion I've been working toward for years. And I hate how Nicole looked steamrolled about the whole plan. I could tell that's not what she was going for at all, but also that she was in a hard spot between my dad and her boss leaping at Dad's ideas. He wants me to be thankful that he's bothering to bring me by his side on this grand humanitarian mission. Pah! I growl at the dirt in Nicole's yard. Blowing out a long breath, I note that the ground has sunk at least another foot since I was here last. It doesn't seem to be moving more horizontally, but I know I'm going to have to involve the city inspector soon if the slide doesn't settle. Nicole is going to murder me if her house gets condemned. But I'm going to tell her this is happening so she's well informed, because I fucking respect her, and nobody likes this sort of surprise. I mutter to myself, letting my tape measure snap back in with an angry snick. I hate how I'm a sidekick for my father. All that shit about him fostering my love of the earth, as if his twisted version of childcare dragging me to construction sites was a positive thing. Yoo-hoo! I look over to see Nicole's neighbor waving her arms at me from her patio.
Can I talk to you?
I start muttering under my breath while I extract myself from the trench in Nicole's half of the yard. It's deep enough that I had to toss a ladder down there today. I sigh, brushing the mud off my knees as I make my way toward Valerie. What can I do for you, ma'am?
Have you read about the alligators in the river?
I squint my eyes at her and sniff to see if she's been drinking. Alligators? She starts waving a newspaper in my face.
We've got alligators in the damn rivers. Some crackpot was keeping them at home and let them loose. Now they're mating or coming after us, or I don't even know.
Ma'am, I'm wondering if maybe you have me confused for someone else. I'm just an engineer.
What I want to know is whether my yard will become a ramp for these reptiles. Are they going to bite my ass while I'm pruning my hedge?
I look out at her half of the yard, severed in half by the jagged trench formed by the landslide. On the far side of her property, her small raised garden beds sit untouched by the trauma. The trench running perpendicular to the shared property line is filled with the remains of what was surely once a fine hedge. I don't think you need to be pruning your hedge anytime soon.
Don't be a smartass. I see why she likes you,
Valerie says, bonking me with the rolled-up newspaper.
Are the gators going to climb onto my porch?
I sigh. I really don't think your yard is at any additional or different risk for alligators than any of your neighbors, I tell her. But you'd have to call animal control to be certain. I hear the patio door open on Nicole's half of the property, and she sticks her head out. Valerie, leave him alone. I hired him first, she says, but I can tell she's only half trying to sound mean. Have to pay me to hire me, I mutter, but neither of them hears me. Valerie crosses her arms over her chest and stares.
You know I'm on a fixed income,
she says, softer now. I nod. Nicole's face softens. Val, I told you I'm on top of this, okay? We'll rise or fall together on this. Isaac has a lawyer looking into it for us, okay? The three of us stand there for a few breaths, until Valerie nods and spins around, heading back into her house. You want to come in? Nicole asks, squinting at me as I make my way back to her trench to grab my ladder. I want to. I want to take out all my frustrations and smack her ass again until the skin turns pink. I want to bite her neck and have her bite me back. But it's a bad idea. Can't today, I say, not looking up at her. I walk out of her yard carrying the ladder before I have a chance to let my dick change my mind. I don't go home after work, though. I drive over to my uncle's house and smile when I see my cousin Orla's car in the driveway. That means there will be homemade dinner today. I knock on the door. Orla throws it open and points at my feet. "Boots off," she says, pointing next at the black plastic tray inside the door. My uncle hasn't visited a job site in a decade, but his door is always open to Orla and me and my brothers, which means he's always ready to intercept our filth before we bombard his tiny home. Like I was going to drag mud through the house, I mutter. Orla heads back into the kitchen and starts pouring me a glass of wine. My uncle stands at the stove, stirring something that smells amazing. Kellen is as tall and slender as my father, and the pair of them are fit and fast, despite being in their 50s. But where my father always has an angle, Kellen is pure kindness. And so I frequently drive over to his place and pour my heart out to him, most often when I'm pissed at my dad. Like right now. I scowl at the white wine Orla poured, and when my uncle catches sight of my face, he gestures at me to sit and reaches for his bottle of Irish whiskey that he keeps by the stove. Pouring me a few fingers, he wags a wooden spoon at me and says, "Spill, kid." Orla makes herself scarce, mumbling something about her laundry. Grateful, I sputter out the whole story from the diner, backtrack to the day I didn't get to present about the big dam project. If he had this long-term vision, why didn't he tip me off? He made me look like an asshole in front of Nicole. Nicole, is it? Kellen's brows shoot up as he leans on the counter. That the woman with the rotational landslide in her backyard? I nod and sip my drink, swirling the liquid in the glass and smelling it like I'd been taught, letting it slide into my mouth and down my throat. My father and uncle both agree that it's a sin to slam back the holy water of our motherland. We used to go to Ireland together once a year to see Granny and Granddad's cousins. There's no real drinking age over there, and the Brady kids came of age drinking whiskey on the banks of the Duff River. Even as a teen, tipsy, I was interested in the land around the river, how the soil changed as the river charged closer to the ocean. A timer beeps, and Kellen stoops to pull a pan from the oven. Lucky for you, I always make extra if Orla's coming over, he says. Unlucky for her. She won't have leftovers for her lunch tomorrow. We share a laugh at that. Need help setting the table? The question is a courtesy. When we eat here, we fix our plates by the stove and generally stand or sit around the counter on tall stools. By the time Uncle Kellen felt ready to move out on his own with Orla, we were all teenagers, off to track meets and math Olympics and robotics clubs. Engineers to our souls, we made the most of efficient conversations over hearty food at this counter. Tonight would be no different. Orla? Kellen shouts down the hall. Chicken's out! He looks at me and sighs. Your father should have given you some preparation before he sprung all that on the client. He gets so wrapped up in his long-term visions he can't ever figure out the details of the moment. I roll my eyes. Yeah, that's where you've always come in, I know it. But you didn't have to stand there while Tim Stagg and Nicole Kennedy looked like they weren't sure who to trust anymore. I'll talk to my brother about his plans for the Paraguay project, Kellen says, turning off the burners under the sauce and the vegetables. Orla saunters back into the room with a basket of clean, folded clothes, which she drops on the floor by the back door. Meanwhile, he says, scooping out a plate of food and handing it to me. Want to tell me about your progress with Nicole? Orla snorts, and I know neither of them is thinking about the project in her backyard. That just sends my mood back further into the dark side. I wanted Nicole to be my private business, a delicious secret just for me. In a world with 2 older brothers, no mother, and a distracted father obsessed with work, I never had very many indulgences. Giving in to my lust for that woman was decadent and intoxicating, and it can never happen again. She's too much, too wild, too smart, too capable, the kind of woman I could let myself relax around. And, evidently, part of my dad's business schemes. That makes her off limits for my own emotional safety. Keeping my guard up around people was always the one thing keeping me afloat. It was too easy for people I cared about to walk out of my life otherwise. My cousin and my uncle stare at me, and I realize they're expecting an answer. Project is coming along? I say. I've got the plans drawn up to secure the yard. Gonna have to build a retaining wall. I'm going there tomorrow to walk the property line again with the plans for the nearby residential construction. The two of them share a glance and a smile, and I know I haven't done a good job at all of hiding my extracurricular feelings for this particular client. Kellen chews a bit, thinking. I wasn't asking about the work, kiddo. I swallow and shake my head. There can't be anything other than the work, I tell him. Not with her wrapped up in Dad's business interests. Kellen frowns, makes eyes with Orla, and nods. I don't add the part where there can't be anything more because I can already tell that Nicole Kennedy has the power to eviscerate me. If I let her in, it'll crush me when she decides to hit the road. It's better that she kicked me out with my pants around my ankles. Just sex, just that once. We finish our meal in silence.
Chapter 19. Nicole. Maddie picks up Emma, who says she has 2 hours to chill before she has to go home and feed Ricky. So the two of them come to my house to ogle the trench in the yard. We stand in the sunroom drinking wine and staring at it. Maddie taps on the glass and frowns. If only there were a bra for your yard, she says, adjusting her own fine rack. We nod, sighing. Emma squints. So any movement with getting the insurance to pay? Or finding someone to sue? I shake my head. And what about your orgasm situation? Maddie asks. I pound my forehead against the glass, muttering, at least that's been partially solved. Partially? Emma and Maddie raise their brows in unison while I nod. I might have boned the nerdy engineer. Maddie claps her hands. Ooh, this is excellent information. Where's the rest of the wine? They pester me until I explain that I came for him. Hard. And Emma starts jumping up and down. She knows my whole deal with sex, that I only like it specific ways and under specific terms. But somehow it feels inappropriate to elaborate on the religious experience I had with him in my kitchen. I decide to pivot and tell them how I'm feeling sabotaged at work. Want me to have Thatcher talk to Tim? Emma starts patting my back. Absolutely fucking not, Emma Stagg. This is my career, and I'm going to solve it. I just wanted to vent about it. Maddie nods furiously. Yes, I'm here for you. Vent away because that's some bullshit. She starts to explain how things aren't going so hot for her at work either. There are some layoffs coming up at the newspaper, and she's feeling concerned. Emma actually hasn't been replaced since she left to be a full-time author, and Maddie and the other writers were already pulling double duty before the layoffs. Work is shitty, I say, just all around. Yeah, they say, nodding. But also, I love what I do, I tell them. I open a box of crackers and we pass that around, still staring at the trench. I really love my fucking job. We all sigh and munch our snacks a bit longer in silence before Emma says she has to go before her boobs burst. I'm actually sort of curious to see what that looks like, but I trust her to know her body. I walk the girls out to Maddie's car with hugs and promises to call with updates about the work situation. And the orgasms. Keep us posted about those, Emma says, looking serious enough that I laugh. I haven't been able to coax any more from my body manually yet, but the day is young. The sky looks slightly ominous as Maddie pulls out of her parking spot. I head inside and decide I could map out some plans for work, or I could try out the Babe rocket one more time. Babe rocket wins out, and I rummage under my bed trying to find it from where it rolled around on the floor the last time I threw it across the room. I'm just about to settle back on my sheets and crank it up when I'm startled by the onset of a sudden rainstorm. Squinting out the window, I see a man standing in the backyard. Isaac. What the hell is he doing standing out there in the rain?
Chapter 20. Zack. I spend the morning drawing up the plan of attack for Nicole's yard. Nobody has contacted me with any more details about traveling to Paraguay, so I do nothing else regarding the research for that project. We haven't figured out funding for Nicole's project yet. I know that she doesn't have $250,000. She can't even put her house up for a loan at this point. So until I find a culprit for her insurance to sue, we're stuck spinning our wheels planning a restoration rather than executing. The sun peaks out around 3 in the afternoon, so I decide to head over to her place. I've got the plans in my truck for the apartment complexes nearby, and after studying them a bit, I stand in her yard, just staring. These are new, trendy construction projects, with roof gardens and shit. One of the condo buildings even has a damn labyrinth in the back courtyard. I scoff, imagining people walking laps back there, trying to find inner peace. Hell, my dad will probably crash their labyrinth party and walk out of there with 6 new contracts to engineer meditation chambers in everyone's office. I kick a beer can that's rolling along the sidewalk, wondering why I can't see what it is that led to Nicole's yard just falling off the back of her property. Yes, this is Pittsburgh and these things happen, but it's always after an unseasonal torrential rain. And then, as if I conjured the weather by thinking it, the sky rips open and it begins to pour. Fuck! I shout. But I don't head for my truck. I stand with my hands on my hips, staring at the neighboring building with its rain garden and its rain barrels. I stand there, getting soaked to the skin, hoping above hope that a solution presents itself to me, that I can find something. But all I'm feeling is wet. Isaac? Isaac Brady! Nobody calls me Isaac except Nicole, and I love the sound of my full name on her lips. I turn to find her standing on her patio, waving her arms at me to come toward her. And of course I do. What in the hell are you doing out here in this weather? She looks at me like I've lost my mind. I shrug. Engineers frequently work outside in all sorts of weather, I tell her, trying to sound nonchalant, but my teeth start chattering and the jig is up. Well, come inside and get warm at least, she says, heading in through the sliding door. You finally gonna give me that laundry tutorial? I stop right inside the door, not really sure what to do. I can't very well walk through her house and streak mud everywhere, drip streams of water on her oil-finished hardwood floors. I take off my hard hat and set my phone on the little table inside the door. She just stares at me, considering. I'm considering too. What am I doing inside her house? Can I handle it if I'm inside her again, and then she tosses me out? Nicole bites the side of her lip and crosses her arms over her chest, and I realize that not fucking her is impossible right now. She sighs, pretending to be exasperated. Well, I can't very well give you a tutorial if you're still wearing the wet, muddy clothes. She raises a brow at me, and I'm done. I unzip and peel off my sopping wet fleece jacket and toss that down on the mat inside the door, and not taking my eyes off hers, I start to slowly unbutton my shirt. It's a terrible idea, being in here with her. It's terrible for me to give in to my feelings for this woman, because I don't just lust after her. I crave her smart mouth, and the way she cares about her elderly neighbor, even if she acts like Valerie is a pain in the ass. I crave her attention to detail, the way she's carefully set up her home so that everything has a place. I know I will come to regret this, because I can't let myself get attached to anyone who might leave me. My own mother didn't want me. I've got my siblings and my cousin, and that's enough for me. Women have always been a diversion for me. I end relationships before they get serious. But I don't care about any of that, as Nicole stands in the hall, beckoning for me. I brush my hair out of my eyes and walk toward her, ignoring the gnawing fear that Nicole will become one more woman in my life who walks out on me just as I succumb to needing her. I finish unbuttoning my shirt. I want those detail-oriented fingers on my skin. Nicole stands, considering me, watching as I strip in her kitchen. I pull the belt from my jeans and toss it next to my fleece as I unfasten my pants, letting them pool at my ankles. Wearing just my boxers, I bend over to untie my work boots. I hear Nicole's breath increase in speed as she watches me. And then my teeth start chattering again, and she approaches me. "Come with me," she says, stooping to pick up my stuff. I follow her down the hall, close enough that I know my breath tickles her neck as she shoves my clothes in her washer. "Do you have anything else in your pockets that shouldn't get wet?" She sets my wallet and keys on the counter in her laundry room. I shake my head and press myself against her back, craving her heat and her nearness in equal degrees. Cranking the dial to start the machine, Nicole sighs and turns around. Her green eyes meet mine, and we stare at each other, our breath matching pace. "You going to stare at me all night while I shiver in your laundry room?" I feel like giving her shit because I want to see how she responds. Her mouth curls up in a grin. "I considered it," she says. She reaches out a hand and traces my dick through my boxers. And even though I'm chilled through, it springs to life at her touch. "As you saw, I've got some pretty good hardware to service my own needs." "I shouldn't have signed for it," I say, snaking a hand through her messy curls. "I should have turned them away and walked directly upstairs and shown you what a real cock can." Her mouth crashes into mine, cutting off my comeback. I back her up against the washer as her tongue probes my mouth. Her teeth close on my lip and we moan together. As she drags her short nails along my shoulders, I shudder again and she pulls her head back. "Bed," she says. "It's warmer there." Grabbing my hand, she starts striding through the narrow house and up the stairs. I notice that the hardwood doesn't even creak beneath our feet, and my mind starts drifting toward the work she must have done installing a subfloor, before I shake my head and focus on the woman in front of me.
Chapter 21. Nicole. I wasn't going to invite him inside. I really wasn't. But when I saw him standing there in the rain, just staring at the apartment building a few doors down, the water streaking off his coat, rolling off his hard hat, well, it made me want him to bend me over the counter again. Now that I've got him inside and mostly naked, he's not bending me over the counter so much as trailing behind me, drooling and shivering. I shove him into my bed and pull the covers up from the foot of the bed, where they're still bunched from when I climbed out this morning. My bedroom is the only messy place in my house. In my universe, really. I keep everything else strategically, painstakingly organized. But this room, nobody is ever in here. My housekeeper doesn't even come in here. This king-sized bed is mine to thrash around in, and I've got mismatched blankets chosen not for looks, but for comfort. The flannel sheets I've got on there right now, they feel like really nice flannel fucking sheets, and I shove Isaac onto them with a grunt, shirking out of my clothes as I climb in on top of him. He props himself half up on his elbows, a move that shows off the ridges of his stomach muscles. I guess that's what 10 miles a day will do for a body. "Damn, Brady," I say, straddling him and shoving him all the way back down to the sheets. "I didn't even get to see you naked last time." The smug fucker laces his fingers together behind his head and grins at me. "You can stare at me naked all you want, Ms. Kennedy." I like the way he says my name like that, deep and slow. Teasing, but still holding a glint of danger that reminds me of the feral way he plowed into me the last time we tried this. "This is a terrible idea," I mutter, reaching behind my back to unclasp my bra. I hadn't planned on seeing him today, on him seeing me, but I'm grateful for the deep red, satiny bra that hoists my breasts inward and upward. I can see his dick twitch in his boxers as I peel away the bra. "Just awful," he mutters, his rough palms reaching up to my breasts. He cups the sensitive skin there, weighing my tits in his hands before rolling the nipples between his thumbs and forefingers. "You're so fucking beautiful," he says, and there's a serious look in his eyes that I don't like. It's a look that says, this is more than just chemistry, more than just two people whose pheromones attract. I ease out of his grasp and kneel on the bed, sliding his boxers down his legs as he lifts his hips to help. Oh shit. Oh God. Nicole. He starts muttering as I lick my way down his firm legs and squeeze his cock, jutting out of the dark tangle of pubic hair that stands out in stark contrast to his pale, muscled skin. I take my time studying this unfamiliar terrain with the tip of my tongue and one careful fingertip. Is this okay? When I look up to his eyes again, they're screwed tight and I see he's biting his lip. Fuck yes, Nicole. Do not stop, please. Oh God. One of his hands twists into my hair, while the other smacks the headboard as I start to circle his cockhead with my tongue. My hand slides down his shaft, his foreskin bunching in my hand and making a sort of cushion while I stroke him. No wonder this felt so good inside me. His dick is magnificent, long and hard and smooth. A perfect cock. I slide my mouth over him, bobbing my head up and down a few times before releasing him with a pop. You ready to talk about laundry now? Feeling warmer? When his eyes meet mine this time, I swear he growls at me as he sits up and lifts me from under my armpits. He rolls us around so he's on top of me then, and his mouth drops to my nipple. He laves his tongue along the hard nub, and pushing my tits together with his hands, switches over to the other side as he rocks his cock along my wet underwear. The only laundry I care about right now are these dirty panties, he says, and he moves to start sliding them down my legs, and then he brings them to his face and fucking sniffs my panties, moaning before dipping a hand right to my center. Jesus, he's filthy and crass, and I fucking love it. Obscene, I murmur, rocking my hips to encourage his hand closer to my pulsing core. I gasp as he slides a thick finger inside of me. Apparently, Zack Brady is fantastic at fucking me frantically in the kitchen, and leisurely in my bed. You're as wet as my clothes, he murmurs, sliding his finger deeper, deeper still, before crooking it toward him in a move that sends waves of pleasure right through me. This is where I should explain to him that I have to be on top in order to come, that guys have been trying for years to get me off in various other layouts, and it just doesn't work unless I'm the one controlling the friction, controlling the pace. The last time was a fluke, and my clit has been broken. But before I can tell him, he pulls his hand out from inside me and smacks my clit sharply. Eyes up here, Nicole, he says, and my mouth drops open. He pinches my clit, then rubs it, then slides his finger back inside me, and I splinter to pieces as my eyes lock on his. I swear, I can feel the lightning bolt travel between us. He urges me on with just the fire of his gaze, and he sends me the orgasm through his flaming pupils. Staring into his face, I come undone. Zack, I wail, a guttural noise seeping from my body as I moan and thrash around on the covers. Zack! I come so long, so hard, I swear I'm going to come out of my skin, but his hand is on my shoulder, holding me flat and grounding me. You look so fucking sexy when you come, he says. He withdraws his hand from my throbbing channel and strokes my upper thigh, staring at me like I'm the most amazing thing he's ever seen. And then he actually says, You're the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And I gasp. I need you inside me, I tell him, my fingers fumbling on the slick skin of his shoulders, trying to pull him closer. I could drown in his eyes in this moment, the way he's looking at me like I'm everything to him. He says, not moving. He stares at my bedside table like he's looking for a condom, but we already discussed this last time. It's fine. I've got a shot in my arm. I won't get pregnant. I don't make a habit of fucking men without protection. In fact, I never do that. But I was so carried away, and he felt so goddamned good. The way he took charge of me like that made me come. Literally made me come. I shudder. I press a finger against his swollen lips. Now, fuck me. He bites the tip of my finger as he thrusts inside. My eyes roll up in my head at the pleasure of feeling stretched by him. His cock is everywhere as he grinds and thrusts. He's pounding into me until my tits shake, and he stares down at them from his position propped up on his elbows. "Fuck yeah," he says, grinning. He thrusts a few more times, and then abruptly pulls out and rolls me on my stomach. "On your knees, Nicole." I'm too overcome to consider not following his instructions. I rest my weight on my forearms and lift my ass, and he slams into me as his palms press down on my shoulders. I love it. Jesus, Isaac. This is amazing, I grunt out as he presses me down while filling me up. The angle of this sends pleasure rippling through my entire body. I can feel him stroking every nerve inside my pussy. "Where do you come from?" I roar and moan, and just succumb to him pounding through me, bare, and so hard compared to my swollen softness. He growls again and stiffens, and I feel him swell inside me. And then, abruptly, he pulls out, and I feel the hot splatter of his release spray across my back. I look over my shoulder to see him holding his dick, staring as it spurts. It's the dirtiest thing anyone has ever done to me, and I love it so intensely I'm not sure what to do. While Isaac's dick twitches, he reaches between my legs and rubs slow circles above my cleft until I come again, shuddering and writhing beneath him, and both of us heave, out of breath and exhausted. Chapter 22. Nicole. "You going to kick me out again?" Isaac mops at my back with a tissue until he cleans up most of his hot mess. He rolls up on his side and brushes the matted curls off my sweaty forehead, then flicks my nose. I frown at him. "Not just yet." "You hungry?" He nods. I climb out of bed and reach for my pajamas. I've got a ratty college t-shirt and mesh shorts stationed near my bed. When I remember that all his clothes are in my washer. "I don't think I have anything that'll fit you," I say, frowning. He climbs out of bed naked and presses up behind me. I can feel his half-hard cock against my ass in the mesh shorts. "Why should I get dressed? Aren't you going to strip me again soon enough?" I turn toward him as I start to gather my hair into a loose ponytail. "What makes you think you'll get lucky again?" When he smiles, I think it's the first time I've seen him truly do that. His whole face lights up. The glow of it warms my heart a little, which makes me nervous. "I've got plans for you in that exposed brick downstairs," he says, stooping to grab his damp boxers and sliding them up his legs. I stare at his long quads, so firm and defined. I really should go running with him more often. We walk downstairs and he starts going on and on, admiring the mortar I repointed inside, rubbing his hand along the drywall and complimenting the smooth finish. When we pass the laundry room, I shove him right up against the washer and peel out of my pajamas. "You're just using me for my home renovation skills," I tease, loving every one of his keen observations about the work I've done on my house. I watch as he quickly gets hard, and my eyes water as he pulls out his dick. He lifts me and sits me on the edge of the washer, then spears into me as if we didn't finish fucking 10 minutes before. We fuck. Frantically this time, as I mutter that I'm so happy I can't even see straight. I've been so fucked in the head between work and my fear that I might lose my house. I can feel the stress shaking loose from my bones as I give in to the pleasure I'm drawing from Isaac. After, I pull a pizza from my freezer, and we eat naked in my kitchen, not giving a shit who sees us through my glass patio doors. He reaches out to swipe a dab of sauce from my lip and sucks it off his finger, and I decide I'm in trouble because I want to fuck him again. "I don't really do relationships," I tell him, reaching to take a sip from the beer we're sharing, since I only had one in my fridge. I have to diffuse the energy between us before I get used to the way I feel around him. His eyebrows shoot up. "Is that what this is? I don't do relationships either," he says. Then he grins. "I thought I was just here to learn about laundry." He takes the beer back and downs a big swig of it. He wipes his mouth with his wrist, which should be gross, but neither of us has plates or napkins as we eat from the tray, leaning on my counter. Seriously, though, he says, you heard about me and my mom. That pretty much fucked me up for relationships. I don't say anything, just look at him. What's to say? My parents didn't exactly foster attachment, I tell him with a sigh. Well, don't hold back on me, Nicole. Seems fair I should know about your shit since you know why I'll be holding you at a distance emotionally. I snort out a laugh. Did you ever watch The Gilmore Girls? He shakes his head. It's this show about mothers and daughters. The grandma character is a filthy rich country club lady with pearls and sensible pumps and no real tolerance for behavior outside the expected. I sigh, reaching for my hair. This was never refined enough for my mother, and she resented my smart mouth and the way I always insisted on being given credit for being right. I'm always right, Zack Brady. Let's just clear that up right now. We'll see, he says, finishing off the beer. I nod my head toward a framed picture of Emma and me on our college campus in the Oakland neighborhood of the city. In the picture, we're beaming, arms around each other in our caps and gowns, standing beneath one of the pink cherry trees on campus on graduation day. Both of us have wild hair, hers red, mine brown, and both of us have mothers who never quite understood us. My parents refused to help me pay for college because I chose a partial scholarship at a state school instead of a posh, all-female college they felt was more appropriate. Isaac squints. I take it withholding the tuition wasn't due to hardship. I shake my head. They thought they could punish or shame me into my role as an obedient daughter, en route to being an obedient wife to one of the sons of their club buddies. I don't like remembering these rejections, and I sigh. They wouldn't even co-sign my loans, I tell him, explaining how I attended part-time that first year until I could work things out to stop being on their tax forms and qualify for financial aid on my own. He just stares at me for a bit and swallows. Then he reaches for a piece of pizza crust on the tray and snaps it in half, handing me one. Two shitty parents, he says, clinking his crust against mine and then throwing it in the sink. Let's dispose of their shitty example. He turns on my garbage disposal and I smile. What comes next with my trench? Isaac frowns toward the back door. I need to figure out who fucked up their drainage, he tells me. The storm today gave me an idea. He tells me he's going to come over the next time it rains, bring some equipment, and really study the storm runoff from the big buildings around my condo. We talk for a while about the process, but when I yawn, he raps his knuckles on the counter. Isaac tells me he will see me at the group run this weekend and gets his clothes from my dryer. I stand by awkwardly as he gets dressed and ties his boots. I want to tell him to come inside when he's done for the day tomorrow. I want to see what else he will come up with to surprise me in the bedroom. But that feels too much like a commitment, and I already feel weird having shared personal shit with him about my fucked-up family. When he leaves, I pull up the files Mark prepared for me about Paraguay and South America. For the first time in ages, I'm not distracted by my anxiety about financing the trench in my yard. I'm not panicked about it all sliding into the river. I trust that Isaac will make sure my house is okay. It was true what I told him, that I paid for school with loans and created paid internship opportunities for myself before such things were popular. My summer salaries with tech startups paid my rent, and because Emma and I always lived in shithole apartments, I saved enough to buy this place in cash after graduation. A sense of unease nags at me as I look out into the black night. In many ways, I'm relying on Isaac's word that things are going to be okay. Being beholden to people sets my teeth on edge, takes me right back to those long fights with my parents about my education. The things they screamed at me about money and responsibility and decorum are forever burned in my brain as a betrayal. I vowed then never again to depend on anyone, for anything. I look at the files from Mark. He had sent them to Tim as well, and I see Tim's comments in the shared online documents. I remind myself that Tim is family with my best friend. Tim is someone I trust, and Tim trusts the Brady family when it comes to engineering. That meeting with Mick at the diner was weird, but the man's ideas had merit. I bury myself in my research and try to silence the doubting voice inside my head.
Chapter 23. Zack. You're in a good mood for once. Liam nudges my shoulder in the kitchen at work and holds up his coffee mug toward me. I pour the steaming liquid into his cup and clink glasses with him. We both take it black, like our father. Sometimes I hate having anything in common with the batty old asshole, but it's hard to begrudge someone their coffee preference. "Missed you on the run this morning," he says as we sip our drinks, leaning against the wall. I shrug. I was too sore this morning to even think about the additional chafing involved in my daily run. Tomorrow, I'll regret skipping the workout. But this morning, I actually slept until 7. "Hey," I say to my brother. He raises his eyebrows, and I'm about to ask him if he thinks we will ever have a chance at being normal in a relationship, if he thinks a woman will ever stick with us for the long haul. But asking him that will, of course, lead to questions, and I'm not ready to think about the questions I know he's going to ask about Nicole. I blow on my coffee and stall, trying to think of how I can change the subject to something safer. Something work-related. "You remember my roommate from MIT, Ray?" Liam nods. "Good dude. Heard he moved to Pittsburgh a while back." "Yeah," I say. "He was at a tech startup for a while, but he's in grad school now for machine learning." The two of us talk about what we think that means, whether Ray builds robots or autonomous vehicles or something totally different. "What makes you bring him up?" Liam asks the question casually. And of course he'd wonder. And of course I can't tell him Nicole used to work with Ray, and the reason I know that is because I'm fucking her brains out every opportunity I get. I'm not sure how to talk to my brother about Nicole. I scowl until I think of a response. I think I'm going to call him to see if he has any ideas about Nicole's landslide. Maybe a robot can help figure out where the water's coming from or something. Liam shakes his head and chuckles. "Or," he says, rinsing his empty mug in the sink, "you could go stand out there in the rain and see for yourself." He starts to walk out of the kitchen, and I shout after him that I did just that yesterday. But he's already gone. I look up Ray and dial the number for his lab on campus, figuring he's probably in there. He answers with a grunt on the second ring. "Hey, man," I say. "It's Zack Brady." "Zack, holy shit, I keep meaning to call you." We met for lunch near campus, since it's easier for me to get around the city than it is for him to leave his robots unattended. I watch in fascination as he orders the same bland food he's always survived on, while I coat my sandwich with several different types of hot sauce. Ray tells me that machine learning basically means he writes computer programs that help computers make predictions, put pieces of information together, and learn what to expect next. He talks with his mouth full of buttered noodles. "You still doing stuff with geotechnical engineering?" I nod and tell him a little bit about some of the dam restorations I've done. His eyes glaze over until I say, "I actually am working right now on a landslide project for someone you know, Nicole Kennedy." Ray's eyes bulge out of his head. "The Medusa? What's that mean?" He gestures toward his head and mimics a spiral motion with his finger. "Curly hair, looks like snakes. Eyes will turn you to stone if you piss her off. I never met anyone else who could make a bunch of programmers fall in line and keep to his schedule." He reminds me that programmers usually work late into the night and sleep all day. And apparently, Nicole managed to get them to flip their schedules to regular business hours so they could actually meet with developers and investors when she was at the tech company with Ray. "So she's got a landslide problem. Where?" An hour and 2 bowls of buttered noodles later, Ray has explained to me that his thesis project is actually related to landslides, and he asks me to consult with him on his research. He's building special cameras and a computer program that will analyze the images to predict where the Earth might slide away. He's using some of the hillier streets in Pittsburgh to start this project, but aims to branch out to bigger applications. There's more money in industry, he tells me, shrugging like I don't already know that industry is the bread and butter of engineering companies like Beltane. If I can help prevent one coal mine from collapsing, it'll fund program development to aid foreign governments and shit whose entire road systems are washing away every spring. Our conversation is such a contrast to the way things happen at work, where I'm always feeling blindsided or like my reports aren't being read. I leave the meeting with Ray feeling electrified, energized about my work for the first time since before I got sent to Nicole's yard. I squeeze in a few hours of measurements and studying blueprints for her problem, but then I hole up in my office and really dive into the work Ray asked me to look over. He rides his bike to my office and pulls up an external hard drive with hours of video footage of different hillsides around the region. It would take a human hours to watch all this film, right? I nod, rolling my eyes. Ray clicks around and explains that his program is teaching the computer to watch the footage and pull out anything forbidding. That's where you come in, he says, looking around. Hey, Nicole's not here, is she? She's not going to come in here and yell at me? No, man, I told you this landslide thing is in her backyard. She's at her house. He seems relieved. Okay, well, I need you to help me tell the program what to look for. And just like I'd done with Nicole, just like I was doing for my own documentation, I explained to Ray some of the signs of an impending landslide. But this time, I'm using formulas and quantifying soil disruption. I'm in full geek mode, talking numbers with my former roommate, who's lapping it all up excitedly, typing furiously while I talk. This is so great, Zack, he says, leaning back in a relaxed posture I'm not used to seeing him in. We break for the evening, and I toss his bike in the back of my truck, giving him a ride back to his apartment. I thought Nicole said she didn't yell at you too much, I say at a red light. She mentioned that you always had your shit together. I can see his eyes bulge wide in the dark. She is the most intimidating woman I've ever met, he says slowly, swallowing. Can't argue with that, I tell him. Except I don't find Nicole intimidating. I find her exhilarating. I admire how she is in charge in every environment, and how she tries to intimidate me in the bedroom, but then seems to love it when I take back control. I can't tell any of this to Ray, so I drop him off and promise to call him soon with my input. I should probably clear this side hustle consulting gig with my dad or my uncle, but I decide not to say anything about that either. It feels important to me to keep these things to myself. Delicious secrets that are just for my enjoyment, nothing I have to share with my family, and nothing any of them can yank away from me. Dad has finally filled Uncle Kellen in on his Paraguay scheme, so in the morning, we have a team meeting about it first thing. And by team, I mean me, my dad, and my uncle, all trying to make sense of what my dad isn't saying between his observations and stories. My dad, as usual, is not paying attention and is instead cracking open pistachios. I know he's listening, and that this is just the way his mind works. I know that he has raging ADHD, and came of age long before there was any medication for that. I know all this, and I still take it personally when he doesn't pause to acknowledge my part in this arm of our business. This is just the same as always. Dad will be way past thinking about Paraguay before we even get there, and we haven't even really planned out what is going to happen on that trip, which isn't our company's trip. I tug at my hair and scrub a hand along my chin. My uncle wants me to put together some bullet points about the landslide-related projects Beltane has completed, and I fight my urge to point out that this seems more appropriate for the head of the department to prepare. In fact, the head of the department should be the one going on the trip with my dad. Kellen moves on to talk about my brother's work, and ends the meeting to move on to the electrical department. I smile as he leaves, thinking about how Orla will be giving a presentation during the meeting, and will probably get promoted soon. It won't be because her dad is in charge. She really knows her shit. I realize that Nicole actually reminds me a lot of Orla. Neither of them take an ounce of crap from anyone, and both of them are the smartest person in a lot of rooms. Suddenly, I get angry at myself for having these feelings about Nicole, and angry that I'm not standing up to my dad. Nicole's stirring up a sense of yearning I work so hard to keep buried. I know my mom has fucked me up when it comes to relationships, and yes, I fucking know I have issues with my dad and constantly seeking his approval. I can't even bring myself to press the issue of my promotion with my father, or tell him about my consulting gig. But I also can't bring myself to quit Beltane and go work somewhere I'm not just going to be known as Mick Brady's kid. This is why I don't do relationships with women. I'm too fucked up. I can't let myself yearn for anything resembling intimacy with a woman because I have nothing like that to give in return. I leave the conference room and know that I need to get out of here. I need something to distract me, to help me stuff my problems back down where I can manage them. I need to avoid the swirling feelings I have about work, about Nicole. I drive toward her house anyway, hoping I can drown myself in numbers and data.
Chapter 24. Nicole. I've decided we need to do some focus groups. It feels inappropriate for me to go into any more meetings with Augusto, or to travel to Paraguay without polling donors and potential donors. We need to find out where and how people are likely to spend their philanthropic dollars. When I bring this up to Tim during our one-on-one meeting, he tunes me out and latches on to discussing infrastructure projects in South America. "Tim," I interrupt. He looks up at me, surprised. "You're not listening to me." He squints and frowns. "What do you even care about infrastructure? You're a lawyer. You work with rich athletic clients about their contracts." I blow out a breath and sink back into my chair. He just stares at me, but starts nodding. "Okay. Wow." There's a long pause. "I'm sorry I interrupted you, and I'm sorry I shouted, but I'm feeling a little steamrolled with this initiative, Tim. I feel like you're not letting me do what you hired me for, which is to direct our company strategy." "I can see how you feel that way," he says, speaking slowly. "But I also feel like you're being closed-minded about this approach." "It's a sound idea." We glare at each other and I close my eyes. I rub my temples and try to refrain from pounding on the table. I'm not sure if part of me wants to see him crash and burn spectacularly at this, or what exactly is happening. I just know I'm off my game. "You know what, Tim? You're right." I stand up and gather my things. "I'm going to work from home and get you some numbers, and Mark will write something up about our approach for the meetings in Paraguay." I storm out of the office before he can say anything else that might cause me to yell something I'll later regret. I tell Mark I'm going to work from home for the rest of the day, and that I'll call him later, but I know I need to calm down before I can even think of doing anything else work-related. I change into my running things, and I fully intend to bang out a really respectable 3 miles and get back to my game plan for work until I see Isaac in the trench in my backyard. He's staring at neighboring buildings again, frowning, seated at the edge of the crack with his legs dangling down into the abyss where I sort of dreamed of once building a fire ring. I approach him cautiously, fighting the urge to nudge him with my sneaker because I don't want him to fall in the pit. "Isaac?" He looks up and puts a hand over his eyes against the glare. "Nicole, I didn't think you'd be home so early. I was just—" He waves his hands around vaguely. "Come for a run with me?" I try to keep my tone light, but the truth is I'm excited to go for a run with Isaac. I'm glad to see his dark hair and think about his ass with that tool belt slung around his hips. He's the first person today who hasn't irritated me. Isaac grins. "Let me go grab my stuff." I follow him out to the truck, and he reaches into his passenger seat for his duffel bag. "Is it already used, sweaty running stuff?" Another grin. "You know it." He takes off his muddy boots and tosses them into the truck, walking to my front door in his socks, and I follow him again, not sure what's driving me to do it. I could just wait for him outside, but I want to be around him in case I think of something I want to tell him. He cocks a brow at me when I stand in front of the bathroom. "You're going to watch me change? Into sweaty tights?" I purse my lips, trying to decide. "No," I say. "I guess not. but I think I'm going to peel them off you after." "We'd better get going then." He growls and grabs my hand, tossing his phone on my counter and pulling the door shut behind us as we take off toward the trail. Only a few other runners are out in the middle of this wintry day. February in Pittsburgh is mostly gray. The temperature can fluctuate between 0 and 60 degrees, depending on the day, and today is one of the cold, damp air, yucky ones. I don't mind it when I'm running with Isaac, though. I actually feel my head clearing and am beginning to see why it could be valuable to expand my friend circle beyond just Emma and her relatives. Isaac and I chat about the unpredictability of the weather as we run, both of us noticing that unpredictability is upsetting to us. He tells me that his friend Ray calls me Medusa, and I snort with laughter, remembering the startled expressions on all those guys' faces when I led meetings. I had to be rough with them, I explained to Isaac. Nobody there would listen to me if I was anything other than intimidating. I had to choose between being liked and being effective. Isaac looks over at me, his expression unreadable, and after a while he says, "I think you're effective, and I like you." I stumble over a crack in the pathway when he says that, caught off guard by his earnest admission. "Well, I like you, I guess," I retort. I'm filled with lust for him, and the chemistry between us is great. But as I run by his side, setting the pace and venting to him about my frustrations at work, I realize that I really am coming to enjoy Isaac Brady as a... "What are we, exactly?" I blurt. "What are we?" He stops running and stares at me, hands on his hips. I nod. "Yes. I mean, I know I'm your client and you're my running coach, and your dad is strangely entwined with my boss. But what are we?" He doesn't answer, his eyes wide. "Are we fuck buddies? Are we dating?" Isaac scratches at his chin, considering. "Do we have to decide?" he asks. "I've been enjoying the spontaneity of whatever this is." I start running again, thinking about what he asked. I think I might feel better about it all if there was a time limit or parameters. I pick up the pace a tiny bit and find I'm still able to talk as I run. I'm getting pretty good at this. "How fast are we running right now?" He checks his watch. "About 10-minute miles. That's a massive improvement from a month ago, Nicole." He gives me a high five and then says, Parameters. I'm about to tell him we should wrap up our adventures by the time he breaks ground on my yard or something, so we can both avoid catching feelings and getting ensnared in each other's bullshit. But then the heavens open, and it starts pouring buckets. I curse, but the change in the weather seems to delight Isaac for some reason. "Are you insane?" He turns from my house and starts sprinting to get back. I'm able to almost keep up with him for a bit until he turns to face me and slows. I'm breathing heavy in front of him and not even embarrassed, and that just starts to worry me as well. "I've been waiting for it to rain again," he shouts above the crashing water sounds. "I want to go and stare at the apartment complexes and see about their stormwater runoff." He starts explaining technical terms to me about the dirt and the water, and I don't understand a word of it. I focus instead on the way his shirt clings to him in the rain, and the way it looks when he brushes the curtain of dark hair back from his eyes with his forearm. Sexy as sin. When we get near my house, he runs around back and makes a beeline for the building next door, and stares. He squints, and then he picks me up and starts to spin me around in the rain, kissing me. It takes my breath away. The cold, salty feel of his lips against mine in the downpour. I gasp when he sets me down and points at the hip condo building that's only partially inhabited. "Look at the downspouts," he says. "Do you have your phone on you? Can I make a video?" Wide-eyed, I pull my phone from my leggings and hand it to him. He struggles to pull up the camera icon with the wet screen, but gets it to work and narrates while he records. "Despite trendy stormwater mitigation systems written into the building plans, the downspouts are overrun," he says. I watch over his shoulder to see what he's filming, to see from his perspective. Stormwater is gushing from the eaves of the building, pouring from the roof. "It's all flowing directly into the soil of your and Valerie's yard," he says, turning and recording the water. "Son of a bitch," he mutters. "This is it."
Chapter 25. Zack. Just as my brother predicted, the work done by the Meyer construction crew is subpar. Who even knows how many thousand gallons of rainwater are dislodging the soil in Nicole's yard? Jesus. She's lucky her whole house didn't slide into the river. I hand her back her phone and grab her hand, sprinting toward her house. My clothes are soaked and heavy, and I'm fucking elated. Nicole's fingers shake as she tries to type the code on the keypad at her house, and I kiss her neck, guiding her fingers with my hand. As soon as we get inside, I start stripping her, peeling off the wet layers. I was going to fuck her after our run anyway, and now I find I can't wait to get her naked. I want to celebrate this, I say, nipping at the sensitive skin below her ear. I love that I know she gets goosebumps when I do that. "The torrent?" she asks, moaning softly as I pull the wet bra up and over her cold rack. Her nipples stand painfully erect, so tight and perky as she shivers. Yes, the torrent of water. It's so bad for them. I move on to stripping off my own clothes, but I notice that she's really shivering. "Hot shower?" "God, yes, please," she shouts, and then squeals when I toss her over one shoulder and bound her up the stairs. I head into the bathroom and turn on her shower full blast while she digs some towels out from the linen closet. The white tile gleams under the heat lamp in the ceiling. "This room is amazing," I mutter, as always imagining her on her hands and knees doing the work of restoring it. "Did you do the tile?" I turn to see her answer, but she's already stepped into the spray. I stare as she rubs the hot water along her skin, trying to chase out the cold. "Isaac," she says, pinching her nipples in the steam. "I don't want to talk about tile or torrents right now." After, in her bed, limbs tangled with mine around the damp mess of her sheets, she says, "Explain it now, about the water and my trench." "It's a headscarp," I correct, tracing my finger along the curve of her hip. I love how soft she is, how warm and present. And anyway, that condo building has been slowly eroding your soil foundation since that roof went up. She chews her lip and twirls a finger through my chest hair. "So this means..." I smack her butt and cup the flesh in my palm, squeezing, "We're going to sue the fuck out of them, and you won't have to pay me out of pocket." I feel her limbs relax, melt into mine a little more. "What comes next?" she breathes. I grin again. "Next comes my favorite part. I let Jason do his thing to get the funds in line, and I start engineering the solution to your problem. You're not going to see much of me for a while because I'll be in my happy place." "Where's that? Buried in a bunch of computer monitors?" She squints at me in the fading light. I shake my head. "Nah, I'll be standing in the mud in your yard using my favorite tools to do calculations." She smiles, content. I like this. I like that I've made her happy. I like that I've solved a geotechnical mystery. Most of all, I like that the rain bought me more time with her. She stretches and stares at me, considering something. "I have shit to do, Isaac." "Oh." I can't mask my disappointment. I know by now that she's not a cuddler, and neither am I, normally. But I wasn't expecting her to kick me out of her bed again so soon. I feel her fingers curl around my arm, and I look down at her hand. "You can stay," she says, "and do your math here. But I've got to do some work, is what I'm saying." This seems like a pretty big deal, especially considering we hadn't gotten around to talking about her parameters before the rainstorm. But I'm not going to argue with her, and I'm sure as shit not going to leave if she's letting me stay. She tosses on a ratty old bathrobe, and I cram myself into an old pair of her mesh shorts to go downstairs and grab my bag and change. When I come out of the bathroom, I find her curled up on her couch with her laptop open, biting her lip as she types furiously and mutters to herself. I set myself up at the kitchen counter where I don't think I'll disturb her, and call up my brother Liam on video chat. He answers with a confused look. Aren't you down the hall from me in your office right now? Nope. I spin around, showing him my surroundings before stopping to consider the questions this might inspire. I made headway in Nicole Kennedy's landslide situation. I tell Liam once I realize he's staring at me and waiting. Oh yeah? I nod. Meyer, I tell him. His eyes go wide. They were the contractor on the condo building next to Nicole and Valerie's property. Valerie is the old lady who owns the other half of Nicole's duplex. Liam gives me a yeah gesture, and I tell him about the video. I was out there taking some calculations, looking over the building design compared with the construction sketches, when it started to rain. He snorts. I was caught out in that too, on my way to lunch with Granny. I email him the video. Take a look at the fine craftsmanship on their roof garden. Liam's eyes bulge as he watches the streams of water pouring off the roof, running along the ground toward Nicole's property. Holy shit, he says, leaning in to stare. I guess you got them. Hell, even I know that amount of water runoff can't be good for the soil integrity. I grin and thank my brother again for his insight that led me to this discovery. I need to call Jared so we can work his lawyer magic. Not so fast, Liam starts to protest. We need to talk about why you're not wearing a shirt and whose house you're sitting in right now. What's that? I stall. Bad connection, bro. Sorry. Talk to you later. I hang up abruptly and get together an email for Jared. Lawyers have a special gift for taking something cut and dry and making it take an entire day to document and spin into paperwork for an insurance claim and lawsuit. I keep thinking about Nicole, how she'd smiled when I told her the news. I keep thinking about lying in her bedroom, where the original beams are exposed in her ceiling, and I know she stripped off generations of paint to salvage the trim and repair the transoms above the windows. I look over at her, still working away happily. I don't want to interrupt her, so I send her a text from where I sit. Jared the lawyer is going to send you enough paperwork to fill your yard. When her phone bings, she looks over at it, and then over at me. I wave. She laughs, but picks her computer back up. You gonna leave me hanging? I wad up a napkin from the holder on the counter and toss it toward her, but it doesn't quite make it. Like a loon, I grin at her until she picks up her phone and starts tapping. After what seems like forever, she writes, Just make sure you clear that with Valerie first, or else she'll accuse me of burning her plant roots. Again. The rest of the day is all calculations and paperwork, seething phone calls from the crew at Meyer Construction, vowing to never work with Beltane ever again. Good riddance, I say. I know I have nothing to do with that aspect of the business, but my uncle does. My stomach rumbles, and I've decided I've had enough work for one day. I start opening cabinets noisily, looking for something I can slap together and call it a meal, but Nicole basically has no food here. What are you doing out there? She shouts from the living room, where she doesn't look up from her laptop. Well, I was going to make you dinner, but you don't have any food in this house. Accurate, she says, finally closing the lid and looking at me. We can't go out with you looking like that. I run my hands over my chest, dancing. What, like this? You can't handle all this? I feel light and facetious. Is this maybe happiness creeping in on me? I run over to where she's sitting and dive onto her on the couch, making her squeal. Don't worry, I murmur into her ear, tickling her and loving when she laughs. It can be a private show. We place an order for delivery and miss the doorbell when the food arrives, but I'm too wrapped up in her to care.
Chapter 26. Nicole. A few days later, I come into work to discover Mark looking smug. He's smirking at me when I reach for the coffee he's pretending to hold out of my reach. What in the hell do you know? I chide him. Spill. 2 things, he says, settling into the chair opposite my desk and crossing his ankle up onto the opposite knee so I can see his brightly colored socks. Mark, we're not in tech anymore. You can wear normal socks to work, I tell him, dying to know what he knows. I like the fun ones, he says, spreading out his papers and pulling out his fancy gel pen. So, First, your mother called to remind you that her birthday party is coming soon. Don't roll your eyes at me. I also talked to Alice in the kitchen, and she mentioned how Emma has been practicing saying no to everyone and everything. Something about being swamped with revisions for her new novel and also having to take care of the babies. I groan. Emma is always my date to my mother's fancy birthday brunch. This year, the entire thing has more gravitas because Mom is turning 50. In reality, she's turning 52, but she's been lying about her age for decades and would rather people think she had me as a teenager than admit she's getting older. So why does that make you smirk like a smug asshole? Mark grins. Because now you have to find an actual date or else tell Mama she should change the head count because you don't have a +1. It's really cruel that you revel so much in my mother's nonsense. I chug the coffee. Mark knows exactly what color I like it, just a splash of milk to cut the bitterness. He also knows I'm mostly full of shit because his own parents treat him like garbage too. I was glad to bring him with me when Tim recruited me to Stag Law, and glad to give him enough of a raise that Mark doesn't have to worry about asking his parents for money ever again. So, thing 2 is that we had a call from Beltane Engineering this morning. I arch a brow. I haven't seen Isaac in a few days, but I see traces of him in the yard, marks from him placing a ladder, spray-painted lines on the ground. Sometimes I go out there before work, hoping I'll catch him, but I always have to leave before he gets there, and he's gone by the time I get home. Mark looks over his notes. Seems like the asshole contractor is going to settle. It's possible Zack Brady mentioned that you work with high-profile professional athletes with lots of media connections. I guess that building has been struggling to sell condo units? Anyway, everything is coming up roses for you in the backyard department. I tap my nails on the desk. This feels too easy. Like the threat was too great for the amount of work involved in the solution. Something isn't right, but I can't place what it might be. Was it Isaac who called? I try very hard to keep the anticipation out of my voice and control my facial features. I don't think Mark is buying it, though, because he grins. It was indeed. Which reminded me how much time you two are spending together training for the run. I might have suggested you be stopping by Beltane in person to thank him. Jesus, Mark. You're impossible. No, honey, you're impossible to work with when you're not getting laid, and it's been a long-ass time since you've had me block off any evenings or arrange for any dry cleaning that wasn't work-appropriate. He looks me up and down, frowning. I'm not about to let him know I've been getting plenty of penis. Can we transition from personal updates to actual work yet? Mark snorts. He's going along to Paraguay, right? This is work. So you're going over there with this briefing after you, and I hash out the itinerary and strategy for your meetings with Augusto's contacts. And so 2 hours later, I find myself calling a car service to drive me to the Beltane Engineering building with a thick file of meeting strategies I feel uncomfortable about. Despite the focus groups and the information I pulled together about other foundations, Tim is fully convinced we need to create a charity dedicated to landslide mitigation. For a pro baseball player who can't even say the word mitigation. Tim has fully drunk Mick Brady's Kool-Aid and is dead set on us diving into the infrastructure approach to Augusto's foundation. I'm so conflicted, because helping to improve roads and access to school buildings feels like a cause that's fascinating and obviously meaningful to Augusto personally. But all of our numbers and market research indicates that donors just aren't enthused about their tax write-off going toward construction projects. Unless it's constructing sports facilities. The whole situation makes me wish I hadn't pushed Tim to delve into foundation work at all. I enter the lobby of Beltane, admiring the original woodwork and exquisite tile patterns on the floors. Someone had taken great care to restore this space, honoring its original splendor. Hey, I know you. Mick Brady himself emerges from a side door before I can approach the receptionist. Not honey, right? My nostrils flare at him, but he smiles. Ms. Kennedy. What brings you down here? Just coming by to finalize some things with my landslide situation. I tell him with a shrug. I don't really feel like delving into trip details with him and trust that Isaac will pass along the pertinent information. I also suspect Mick won't read it anyway. Mick smiles and leans on the reception desk. Emily, he says, Ms. Kennedy here is a very important person. Can you make sure she gets the good coffee? I'm going to walk her up to Zack myself. Oh, you don't have to do that, Emily and I both say at once, causing us both to smile. But Mick waves us off and gestures toward another door. I'm surprised that we're taking the stairs, but then I remember that the Bradys are a family who run 10 miles a day. Mick doesn't even hesitate as he hops up 2 flights. Something tells me he doesn't mask his age like my mother does, but then again, Isaac said he dates women closer to my age than his own. Here you are, dear, Mick says, pointing down a poorly lit hallway flanked by rows of cubicles. The door at the end of the hall says, Zack Brady, and an entire army of young engineers looks up at me as I make my way down the aisle with the company's CEO. Zack, Mick hollers, startling the few employees who hadn't yet looked up to gaze at us. I hear rustling sounds, and the door cracks open. Your girlfriend is here.
Chapter 27. Zack. My father just referred to Nicole Kennedy as my girlfriend, in front of an entire room of my colleagues. If I could just control the muscles of my face, this would be fine, because my dad makes these kinds of inappropriate jokes about most women. But she doesn't know this, and we never bring clients up to the offices, so the whole thing just throws me so hard, I just stand there with my mouth hanging open while Nicole glares at my father. Mr. Brady, she says. Mick, let's not get ahead of ourselves. He winks at her. I know how it is, he says. You're saving yourself from my brother. Jesus Christ, Dad. I feel myself blushing. I vow to leave the company and go work somewhere else, somewhere the management controls their impulses and gives employees promotions without sending them jumping through deranged hoops. Oh, come on, son. You're always so damn serious. I ran into Nicole in the lobby. She says she's here to talk about the hole in her yard. Dad winks again and takes off, stopping to greet some of the people in cubicles as he goes. I stand frozen in shock and horror until Nicole clears her throat and raises her brows. Can we talk? Shaking myself back to consciousness, I nod and gesture into my office. It's kind of a mess, and I don't really have space in here for visitors. I try to clear some tools off the folding chair so she can sit, but she makes a face at the dirt that crumples off the measurement devices I'd used at her property yesterday. Sorry, I mumble. I would have met you in the conference room if... I drift off. I don't want you to think I said anything to my father about us, I say, my eyes no doubt conveying the panic I feel about her reaction to all of this. I know we didn't talk about parameters yet. He seems like the wrong person to confide a secret to, she says. Then she leans toward me. Is that what I am, Isaac? Your dirty secret? Fuck me. That mouth on her. I exhale slowly, letting my cheeks puff out as I adjust my flannel shirt. You're not a secret, I tell her. Liar. Unless you want to be. I haven't figured out what to do with you, to be honest, she says. She tosses a folder on my desk. So, ostensibly, I came here to thank you for your work on my yard. Is what Mark said true? Is it really just handled? I scratch at the stubble on my chin. Yeah, seems like it, I tell her. My brother Liam has worked with that company before. They're always taking shortcuts. And then the developers have to call us in to fix shit after the inspections fail. I shrug. Jared mentioned that you work closely with half the pro athletes in the city, and that just happens to be the target market they're trying to sell condos to. Another professional link in the chain between our companies. Another reason it's a bad idea for me to be involved with her. Yet here I am, half hard and longing to kiss her. I reach for a folder of my own and slide it toward her. "These are the plans to fix your yard," I tell her. "If you're comfortable with all of this, I can break ground next week." "Next week?" Her eyes are wide as she thumbs through the 3D renderings I printed for her to see what I think we can do to restore the yard. "I guess I have to consult with Valerie. Who knows what she wants for her half?" I nod. "I mean, the landscaping and patio work is obviously decorative. My work pretty much ends when we've got the dirt level. That was just to help you visualize what it will look like. Nicole and Valerie will lose about 2 feet of yard, and their property will end with a tiered retaining wall rather than dropping straight off like a sheer cliff by the riverbank." She looks dazed. I want to reach for her, rub her shoulder, tell her to take her time. Instead, I sit down and pull open the file she brought. "Am I really coming along to all these meetings in Paraguay?" She rolls her eyes. "Well, we can't very well leave you sitting in the car," she says. "Tim is totally stoked to have your father coming along with us. You don't have to talk at the meetings. Ideally, you'll say nothing," she says, pointedly. And of course, I have no business speaking up at strategy meetings for a professional baseball star to start his charity foundation, and I would never dream of opening my mouth at those meetings. But the way she tells me what to do, it ignites something primal in me, as much as her vulnerability a minute before awoke some unfamiliar urge to offer comfort. "You telling me what to do, Kennedy?" I stand back up from my chair, and she draws in her breath. I can see the pulse tick at her throat above the prim blouse she's wearing today, along with loose trousers that hide the luscious curves I've been dreaming of touching again. She swallows. "I'm not the one who has trouble keeping quiet, if I recall." I run a thumb along her jaw, restraining myself from grabbing her hair and pulling her in for a claiming kiss. "About that," she says, and closes her eyes. "Would you consider being my date for a party this weekend? We'd have to miss the group run." "Your date?" She nods. "In public? Should I wear sweaty workout gear again?" "Oh, God, no." She shudders. "It's for my mother's birthday party, and you have to wear a suit, a nice suit." She looks me up and down. "You're making this sound so appealing. Missing a run, wearing an uncomfortable suit? Tell me more." She blushes. "Well, I've told you about my mother, and I usually take Emma to Mom's birthday brunches, but Emma is unavailable." "Ah, so I'm a consolation date. Excellent." I'm loving messing with her, watching her fidget with the papers and squirm. Obviously, I can't wait to go out with her. And I'm relieved she even still wants to be around me after my dad called her my girlfriend and set off her fight or flight response. "I'll make it worth your while," she says, standing and coming closer, chewing that bottom lip of hers. I'm practically sweating. I want her so badly right now. "Tell me more about that," I say, sliding my hands in my jeans pockets so I don't reach out and cup her ass or pull her against my hard-on. She grins. "I'll buy us each our own beer to share in my kitchen. Naked." She places her hands on my chest, just resting them there, transferring her heat into me. I'm pretty sure she can feel me trembling, aching for her. She stretches up on her tiptoes and slowly brings her mouth to mine, kissing me softly, briefly, before pulling back and looking up at me. Her brown eyes are huge, searching, hoping I'll say yes. This feels dangerous, but it's useless to refuse her. "Deal," I whisper, and I lean in and kiss her back. I work her mouth gently, slipping my tongue inside to caress hers briefly, before I pull back with great difficulty, clear my throat again, and open my office door. "Text me the details?" She nods, and gathering her things, retreats from my office, leaving behind a cloud of desire so thick I have to unbutton my collar so I can breathe.
Chapter 28. Nicole. Isaac picks me up Sunday morning 10 minutes early, carrying coffee. I'm so impressed by the sight of him in his suit that I can't even think of something snarky to say to him, so I stand in my doorway staring at his dark mussed hair, his dark scruff, and the fitted suit that makes him look like sex on legs. I pretend I'm blowing off the coffee while I regain control of my mouth, making a mental note of how he looks leaning against my doorframe, sipping coffee. I fully intend to recall this image while I use my purple toy. Ever since he assured me my finances are in order, it's like the floodgates reopened between my legs. I suppose it doesn't hurt that I'm also recalling his handiwork down there when I try to rub one out. You gonna stare at me all day, or should we go celebrate your beloved mother? Isaac casually sips his coffee, but I see a smile pull at the corner of his eyes. I might stare a bit longer, I tell him, but I back up from the door to grab my bag and my heels. It doesn't matter what I wear, my mother will have something terrible to say about it, so I went with what I like. My spike heels are at least 2 inches taller than Mom would consider decent, but I've got a tea-length wrap dress and pearls. It just so happens that the dress has a deep V-neck, and the long pearls nestle in between my pushed-up breasts. For the millionth time, I feel grateful Emma and Maddie made me buy so many of the amazing bras at that shop. I can barely handle how good my tits look in this dress, and I'm glad, considering who I'll have on my arm today. Man, Candy. I really owe you for this, I tell Isaac as I hop on one foot, fastening the buckle on my right shoe. Suddenly I feel his firm grip on my arm, steadying me so I can put on my shoe. I guess I could have sat down to do this. But then I'd miss an opportunity to look down your top, he says, doing just that. He's seen me naked multiple times before, but something about his words make me blush. I feel the heat circulating between us, and I know we have to leave now or we're going to be late because I'm going to destroy his sharply pressed suit. You got your running stuff for later? Isaac looked up a trail near the country club south of the city, so we can still get in our training run, even if we're missing the group run with our colleagues. I nod, hoisting up the bag I've stuffed with layers and multiple choices for workout wear. The weather today could pull one of its most volatile mood swings, and I'd be set. I settle into his truck, trying not to spontaneously orgasm as he drops an arm over the back of my seat when he puts the truck in reverse to back out of his parking spot. I want to nestle into his armpit and inhale his aftershave. I let myself enjoy a deep sniff before he brings his arm back to the gear shift and gets us going toward the bridge. I watch his phone buzz repeatedly in the console as he drives and stare at him, puzzled. I'd have been checking my messages at red lights and impatiently yelling at whoever kept messaging me. But then I realize Isaac needs both hands to drive a stick shift. I say. Want me to see who's trying to get a hold of you? He shakes his head, shifting gears and driving south toward the Fort Pitt Tunnel. It's my brothers. They don't believe me that I'm with you. They think I'm just skipping out on a family run. I pick up his phone, raising my brow in question. He doesn't respond, so I read his screen. Cal and Liam have sent a series of profanity and emojis, and Orla wrote in all caps, "Pics or it didn't happen." I bite my lip and look at him again as he merges. The entrance to the tunnel involves multiple lane changes over a short period of time, so I know Isaac is deep in concentration. I click the camera icon on his lock screen and snap a selfie of us in the cab of his truck. His phone doesn't seem to be password protected, and it lets me send the pic to his family group text thread that he's labeled, "Meddling Assholes." Once we're safely in the tunnel, Isaac looks over at me. What did you just do? I sent them proof that you're not home in bed. I shrug. Your dad already thinks I'm your girlfriend. I have no idea what I'm doing here. It feels like I'm playing with fire. But everything is so comfortable with Isaac. The phone starts buzzing again as his family alternately sends exploding head emojis, curse words, and gifs of crackling flames. I'll just assume the hot references are for me. I tell him. He laughs. We spend the rest of the drive talking about how we love to hate the people who hound us. His siblings and cousin, my best friend and her vast extended family of stags. Emma added me to the stag family group chat a few years ago when she eloped with Thatcher at my boss's house on Christmas Eve. I feel a hell of a lot more comfortable with stag banter than I do headed into this morning's stiff world of gin and frown lines. Isaac tosses his keys to the valet and drapes an arm over my shoulders as we walk through the doors. Am I a make out with you during a toast date today, or just insinuate that I've seen you naked when we're talking to your dad? I'm sorry, I'm drunk on the scent of you and can't concentrate right now. Maybe neither of those? We really need to set the parameters of whatever it is we're doing. We just keep getting interrupted. Isaac snorts, and I can see him rearing up for a comeback, but my sister comes rushing over to me. Nikki, what on earth are you wearing? Who in the holy hell is this? Naomi, 2 years older than me, is pregnant with her third child. The first two are sitting primly at a table with their hands on their laps, causing me to wonder if my sister has given them drugs. When I go to stag family functions, the children run around like electrocuted insects. I believe Emma when she tells me that children just come out that way. Kennedy children, by contrast, have the joy wrung out of them via stern looks and shaming threats. I plaster on a fake smile for my sister. Good to see you, Naomi. This is my... I hesitate before I say the words, the lie feeling strange in my mouth. This is my boyfriend, Isaac Brady. Glad to meet you, he says, offering his hand for a shake. My sister presents him with a limp wrist, and Isaac seems unsure what to do. He makes a face at me before placing a kiss on my sister's knuckles, which makes me laugh into my fist. Naomi pulls her hand back, making a face. Mother is by the bar, greeting guests with mimosas, she says, gesturing vaguely. I'm sure you two need to clean up after driving so far and from such a difficult neighborhood. This time Isaac can't even hide the shock on his face, but pulls his arm tightly around my waist. We don't want to keep your mother waiting, babe. He steers me toward her and I grit my teeth, desperate to dismantle every one of my sister's layered insults. But before I can catch my breath, I hear my mother hissing similar sentiments about my appearance. I thought you were dieting, dear, she says, her face immobile and prim. Isaac's eyes fly wide and he opens his mouth. I pinch his leg and grin at my mother. I said I'd started running, Mom. Isaac is helping me train for the marathon relay. She says. And this is your trainer? I clench all my muscles. Isaac is my boyfriend, as I said in my email. A boyfriend would come around to dinner and meet your father. Mom doesn't offer him a hand, so he keeps his arm around me and leans in to grab 2 flutes of mimosas with the other hand. His long fingers handle the glass stems delicately, and he hands one to me with a smile. A pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Kennedy. Should we drink to timeless beauty? She looks medium flattered and starts smoothing her skirt. I'm sorry I haven't come around to meet you and Nicole's father. I'll have to correct that as soon as possible. His thumb starts stroking my arm as he keeps a firm yet relaxed grip around my shoulder. I like how it feels, having him with me while I talk to her. Emma usually just hides behind a giant glass of alcohol and steels herself to listen to me vent later. And what do you do, Isaac? Mom purses her lips and stares him up and down. I take a smug satisfaction that I know she's searching for something to disapprove about how he looks. And is coming up short. He's a goddamned fox, and I can't wait to fuck him later. I bite my cheek, realizing how much I'm enjoying my time with him, how much he seems to be enjoying his time with me here in the lion's den. It feels unsafe, this comfort I feel around him. I can't make sense of it. I realize Isaac is talking about work, about my yard. Did I hear someone say Brady? My dad wanders over and snags a mimosa of his own. Travis Kennedy, he says, holding out a hand toward Isaac. Zack Brady, he says, removing his arm from around me to shake hands with my father. I'm pleased to meet you finally. Nicole had said so much about you. Zack? I thought you just said his name was Isaac. My mother clutches at her necklace again, looking confused, but Dad barrels on with questions for my arm candy. You Mick Brady's son, or Kellen's? Nope, wait. Kellen just has the one daughter. Your dad and I go way back. Of course, my father knows Isaac's father. They probably grease palms together and smoke cigars in places where their female colleagues are still not invited. I smile while Isaac talks about working with his father and uncle, and feel relieved when he puts his arm back around my shoulders. He's actually anchoring me to the earth, and realizing that sets me on edge again. Well, it's good you have this man to depend on, sweetie, my father says, jolting me back to the conversation. What? Saving your house. Teaching you how to run, Dad winks. Seems like this is a good one to keep around longer than a week. My mother scoffs. Honestly, Travis, do not encourage her abominable behavior. It's indecent. Isaac isn't some casual fling, I spit out, realizing that it's already true. We've been together for nearly 2 months. Dad smiles. 2 months, and you already can't live without him. You and your dad should give me a call, son, Dad says. I don't hear him as he invites Isaac golfing. Can't pay attention as we take our seats for toasts and plated brunch. My parents keep emphasizing how dependent I am on Isaac. And they're right. My life has been falling to shit the past few months. I'm not asserting myself at work. The strategy of our project with Augusto isn't mine so much as it's Isaac's father's. I'm fully dependent on Isaac to save my home and keep me from bankruptcy. I'm not even in charge of my own weekends anymore, since my boss strong-armed me into an athletic activity I hate. And my dad isn't even aware of the strange entanglement between Isaac's family and my career trajectory right now. Somehow, when I was too distracted by getting fucked in my kitchen, I let go of everything that makes me, me. Everything I've become. I did to escape this life I'm surrounded by at the country club. I took my own direction with school, took charge of my career, and took charge of my own living environment. And now what is happening to me? I'm becoming a woman who swoons over a man, someone who depends on his problem-solving skills, and hell, I'm even depending on his dick to bring back my lost orgasms. The second my mother sets down her fork, signaling that she's finished eating, I turn to Isaac. We need to go, I tell him, my breath coming fast and shallow. Now.
Chapter 29. Zack. I really thought Nicole and I would spend the afternoon defiling her parents' country club under the guise of going running. But something shifted in her mood after talking with her mother. I can tell she is upset because she doesn't say a word as I drive back to the city. Not concentrating, driving on instinct. I realize I drove toward my house. I'm almost ready to turn onto my street when I notice, and I pull over abruptly. Hey, I wasn't paying attention. This is my neighborhood. I run a hand through my hair and look at her, expecting her to lash out and call me an idiot. That's fine, she says, looking out the window. We can run in the park, right? Sure, I tell her, pulling out again as she stares at my hand on the gear shift. You can change at my place. I had gradually loosened my tie and unbuttoned my shirt along the route home, and it's a small hit to my pride when she doesn't even stare at me. I chose this outfit carefully, wanting her to like how I look when I'm dressed up. Now, she's so affected by whatever happened at the country club, she's not yelling or even talking. Can I do anything? I say, feeling an urge to make things right somehow. She sighs. Take me running and don't baby me about our pace. Well, that I can do. I take mental stock of the condition of my house. I wasn't expecting anyone, but things are generally pretty tidy in there, unless I've had my family over. It's been a while since the 4 of us Brady kids hung out. The bathroom is at the top of the stairs, I tell her, gesturing for her to enter the front door ahead of me. Nicole sort of mopes her way up there, and I follow to go change in my bedroom. I shed my suit quickly and toss on running shorts with a tech shirt. It's probably 45 degrees, but I know I'll be sweating between staring at Nicole's ass and running a few miles. Stepping into the hall, I gasp, realizing that Nicole hasn't shut the bathroom door all the way. My house is one of the old ones, built around 1920, and half my doors don't shut at all in the humid summers, and none of them latch the rest of the year. So the bathroom door is cracked a full inch, just enough for me to see the swell of her breasts as she wrestles into her sports bra. She's already wearing her running tights. If this were another day, I'd kick the door open and tackle her into my shower. I close my eyes and remind myself this woman is upset, not wanting me to invade her space and bend her over my bathroom counter. But fuck do I want to. It's worse that she's upset. Sex I can deliver. Emotional comfort? I have no idea what that even looks like. I head downstairs to check my phone, noticing about 10,000 texts from my family. Cal. Can I bring a date to the wedding? Liam. Cal, don't be an asshole. Of course Zack's family gets a +1. Orla. I want to know what she did to get you into your best suit. You usually only dress that nice for court. And on and on. Me. I hate all of you. Cal responds immediately. Oh, he's done with brunch. Probably sat with Nicole's mom and dad in a super comfortable conversation. Before I can decide on a witty retort, I hear Nicole making her way downstairs. Can you show me the route we'll take? She gestures outside toward the park. I had been planning to just play it by ear and weave through Frick Park, but Nicole seems interested in something more structured. Parameters for everything, I think. I flip over my tablet on the counter and pull up one of my running apps. You feeling like hills or a flat course? I raise a brow at her. I know she's had a hard morning, but I still don't know if that makes her more likely to pound out a challenge, or if she feels so mentally drained she can only go for a flat run on street level. Show me the hills, she says, and I feel myself fall for her a little bit more. Careful, my inner voice warns. I go over the map of the Tranquil Trail, a stretch of park I run with my brothers. It's kind of a brutal path, despite the name. It changes elevation, winds along Fern Hollow Creek, and eventually spits you out in Homewood Cemetery, intersecting with other trails whose names reference the ravines and hollows that contribute to Pittsburgh's reputation for hilly terrain. I can't believe all this is right in the city, she says, staring. You don't ever wander around Frick Park? She shakes her head. I'm not really an outdoorsy person, she shrugs. Let's get out there. We head out from my house and down the wooden stairs into the woods. I let her set the pace, and it feels faster than her usual. Don't blow your wad on the downhill, I try to warn her. I asked you to push me. She snips back at me. I've been practicing. It has been over a month since we started this, but that's not really enough time for her to build enough endurance to go from passing out to what I estimate is an 8-minute mile pace on steep hills. But I figure she's feeling salty and she'll probably just stop if it gets too hard. You asked for it, I tell her. We make it 1.5 miles before she spies a picnic table just off the path, makes a beeline for it, and collapses on top. She lies on her back, her chest heaving, arms spread wide beside her. I follow and lean over her. Want to make sure she's okay, I nudge her with my sneaker. Come on, Hoss. Want to be out here till dark? She raises a brow. Did you call me Hoss? Like from Bonanza? Your dad watch that show too? She starts laughing, and I can feel some of her stress melt away. Her whole demeanor changes, and I'm glad I made the joke about the old Western. Are you implying that I have ample girth? Nicole sits up on the table, hugging her knees into her chest and compressing her tits. I stare and don't try to hide it. I'm implying that you're falling behind. I decide not to mention that I like her girth, and that she's thick in all the best places. Maybe later, when she's in a better mood. As we meander through the woods, Nicole comments on the way a lot of the land seems washed out, how some of the paths seem likely to crumble down into the ravines. A lot of it is similar to what we'll be talking about in Paraguay, I tell her. There's actually some interesting research at the university about the landslides in the Pittsburgh region. We run along while I tell her about the machine learning algorithms working to predict which hillsides will fail. You working on all that stuff with Ray Ray? I nod. He and his team are hooking cameras up to commuter buses to track hillside conditions. I've actually been consulting with them a little bit to help analyze their images from a soil composition standpoint. That was going to be something I focused on if my dad had given me the promotion. Shit. I hadn't intended to air all this deep shit to Nicole. Hadn't wanted to whine to her about being passed over for the department head. I didn't know you were up for a promotion. She slows down some more, and this pace seems sustainable. I can tell by her breathing that she can keep this up for a long time. I try to keep her talking. Yeah, I had big plans for some industrial projects. When the guy in charge of the geotechnical engineers retired, I really thought I was a shoo-in, not even because my dad owns the company. Well, what happened? I kick a stick out of the path and weigh my words. My dad got a bug up his ass about Paraguay and sent me to your house. I still have no idea what his end goal is with all that. Well, I sure don't know either, but my boss has a hard-on for that project too. She looks at me, her eyes serious. I'm glad you're on my side. About that whole thing feeling like an overreach? Everything with my dad is an overreach, I tell her. But I'm not able to articulate what feels off now that she's said it. Was that a threat? Is she threatened by my family? I mean, probably. My dad is really fucking weird and bombarded her with personal drama basically as soon as he met her. I shake it off. Except his claims about our running speed, I say. Team Brady is going to kick Team Stag's ass in that race. I laugh, and we finish out our run without any further incidents. Back at my house, her mood is definitely lighter, but I'm not catching a sex vibe from her. I feel awkward again, wondering if I'm supposed to ask her again if she's okay. I opt to make her a sandwich instead, and I love how her face transforms when she watches me squirt an N shape with the mustard on hers and a Z on mine. Zack is still a stupid nickname for Isaac, she says softly. She turns my plate so it looks like the mustard is an N. I'm going to eat both of these. She starts to, her eyes sparkling as she takes a bite out of each sandwich. But eventually she hands mine to me and we eat standing in my kitchen, the way my family does. It feels so natural and so right to have her here that I want to detain her when she says she needs to get going. I try to drive Nicole home and, if I'm honest, try to convince her to let me come inside her house, but she insists on calling her friend Emma for a ride. They're all at a family dinner on the East End anyway. It's on their way to take me home after. Eventually, I figure she needs a chance to unload on her friend, work through whatever made her so upset at her mother's birthday party. So I try to be a gentleman and kiss her cheek before she leaves. Thank you for letting me be your date today, I whisper, and I lean toward her. But Nicole stiffens and closes her eyes. My lips barely brush her cheek as she rushes toward Emma and Thatcher's Audi SUV. She climbs in the back and wedges herself between the two car seats, and I furrow my brow, waving as they drive off, wondering if I fucked everything up before I even decided whether I was able to move forward.
Chapter 30. Nicole. I have no idea what to pack for a trip to Paraguay. All that talk with Mick about landslides left me thinking the country is covered in mud, but the internet shows me that the capital city is, well, a city. I sigh. I start filling my bag with things for both an expedition into a rainforest and a boardroom. I spy the purple babe rocket on the floor of my closet, where I threw it the last time it didn't help me get off. I bite my lip. I could tell Isaac wanted me yesterday. I sure as hell wanted him. My God, the way he looked in that suit. And then he made me a fucking sandwich, and that was somehow even hotter than him in the suspenders and dress shirt with his tie loosened on the drive back. I don't know why I had to get all weird. Isaac did absolutely nothing to indicate he even wanted anything more with me than casual fucking. We both have talked about how we're not cut out for long-term relationships. He was mostly putting on an act for my parents because I'd asked him to. because I didn't want my mother to think I wasn't capable of hanging on to a man long term, of getting married like my perfect sister. I sigh. I pick up the vibrator, thinking I should at least rinse it off and find some place to stash it. If I'm going to blow Isaac off, I'm going to need this until I find someone else to meet my needs. I don't love the idea of that. First of all, none of the other men can get me off the way he can. The man is a magician. Like, how does he know exactly how to create friction on my clit when nobody else seems to be able to figure it out? It's not like I haven't tried with enough men. I scowl at the vibrator, then toss it in my suitcase. My phone pings with a new text message, and I feel my heart race. Stop it, I chide myself, angry that I'm hoping to hear from Isaac when I have no reason to hope he'd reach out. I didn't even let him drive me home from our date yesterday. The message is from Emma. So excited for your trip. Bring me back something interesting? Don't forget to pack chapstick. I roll my eyes but smile. It's going to be humid and 90 degrees in Paraguay. The next day on the flight, I sit next to Tim but glower at him the entire time. Augusto is, of course, flying down on a chartered flight that better suits his schedule. I can't put a finger on what specifically has been bugging me so much about this entire ordeal, so I chew on it along with the ice from my drink until we roll up to the hotel. Tim checks in ahead of me and heads straight up to his room. With nobody else around, feeling a bit of a buzz from the jet lag in long hours, combined with the Bloody Marys I gulped on the plane, I lean in to ask the clerk, "Has Isaac Brady checked in yet?" He squints at his monitor and nods. "Yes, ma'am, but unfortunately I am not at liberty to tell you which room he is in." When I pout and sigh, starting to gather my bags, the clerk asks, "Can I deliver a message to Mr. Brady for you, perhaps?" His eyebrows shoot up. I don't know what I'm thinking. I have no earthly reason to reach out to Isaac. Except that I enjoy spending time with him and looking at his abs. Okay, and I like the way he takes me apart from the inside and puts me back together again with orgasms as glue. The clerk slides me a pad and pen, and I write, "Call Nicole, room 687. 2 minutes after I toss my purse on my hotel bed, the little phone on the nightstand starts buzzing. Suddenly I'm blushing like it's middle school or something, and I chalk that up to the jet lag too, before I stride over to the phone and clear my throat. "Hello?" "You summoned me, madam?" I can hear the smile in his voice. Snarky prick. Whatever. "Yes. Do you want to go for a run?" We meet in the lobby and head out along the river trail. The hotel is nestled along the Paraguay River, with views of the mountains of Argentina in the distance. The humidity is burned off a bit by mid-afternoon, and the air starts to feel crisp. Isaac runs in just a pair of shorts, with his t-shirt stuffed in one of the loose pockets. It's all I can do not to drool as I keep pace beside him. "You've got that Monica Geller hair," he jokes, referencing my favorite episode of Friends, when the gang goes to the Caribbean and the humidity makes Monica's hair go haywire. He's not wrong. My curls are unruly on the best of days, and as I run, they fly into my mouth, stick to my shoulders, flap in the breeze. I don't mind, though. It feels so good to be out here, pushing myself. I've come a long way since January, damn it. I'm not pounding out 10 miles a day like Isaac, but according to him, we are doing a 5K in about a half hour. "We should do a half marathon together this summer," he says, and I stop in my tracks to stare at him. "A half marathon? Are you kidding?" His eyebrows shoot up into his head. "Would I ever joke with you?" When I smack his arm, he pretends to collapse in pain, and we wrestle around for a little, eventually coming to sit on a bench by a fountain. "Seriously, Nicole, you're becoming a bona fide runner." He nudges me with his shoulder. "You could hang with the Brady clan." "A half marathon? Come on." I clutch at my elbows and lean back on the bench. "Nicole, you're doing 4 miles regularly without much distress. If you can do 4, you can do 8. If you can do 8, you can do 13. "I'll help you." I look at him, his face totally serious, Like he's suggesting I do this thing he enjoys, this difficult and inconceivable thing, just for fun. You're nuts, Isaac Brady, I say quietly. But I like that he thinks it's possible for me to run a half marathon, that he isn't suggesting it to help me burn calories or as a way to get glory for his business. He seems to genuinely enjoy running and wants to share that with me for some reason. He stands and offers me his hand, pulling me up from the bench and then blowing a raspberry against my forearm before running off ahead. So, of course, I chase him, smiling when I'm able to keep up with him without much effort. We finish our loop and walk back into the hotel, the air conditioning feeling especially grand after running in the heat. Isaac leans over the water fountain in the lobby, and I stare at him openly, my tongue sweeping along my lips at the sight of him. I drink my fill after he's done, closing my eyes in relief. Then I feel his hand on my back. The heat of his palm practically melts the shirt off my back. I forget why I was ever upset with him, why I felt off-kilter earlier. Fuck it, I think, straightening up from the water fountain. Wanna help me stretch my muscles? In my room? His brows fly up and he nods his head toward the elevator. He presses the button with his knuckle, and when we get inside, he says, "Just to be clear, you were using a euphemism?" I shake my head, laughing. "No, I need your help stretching my hamstrings." He starts to frown a bit, and I dig my keycard out from the snug pocket of my leggings. I always feel so loose after you bend me over and ram that big dick into me. He's on me like a man starving, licking and sucking at my neck as we wrestle walk down the hall to my room. I can feel his hard-on pressed against my back as I fiddle with the lock on the room door, and as soon as we're inside, I'm in the air. Isaac tosses me onto the bed and is on top of me an instant later, kicking my suitcase off the bed and sending the contents flying. As he starts peeling off my sneakers and workout clothes, something catches his eye and he pauses. "Is that the package I signed for?" he asks, pointing with my shoe at the purple vibrator rolling across the tile floor of the hotel room.
Chapter 31. Zack. I don't sleep. Between my shame at acting like such a petulant child with Nicole and wanting to wring my dad's neck, I'm not sure what to do with my emotions. I recognize that it's a good thing that I ripped the bandage off with her before things got too serious. I also don't shower because I can't bear to wash away the last lingering remnants of her scent on my hands, on my skin. Yes, I marinated in my own post-run, post-sex funk. So that's about the level of functioning I've reached. My father asks me to meet for breakfast to prepare for our meeting, and I only agree because I feel the need to tear into him about how badly he has ruined my life so far this spring. I know he wants to go for a run, so I still don't shower, because what's another layer of salt when I'm already wounded and sweaty? I know damn well my father won't sit down to eat until we run 10 miles together. "There's my boy," he says, jovially, not showing the slightest sign of jet lag or weariness. I can keep up on our run, but just barely. He's decades older and waves a chipper hello to every person we pass out along the riverbank. I often wonder if there's an actual fuse lit inside him. When we do sit down, Dad orders a yerba mate and pulls out his own gourd cup from his fanny pack, to the delight of our server. "You should really get your own gourd while you're here," Dad says, ordering a cup of the foul brew for me, too. I listen while he and the server talk about the magic properties of the tea, and then I wish I could melt into the floor when they pivot to discussing its effects on bowel health. "Jesus, Dad," I growl, as the server pops off to the back to get us bread and cheese. "You always do this shit." He sips his drink and frowns at me. "And what is it that I do?" I scoff. "Please. You know damn well that you're always buttering everyone up, everyone but your kids, and using everything to your own gain." He leans back in his chair and crosses his arms, letting me rant. "So I do. You're using me as a fucking puppet here to get Beltane some damn government contract we aren't equipped to service, and it's not even the direction Stag Law wants to be going with their foundation work." "Anything else?" He keeps sipping from his damn gourd. I rub my hands along my thighs, shaking my head back and forth. Jesus. I pull at my hair by the roots. I earned that fucking promotion, Dad, and you pulled me out of the meeting like some child to come to your office and run off for a domestic project. That domestic project brought us to this opportunity today, son. We've been over this. No, you've been over this. You have this whole twisted vision swirling around in your gourd head, and you only let us peons in on your ideas at the last second so we look like idiots with no time to prepare. I read half the night, fighting jet lag and trying to make sense of all the notes, all the papers Kellen put together. I still couldn't make heads or tails of what we are even supposed to be saying later, what my role is in this circus. I exhale and chug down my water. I'm sure the mate drink is probably amazing for my insides, but I'm too angry at my dad to consider tasting it. His face reveals nothing when he asks, "So you're angry that you're not leading the division at work?" Fuck yes! That's what I'm saying. Instead of following you around sipping tea on the off chance one of your random connections pays off. The server comes back with our food, and my dad thanks her, asks after her family in fluent Spanish. She beams and hands him the sugar bowl, saying something back to him that I can't understand. When she's gone, he looks at me for a long while without speaking, which is unusual for him because he doesn't often shut the fuck up. Son, I don't want you to lead a damned division in the office. I throw my napkin down on the table and stand up, sick of this shit and ready to bail. Sit down, he snaps, and I don't. But I stand, staring at him. I want you to run the entire company, he says. You and your brothers. You're going to run the company someday. I'm not going to be around forever, you know. I roll my eyes and sit back down. Dad, you're in your 50s and healthier than most people my age. He waves a hand. Even if it were true that you wanted me to take a leadership role, don't you think leading a division is the next logical step in that trajectory? I don't tell him that I have no desire to run the organization, to worry about profit and loss sheets and board members. If my father can't see that I need my hands in the dirt, that my mind needs to be crunching actual calculations. What do you dream about at night, son? Nicole screaming my name naked? I shrug, not sure where he's going with this. Your uncle and I dreamed very different things when we were young, but all the roads led us together at Beltane. He lives and breathes engineering and numbers and order. I see how all the wheels turn at the other organizations who need engineers. Dad picks the cheese off the bread and takes small bites, washing it down with his tea. Your brothers are like Kellen. He points a fork at me. But you've got ideas. First of all, my brothers have amazing ideas. Dad rolls his own eyes at me, and I shove a wad of cheese in my mouth. He challenges me again to tell him what I dream about at night, and I sigh. You know, my buddy from MIT is at the university back in Pittsburgh, working on machine learning. Robots? I shrug. I guess. Anyway, I know they're working on landslide prediction stuff, and they've got contacts with the state, and they're looking to form a startup when he's done with his PhD. Dad's brows raise. See, son, this is what I'm talking about. You've got ideas. This is really relevant for today's meeting. Why didn't you bring this up sooner? The mention of today's meeting sours my stomach. Dad, you didn't fucking brief me on this trip or these meetings. You pulled me along like an idiot after sending me to work on someone's yard. He waves a hand at me. You thinking of leaving your family to go work for this robot guy? I shrug. I've thought about it. A lot more recently, since Ray has started having conversations with investors. But I've also heard the line my dad gives to engineers when they get better offers. I might not be able to pay you as well as them, but my work is steady. Beltane builds long-term repeat business. Our competitors shoot the moon and dry up every few years. He's not wrong. Dad leans back in his seat. You really don't want to come along today and meet the president of Paraguay? I shake my head. I do not want to do that. No. Tell me more about landslide prediction. What's that got to do with engineering? I explain how Ray's software films hills over time, and computer programs analyze any changes, shooting out alerts when things seem unstable. In a city like Pittsburgh, where the rivers slowly carved the land from the hills over the eons, our major roadways snake through rocky ledges and shaky valleys. The earth is slippery when it rains, which is almost all the time. Increasingly, the state is having to spend millions repairing rail lines and state highways buried after a brutal storm. Dad nods. I know he knows this, because Beltane inspects a lot of the factories cranking out the concrete and asphalt for the repair work. Ray had the idea to put his special cameras on city buses. Dad scratches his chin at that. They're doing the same routes every day, passing the same hills and whatnot. I nod. Bring Ray in for a meeting. Let's poach him from those tech assholes. I crack a grin at that. What tech assholes do you know? He waves a hand. All those assholes Cal spends time with. Dad pulls a pen out of his shirt pocket and starts writing things down on his napkin. We talk about how machine learning can be useful in a lot of areas at Beltane. I tell him what's been nagging at me. A guy like that, Ray, he can help our inspection program, probably. Figure out what elements need to be replaced in the dams and power plants. Really help us help our clients improve their efficiency. Dad squints off into the distance and drinks the last of his tea. This could be a really bold new direction for us, Zachy. Really make an impact. I resist the urge to remind him we could have had this conversation a month ago if he'd open a door for such things or, ask me questions before mapping out a grand design. He pats my hand. You're more like your uncle in some ways. You need to open your mouth more if you see people burning the wrong fire. You want me to call you out on your bullshit? Well, sure. What am I paying you for? He laughs. Seriously, kid. I've always been like this. I'm well aware. I spent a lot of time trailing after his whims, especially when my brothers were at their mom's house. I always begged to go along with them, until I was old enough to understand why that couldn't be. Dad let his hand linger on mine. You and this company? You're the things I've fought for, son. I don't respond, because I have no idea what he's talking about. I wouldn't describe his absentee style of parenting fighting so much as too busy or too unskilled to realize his preschooler soiled his pants on a job site he shouldn't have been visiting. I'm a lousy husband, Dad says. I know that. I've given up on marrying them, son. You probably noticed. But your mother, she wasn't ready for you. He swallows. I know she got pregnant to try and keep me, try to get me to be faithful to her. He shrugs. Not sure why she thought I'd be true to her after I left Liam and Cal's mother for her. Come on, Dad. I've never been any good at being a husband. And I'm probably a crap father, but damn it, I fought for you. Once you were born, your mother wanted alimony. She wanted full custody. But I wasn't going to let you go. God, Isaac, it killed me when your brothers went to their mother's house. I know I had no idea what to do with the three of you when you were home destroying our house, but it was too quiet without you there. I wasn't letting you go. So what are you saying? You stripped Mom of all custody with some shark lawyer? His eyes flash at me. Absolutely not. No. Son, she saw she wasn't getting the money from me she wanted, and she wasn't winning me back, and she left. She left both of us. You know that. I sit for a few minutes and absorb the idea that my mother had at one point claimed to want me, even if it was for the child support payments she thought she'd get from my father. I'm not sure how to feel about that, whether it makes me feel better or worse or, I don't know, just more complete in the knowledge that I was thoroughly unloved. Dad leans back in his chair and closes his eyes. It probably didn't seem like it, Zack, but I treasured those one-on-one days we had together. You were what got me through the long weeks your brothers were gone. They didn't get to come to work with me like you did. He shrugs. I don't know. I guess I wanted you to see me where I was most comfortable, in the environment where I never seemed to lose interest. He sighs, shrugs again. I wanted you to love what I love. We stare at each other, until I reach for the plate and start gnawing off pieces of the bread. Dad says, "Look, if you don't want to come to the meeting, why don't you go back to Pittsburgh and reach out to Ray? Get him in the office for a meeting and get me a briefing. If I do this, you're not going to go off on some unexpected tangent? This is my friend, and I've been consulting with him as he builds his software. I'm already invested in this, Dad. I'm not going to. If I prepare a briefing for you, we're going to have a meeting about it before the meeting, and you and I are going to talk about the strategy of the meeting and the ask from Ray together." "Sure, son. Of course. Don't say of course like this is normal for you. If you want me to really take over for you, to love this thing that you love, then you're going to have to start including me in whatever is going on in that head of yours." "Point taken." As I walk away from him, I hear him muttering that I sound like his brother. And it's probably the greatest compliment my father has ever handed out. I throw my things together in my bag and head for the airport, feeling guilty that I'm not saying goodbye to Nicole, until I remember how we ended things yesterday. Or rather, how I ended things between us. For good. I sink into my business class seat on the flight and play back everything my father had said over breakfast this morning. He didn't say anything surprising or new, really, except for the part about having to fight for custody for me. That was new information. But it was just the cavalier way he said he's no good with women, a terrible partner, like he's just accepted that his brother and his business are enough for him. I can't stop seeing myself in his words. Because who am I? A grouchy fucker who defines himself by what's going well at work? Who channels college relationships into work? Hell, my dad even said I'm like him. I know he meant somehow that I'm the ideas guy in the operation, but it's there. Lone wolf, I mutter, thinking back to Nicole tossing me out of bed each time I've been in there with her. She must be able to see it too. I pull out my tablet and have to close out of all the apps I have open for calculations on her property. I try typing up some notes about the briefing from my father, about all the work I've been doing with Ray related to teaching the computer to predict landslides. It blows my mind how someone like me can teach a computer to know about the pressures and properties of soil. But here we are. There's no way I'm going to be able to oversee Nicole's yard work and get my shit together to meet with Ray. I sigh. It's probably best if I don't go back over there anyway. I can't concentrate around her, and she hates me because I was a shit to her. But of course, now I'm thinking about being with her. I think constantly about her hair blowing into my mouth, or listening to her on the phone with clients, calming them down, or stirring them up, as the case may be. She doesn't need me. And she sure as shit doesn't need me distracted while I'm making critical plans to repair the yard behind the house she renovated with her bare hands. I start an email to one of the junior engineers in the geotechnical division at Beltane. I can have Lisa take over the work, and I can supervise. Make sure everything seems kosher before we get the heavy machinery in there. It's probably best this way. Clean break. Outsource the interactions to Lisa. Focus on the meeting with Ray. Find the prize, Zack, I muttered to myself on the plane. Only problem is, I keep losing track of what the real prize might be.
Chapter 32. Nicole. Perhaps I could draw your attention back to the matter at hand? The room falls silent as I click the slide presentation forward on the screen. Almost as soon as we filed in, Tim had dropped an arm around Augusto's shoulders and started in on a speech about how this young man would help restore the nation of Paraguay to splendor. There was a lot of crosstalk, with Mick Brady trying to use the weather as a transition to talking about landslides, and Augusto's agent frowning in response to the president tapping his pen, looking frustrated. I don't know where the fuck Isaac is, but he hasn't been present for any of the tours or meetings this morning, and he's not here now. Amidst the din, I stood, cleared my throat, and dimmed the lights, a trick I learned when I was trying to get dude bro coders to shut up and listen to my words. I pull up some images I put together after our focus group data of smiling kids running around, of a smiling young Augusto sitting on a ledge, his feet dangling off the edge in threadbare shoes. Mr. Cruz is so proud of his heritage and would like to craft his charitable foundation in such a way that it supports the people of his homeland. Augusto smiles. The president's frown lessens slightly. I flick ahead through a series of press photos of Augusto from training camp, the rookie draft, and some random footage of him walking to and from the baseball field. Augusto has come a long way from the skinny guy who loved American baseball so much he formed a park league with his friends from school. I click again. The screen flashes a shot of him sitting on the roof of the dugout, smiling, legs dangling over the edge in a pose that echoes the childhood picture from earlier. He grins and sits a little higher in his seat. I continue. Turns out, the one thing Augusto loves almost as much as Paraguay is sneakers. Tim frowns and shoots me a glare. Mick Brady has a fake smile plastered on his face, and his knee shakes nervously. I pull up some numbers and a bar graph. I've surveyed known philanthropic foundations and high-profile donors. I've done focus group studies with likely donors. As you can see here, we asked them about their propensity to contribute toward various types of causes. I listed infrastructure projects, clean water, improved education and sports facilities, and, of course, I asked them how they felt about supporting a company that gets necessities like shoes and athletic clothing to young kids who can't afford such things. Based on similar models from other companies, and considering the high likability of Mr. Cruz as a famous role model, these are the predictions for the first year of Cruzwear, a line of fashion sneakers, athletic shorts, and baseball gloves. I advance to a slide with a lot of zeros on it, and I wink at Augusto's manager. A number of late-night calls and last-minute cramming in my hotel room led to this pitch. This is the strategy that's going to work, and it might be shitty that I left him out of the planning loop for it, but I'm not sorry about it. We're going to do a buy one, give one model, I explain. Regular customers who purchase a pair of Augusto's high-end fashion sneakers will be providing a pair for a school child in Paraguay who doesn't have access to athletic footwear. These aren't just subpar shoes, but high-performance athletic apparel that's built to last. Cruzwear will let kids run and play on rough terrain, in mud, in the rain. Augusto looks like he's going to cry with happiness. Even Mick Brady has an enthralled expression by this point. The foundation arm of the business will establish the production factory here, in Paraguay, and train and hire local people to manufacture the line. The foundation will thus support the local economy while providing young children with the tools they need to chase after their own athletic dreams. An hour later, I'm seated at the bar with Augusto's agent, Dennis. We're knocking back South American wine and feeling damn excited about what is sure to be an insanely busy year ahead. The paperwork and logistics in establishing all of this are going to drive somebody bananas. It won't be me. I'll either be fired or hard at work mapping out a strategy for the next stag law client who wants support with their charitable giving. Augusto comes up to us, grinning. "Hey, Ms. Kennedy," he says, eyes sparkling. "You know I love this. I was starting to get a little worried about all that monsoon talk earlier in the day." "Worried?" He shakes his head. "You know, fixing roads here, construction. Sometimes it's not so above ground." I frown, not sure what he means. Dennis coughs into his fist, saying, "Corruption." And I understand. Augusto is worried about getting involved at the government level. "In fact," he continues, "I do not even know if it's such a good idea to build a factory here." "Oh," I say, chewing the inside of my cheek. "Well, we can work all those details out. The important part is the shoes, right?" Augusto beams and holds up his foot, clad in a vibrant orange high-top shoe that brightly contrasts his slick dark suit. "Tim, Mick and the president's chief of staff emerge from a cigar room just then, and I stiffen. Augusto and Dennis take off to celebrate with Augusto's hometown crowd, but I remain seated, raising a brow at Tim and waiting for him to come over. When he sits next to me, he leans his forearms on the bar and inhales and slowly exhales through his nose. "I hate the smell of cigar smoke," he says, frowning and signaling for the bartender. Once he orders a water, he drinks it slowly before turning to look at me, where I continue to sip my wine. "That meeting was very different from what we discussed back in Pittsburgh," he says slowly. Indeed, it was. I don't shy away from his gaze, and I'm not afraid of his anger. I know my friendship with Emma will survive, even if my time with Stag Law has come to an end. I'd rather go out having stood up for myself and my ideas, having stood my ground about the parameters of my role as strategy director. Tim inhales again and sets the water glass down on the bar. "Augusto is thrilled with your idea," he says, and I nod. Duh, I think, but I know better than to say so out loud. He clears his throat. "I wasn't aware the focus group numbers were so striking," he says, gesturing a hand. "I admit, I got caught up in the idea of a humanitarian infrastructure project." "Well, maybe you should go work for the Peace Corps," I snap, before I can catch myself. Tim chuckles. "Maybe in a former life." He raps his knuckles on the bar. "I owe you an apology for the way I've behaved leading up to this trip." My mouth drops open in a wide O. I really thought he was coming over here to yell at me. He runs a hand through his hair. "I've been really stressed out since Alice got pregnant this third time," he says. "And you know, things with my father are strained. Anyway, he's not someone I go to for advice." Tim sighs. "Can I be really honest?" I nod. "Sometimes I get... Mick always seems like everyone's dad, you know? I think I got wrapped up in Mick Brady's enthusiasm." I roll my eyes. I'm sure Mick really thought his idea was mutually beneficial. I tell him, "It's not the worst idea in the world, it's just... it's not Augusto, and it's not the right model for a business for a star athlete." Tim nods. "You've learned a lot about the industry since I brought you on board," he says, the side of his mouth turning up in a grin. "Maybe you should pay me more," I tell him, nudging him with my shoulder. But I rest my hand on his. "You're a great dad, Tim. I know Thatcher looks to you as role model and all that shit." He chuckles, and the sides of his mouth turn up into a small smile. He holds his glass toward me in a toast. "Things are about to get really intense for you at work, Nicole Kennedy. I hope this doesn't impact your marathon training." Chapter 33. Nicole. Isaac doesn't call. "Forget my number," I'd told him. And he chose then to start doing what I tell him. I feel like some sort of psychopath, thinking about him all the fucking time. But it's hard not to when so much about my life centers around him. The trench in my yard, the group training runs he's apparently skipping now, the orgasms that have gone missing again since I threw him out of my hotel room. Maddie and Emma are on their way over to my house to see the work in the backyard. I got an emailed set of finalized plans from someone at Beltane Engineering and signed them digitally from the plane on the way back. I would have loved to see the look on my own face when I realized I was being passed off to an underling. Now, this Lisa person is at my house every day with a clipboard, every bit as serious and earnest as Isaac as she measures shit and bosses around a set of contractors. Lisa says the money has come in for the remediation, and she's got a barge sailing up the Allegheny River with digging equipment. I hear a whistle behind me and turn to see my friends standing in my yard. Maddie carries a 6-pack of beer, and Emma hands me a bag of chips. "This is..." Maddie shakes her head and gestures at the boat sailing up laden with dirt. They're bringing it in by water, which I guess is good so the dump trucks don't have to trash the grass on my front yard to get it back here. The three of us set up some chairs on the patio and watch the chaos for a while, the roar of the machinery robbing them of any opportunity to ask me uncomfortable questions. When the crew takes a break, the quiet feels loud, and Emma clears her throat. "So," she says, "I don't see Zack over there." Hearing the name Zack, Lisa looks over and shouts, "Mr. Brady has put me in charge of the project," she says. "Once again, I assure you I've passed all my exams and am highly qualified to supervise the remediation. No worries, Lisa," I say. "We're just not interested in staring at your ass when you bend over." She flushes. "Oh." She looks back at her clipboard and tries to hide a laugh. Emma shakes her head at me. "Thatcher and his brothers went for a run yesterday," she says. "The three of them often do that, and more often than not they wind up having a fist fight as they help each other figure out solutions to their emotional drama." "Who has a black eye?" I ask before I shove a handful of chips into my mouth. Glad we're pivoting to work talk already. Maddie snorts. Emma just laughs. "Thatcher came home stunned into silence because Tim was talking about how he was wrong and should have trusted you more." I just continue eating chips and shrug. "Show me the lie," I say. Emma swats at my shoulder. "He's lucky to have you," she says. "You know trusting people is Tim's major weakness." "Yeah, well, mine too. Apart from you, obviously," I say. But I had forgotten that Tim and I have that in common. Our sense that we are the only ones we can rely on in the world. Tim's been pretty actively working on it. I've just been leaning into my role as a control freak. Just then, Valerie walks over toward us with a lawn chair. "Not in the mood, Valerie," I say, but Maddie hands her a beer, twisting off the top of the bottle before she hands it to my neighbor. "Got your note about the lawsuit," Valerie says, gesturing at the barge. "I notice you didn't seek my approval before the work began." "Well, that's true." "Good thing that Lisa person came over for a signature," Valerie huffs as she settles into her chair. She points a knuckle at a shaggy-haired guy in a flannel with the sleeves cut off. "You gals all staring at the looker over there, operating the excavator?" "Duh," Maddie says with a snort. We all share a laugh. "Just don't get used to sitting over here with us," I tell Val. "I'll put up a fence, I swear to God, and block all the sun from your hedges." "Oh, like I enjoy putting up with your snappy bullshit," Val retorts with a grin. She reaches for the bag of chips, and I hand it to her. Glad we seem to be speaking the same language for once. "Now," she says, staring at me, "why don't you tell me why that gal is running the show now instead of the broody drink of water you've been canoodling?" I whip my head around and glare at Valerie, because Isaac Brady is an arrogant piece of toilet paper, and I'm done wiping my ass with him. The women around me swallow, wide-eyed. It's a good thing the excavator fires its engine back up, because that's about all I can handle saying about him. My insides churn. I'm feeling something I recognize as emotional pain, and I practice deep breathing to shove it all back down inside, where I store all my responses to the things my parents have said to me over the years. Emma stands up and wraps her arms around me. "What are you doing?" I shout over the machinery. Maddie stands up and smashes me into a hug from the other side. Thankfully, Valerie stays where she is. But the second she leans forward and begins patting my leg, I lose control. I look down at my shirt and see wet splotches, realizing my eyes are crying. "Just let it out, babe," Emma says, and I do. I let it all out. All the years of rejection from the people who were supposed to love me. All my stress at the prospect of losing a home I had literally crafted for myself with my bare hands. All my rage that my boss had reneged on our arrangement until I stood up and yanked back control over the meetings I was supposed to be orchestrating. And finally, I cry. Yes, okay, it's me crying, not just my eyes. I cry for Isaac, who seemed like he was worthy of peeling back my fortress walls. Just a little. Not a lot. But as soon as I did, he stomped all over everything. I cry on my friends until I'm all dried up inside. Emma sits back down and smiles at me. "Don't you feel better?" she asks. Like, you think you'd feel totally empty after gushing out all the heavy shit? But I find, after a big cry, I feel renewed. Remember when Thatcher and I were on the outs and you helped me cry? I nod. She's right. She's always right. That's why I love her. She's both right and good. Has her priorities in the right place. And she listens to me when I call her out on her bullshit. Which is the only reason I consider listening to her when she says, "Now, I think you should call Isaac tomorrow."
Chapter 34. Zack. Orla, Liam, and Cal stand on my front porch, pounding so hard on my front window, I worry they'll shatter the glass. I crack one eye open to make sure I'm not imagining them out there, and then try to go back to sleep on my couch, where I've fallen asleep with my laptop on my chest. Eventually, one of them locates the key they each have to get in my house, and soon, all of them are standing above me, smelling like sweat and Brady rage. "Dude, you stink." Cal waves at the air, pulling his t-shirt up over his nose and mouth. I groan. It's been 3 days since I got home from South America, and I've only slept a handful of hours. I've been here in my living room the entire time, working with Ray on his research and typing up plans to bring him in to speak with my dad and Uncle Kellen. "Like you guys smell so good," I mutter, trying to hide my head under a throw pillow. But Liam yanks it away and tosses it across the room. He stands above me with his hands on his hips, glowering. "You've missed several family runs and at least 2 group runs for the corporate relay," he says, disapproving. He pauses and adds, "Your girlfriend wasn't there today, either, so we came to make sure you were—" "Jesus, Liam, that's not why we're here." Orla cuts him off, and I struggle to sit up at the mention of Nicole. Thoughts of her sting my breastbone, like when I run too fast on a frigid day, even though I'm working really hard on ghosting her until she forgets my name. "We're actually worried about Zack's health and safety," Orla continues. "Uncle Mick didn't seem worried when you didn't come back to work after Paraguay, and I'm not trying to imply anything negative here, but that really isn't super informative. If Mick's not worried, I mean—" "It's not like your dad was worried," Cal interjects, helping himself to the bag of corn chips I have by my feet on the couch. "Uncle Kellen just sort of mumbled and grunted when we asked him if he'd heard anything." The room falls silent as they all find someplace to sit. And then I become aware that they're waiting for me to say something. "Dude," Cal says, bouncing a chip off my forehead. "You have to tell us what's going on." I sigh and drape a forearm over my face. "Well, the big thing is that I finally had it out with Dad." "Had it out how? Like, you told him to fuck off about the relay team?" I shake my head and struggle to sit up. Liam hands me his water bottle, and I squirt a bunch into my mouth. "I mean, we were talking about when my mom left." Liam nods. "That's a significant conversation. Did he have his gourd tea?" "Oh, man." Cal makes a fart sound with his mouth. "Dad and that fucking tea, am I right?" He looks around, and Orla glares daggers at him. Sorry. Zack, please, continue." I sigh and tell them about my fight with Dad. It wasn't a fight, in the end, I guess. But anyway, he heard what I had to say about my friend Ray and his machine learning research, and, well, I'm pitching him and Kellen later this week. I tell them about the landslide work, how I'm imagining we can apply Ray's machine learning interests to a bunch of aspects of our work at Beltane. By the time I'm done talking through it all, I'm actually feeling really good, because I realize I've internalized a lot of the material I've been writing out for the past few days. I grin and rub my hands through my hair, trying to smooth it out. "It's good you don't work from home much," Orla says, frowning. "You look like shit." I grin at her. "Thanks, cuz. Seriously, I like it that you always tell it to me straight." She sniffs and seems to regret it, between the post-funk run of my brothers and my unshowered odor. "I thought that's what you like about Nicole." God, please don't make me talk about Nicole, I think. But I'm not lucky enough to avoid that landmine. One minute you're suited up taking her on a date, and the next, you're grunting like a caveman when I say her name. Orla is giving me her very best bossy face, like she's gearing up to twist my earlobe until I talk to her. I clench my thighs together in case she gets any ideas about punching me in the junk like she used to when we were much younger. Look, I tell them, things were getting intense with Nicole. Neither of us can handle that right now. We've got work shit. Liam says, like he knows something. I overheard Lisa talking about the project at her house. Since when do you outsource a job midway through? Since I'm terrified to see her and face the reality that I'm catching feelings for her? Since my dad told me she totally dismantled that meeting in Paraguay and somehow Beltane still got a consulting contract? Since I made her think I doubted her ability to badass her way out of that situation so that everyone wins? I shrug. Like I said, when I fought with Dad, I told him how I felt about being passed over for that department head position. This presentation with Ray is top priority for me, and in my opinion, a top priority for the future of the company. Lisa is more than capable of taking the lead at this stage. My siblings and Orla share a silent conversation with each other, and then grunt at me a few times before standing. Okay, Cal says. But Orla coughs into her hand, saying, bullshit. And I roll my eyes at her. Well, Cal continues, we're all going to the cafe because we've earned some greasy diner food. You're not invited unless you promise to shower and come to work tomorrow. I throw a couch cushion at them as they file out of my house. Chapter 35. Zack. Welcome aboard, Rayland, Uncle Kellen says, shaking hands with my friend the following week. Beltane wasn't able to offer Ray a dazzling salary for when he finishes his PhD, but we can offer him total creative control over his machine learning projects, absolute freedom over the types of projects he selects, and, of course, the responsibility to lead his division and begin creating software to help all the different divisions of Beltane serve their clients more efficiently. It's been a few decades since we added a new division to the Beltane engineering portfolio. This is the most exciting thing to happen since Cal talked Dad into getting some drones. Already, Cal and Ray are deep in conversation about who will manage the drone projects meant to make our inspection safer. I hear Ray say something about programming unmanned robots to scope through pipes, and soon my entire family is calling for whiskey and walking toward a nearby bar. This is a fine day for Beltane engineering, my father says, pulling me in for a side hug. He means it, too. He didn't have to fake enthusiasm for any of my or Ray's ideas, and he actually suggested a sweet bonus for me as a finder's fee for getting Ray on board. Professionally, my life is a dream. I've got everything I set out to achieve, really. Autonomy over the projects I'm working on, the opportunity to put my hands in the dirt. Ray and I are actually working with 3 neighboring counties to monitor landslides all around Pittsburgh. And every day I spend helping the programmers with their data points is like the Olympics for a guy obsessed with math and pressure and soil composition. The only problem is, despite my own insistence that I need to be a lone wolf, that the love and acceptance of my family is enough to fulfill me personally, I can't shake the ache in my chest when I think about Nicole. I keep reminding myself we weren't actually together. We never set parameters, let alone made declarations of monogamy or said anything about feelings. I just need her. And as I stare at the drink in my hand, I know that the reason she's not here is because I shoved her away. She would have left anyway, I think, swirling the whiskey in my glass. It would have fizzled out, and she'd leave. If all those things are true, why does it feel like such shit when Lisa tugs on my sleeve and asks me to sign off on some new permits for the project with Nicole's yard? Give us a minute, Lisa, my uncle says, tugging on my sleeve and pulling me over to a table where he and Orla are sitting with some snacks. I say nothing, but reach for a soft pretzel bite and dip it into the warm cheese. Kellen looks at me and rests a hand on my shoulder. Can't help but notice you're a bit glum, kiddo, he says. Only you would say a word like glum, I mutter. Kellen sighs. My Orla tells me you're skipping family runs lately. He waits for me to crack and start talking to him, but he might as well not hold his breath. I eat another pretzel. It might be the first food I've had today, which explains a lot about how my guts are churning. Eventually, I look over at him and Orla, blinking at me like two Irish owls, and say, I'm a lone wolf. As I say it, I recognize that I'm probably drunk. Kellen says, sizing me up. Lone wolf? Tell me what you mean by that. I can tell he doesn't actually want me to respond, so I don't. He continues. Were you alone when your brother Liam helped you figure out who should be financially responsible for your client's rotational landslide? Were you perhaps alone when your college roommate brought a new direction and energy into the family business? He leans forward, his voice dropping. Were you alone at the country club with bitchy Bitsy Kennedy denigrating her daughter where everyone could hear? Don't look at me like that. I talk to people. Kellen yanks the bowl of soft pretzel bites away from me and sets his hand on mine. We're engineers, son. Precision is important to us, so let me explain to you why you are not a lone wolf. The etymology of that expression refers to a female wolf, one who has been driven out of the pack. If anyone is a lone wolf in this scenario, it's your mother. I open my mouth to interject something, but nothing comes to mind, so I close it, and he continues. Nobody is saying she needed to put up with your father's philandering, but anyone who's going to use a tiny baby as a pawn for financial gain is going to get the cold shoulder from this family. He snorts. You are not a lone wolf. You are very much an integral part of the pack here, Isaac. You and I both know that large ungulates are easier to bring down when you've got help. With that, he stands, kisses Orla on the cheek, and glides away from the table before I have a chance to work out who is the ungulate and who is my helper wolf in this metaphor. Sensing my distress, Orla says, He means you need to call Nicole and eat crow for whatever asshole things you said and did to her. What do you know about it? I scoff, trying to reach for the soft pretzels again. I know your head hasn't been in the game since your trip, and your split times are suffering. She shrugs. Your run tracker posts are still set to public, by the way. You need to adjust the notifications in your app.
Chapter 36. Nicole. I haven't taken Emma's advice about calling Isaac, and the longer he doesn't call me either, the angrier I get at both of them. Why would she suggest I grovel to him when he was the one who was rude? I don't have time for rude. I also miss him like crazy. I miss his beard scruff on my thighs and his snarky text messages. I miss sitting at my house and working next to him, yet not feeling suffocated by him. Ever since we set our course with Augusto, work has been like a high-speed boat race, and I'm loving getting splashed with the sea foam. Everything is thrilling, from deciding which designers to hire to mapping out production schedules. It might be possible I'm fast-tracking everything so that I'm working around the clock and not taking time to dwell on my confusing feelings. Augusto has already approved a shoe design, in fact, and some local university students have somehow stitched up a few pairs in the makerspace, whatever that entails. So yeah, work is amazing. Lisa says I'm about a week away from being able to plant grass in my backyard, and I'm feeling beyond ready for the relay run. I haven't told Tim anything about my budding enjoyment of running as stress relief. He doesn't need to know he had a good idea, and he doesn't need to know I've started actually using my treadmill desk for sprint drills in the middle of the day. I looked up a speed program online. I'm determined to finish my portion of the relay in under 45 minutes. Emma and Maddie said my calves are starting to look cut, and I'll go ahead and accept the compliment in time for T-length dresses and pedal pusher pants. Mark interrupts me as I'm flexing my calves, staring at the subtle way my body has changed. That feels too passive. My body hasn't changed. I fucking chiseled myself a new shape. I'm going to phrase it that way. Nicole? Nicole! He taps his loafered foot impatiently when I don't answer. I sigh. What am I late for now? He sits down and spreads out a stack of papers. We're finalizing guest lists for Augusto's launch party. You've already approved media outlets and foundation heads, athletes, the fabulously wealthy. I trust your judgment, Mark, I tell him, patting his hand. That's why I promoted you to run point on this event. He rolls his eyes. Okay, well, Like I said, I'm getting Alice to vet the caterers and suggest drink pairings for the signature cocktails. Oh, and I'm choosing the band. Augusto said anything South American sounding, so I've got a drum corps coming and, Mark, babe, I'm working on the notes for the investor meeting that happens prior to the party. He practically snorts at me before leaning forward. Are you bringing a date? I snort out a puff of laughter at that. Mark, I will have absolutely zero time to entertain a stupid date. Besides, I don't need to network or look good for the boss. I'm already basically related to the boss. Nicole? His voice is firm and there's something new behind his tone. You work on a team, you know. Yes, Mark, I'm well aware of all the valuable contributions of my Babe, you're working us all to the bone and we're tired. The team has sent me to tell you we need a night off, so if you can please approve all these invoices, expenses, and seating charts, I can deliver a little relaxation. His nostrils flare a bit as he stands, glowering at me. Oh, I tell him. I sink lower into my chair, feeling defeated. I've been selfish. I wish you'd told me this a week ago, Mark. Shit. He sighs. It's okay. Now, sign these papers so I can go the fuck home and swing some kettlebells and maybe get laid this weekend. I snort. What must that be like? I start signing the papers and reading over everything he's prepared. It's all in order. The vendors, the venue, the presentation plans for the event. Mark even has someone writing prepared remarks for Tim and me to deliver. Eventually, I realize Mark is staring at me, and I look up at him confused. What? Don't what me? You know exactly what it feels like to get predictably laid, and you're being too damn stubborn to make it happen for yourself. Oh, Christ. Not you, too. Yeah, he was an asshole in Paraguay. Jet-lagged, tired from running, under pressure from his family. The man said some fucked up shit. Nicole, you also said he encouraged you and seemed to actually care about the things that interest you. Namely, spackle. I bite my lip. It's true. Isaac seemed worth my time for a while, but I'm not sure if I can deal with someone who cracks like that under pressure. Seeming to read my mind, Mark raises a brow at me. He stood out in the rain in your yard in February. In Pittsburgh. Trying to make sure you could save your house. He was trying to make sure he could get paid for the work. I counter, shoving the pile of completed paperwork toward Mark. He gathers them up and shakes his head. I don't believe that, and neither do you. But then he smiles and gives me a salute. Don't call me this weekend. I'm busy. But I'll see you Monday. And with that, he bustles away, and I realize there's no more work for the weekend. Nothing pressing to attend to. In freeing up the staff, I've also sentenced myself to 2 entire days of myself. When I get home, I change and go for a run. I concentrate on the rhythm of my feet on the pavement, on timing my breath with my steps. I run along the trail that I never use, realizing when I get close to my office that I've got a lot of steam left. I manage to tune out all the nagging thoughts of my parents and my job and Isaac Brady. I'm just running, feeling my lungs open up, sweating. I start laughing because it feels so damn good. By the time I get home, I've gone 6 entire miles. If you can run 4, you can run 8. It feels strange to realize that such a thing is entirely possible. I never stopped to consider that I might be able to run at all. But then I suppose I never thought I could take a sledgehammer to a wall to expose the original brick fireplace. And look at me now, I mutter aloud. I wander around back to find Valerie sitting outside, staring at the yard. The landscape folks are coming next week to level everything off and plant grass. She and I are supposed to discuss whether we're doing sod or seeds or whatever. The fervor with which I want to avoid being alone with my thoughts is so intense that I feel my arm waving at Valerie. Hey! I shout, cringing on the inside. You have a second to talk about the landscape stuff? She looks at me in shock, which is fair because I always am super crabby when I talk to her. It's not that she's completely annoying. It just bothers me to think that maybe I'm on the same life path as her. No spouse, no kids. living alone, retired with nobody but a bitchy neighbor to yell at as our neighborhood gentrifies around us. She pats the chair next to her on her patio, and I sink into it. You thinking of the sod? Valerie shakes her head. Hard pass. We should do perennial ryegrass now, and after the heat of summer, have them come back and lay Kentucky bluegrass. Wow, I say impressed. You've really put some thought into this. What the hell else have I got to do? She says and then laughs. I'm just messing with you. My friend teaches at that Penn State Extension program. Do you know they have an entire major on turf grass there? I did not know this, Valerie. She nods. Yes. Kids can go to college and study grass. A few of my students have done that over the years. I had no idea. And it's true. And it's also true that I'm interested in the idea of this, the way she talks about how it's important to study biology and even meteorology. I bet Zack knows turf grass specialists, she says. His line of work? Especially if he's helping rejuvenate the land after strip mining. Yes, I bet he knows plenty about turf management. I don't really want to talk about Zack, Val, if that's okay. She sighs. Welp, she says, pointing at the yard. Perennial ryegrass, then. You let me handle this part, huh? Seeing as you got everything going with the foundation beneath us. I smile. Just no ugly hedges. For the last goddamn time, Nicole. I was going to trim it and shape it. You just never let me over on your side.
Chapter 37. Zack. It's been a month in which I have hardly slept, have ingested more than I think I need to know about machine learning, and have thought of Nicole Kennedy no less than 7,000 times per minute. The longer I don't call her to apologize, the more I feel like I shouldn't bother. She's probably moved on by now, I think, and the image of her with another man turns my blood to ice. Orla says I need to grovel, do something epic. I have no idea what that means. I'm not an epic guy, and she seems to really dislike having attention brought to her in crowds anyway. There are literally 0 examples from my life of people using good communication skills to navigate a problem in a healthy way. I'm pulled from my thoughts when M, the admin for our building, raps on my office door. You got a minute, Zack? Sure, I tell her, tossing my pen across the desk. What's up? M pushes the door open wider to reveal Valerie, the woman who lives next to Nicole, standing in the hall. She says she's here to talk turf? I chuckle. Come on in, Val. What can I do for you? M smiles and backs out, closing the door behind her as Val sinks into the folding chair. I really have to do more with the furniture in here.
I'm not actually here to talk about landscaping,
she says, scowling at me a bit. Well, is there a problem with the project? Should I call Lisa to join us? I reach for my phone, but she swats at my arm.
No, I'm here to talk about what an idiot you are.
Stunned, I widen my eyes. Okay, care to elaborate? She crosses her arms over her chest and huffs.
Do you know that tonight, Nicole Kennedy is going to a fancy sneaker party with no date?
I did not, but I really don't see.
And further, did you know that she cries in her sunroom and stomps around her backyard, kicking dirt and muttering about what an idiot you are? I hear her out there, on the phone with her friend. And then they hang up and Nicole cries. She didn't even cry when her yard crumpled into the sea.
I open my mouth to explain that while the Allegheny River eventually reaches the Chesapeake Bay, her yard actually was sliding into the river. But Valerie presses on.
She's rude and abrasive on the outside, but I think we both know that she's very vulnerable beneath that shell. She's like tectonic plates sliding around over liquid magma.
Tectonic plates? She waves a hand.
Don't tell me you've got a master's degree in geotechnical engineering and you don't know about plate tectonics.
Well, of course I know how earthquakes happen. But what does this have to do with Nicole? Valerie plants both hands on the desk.
I called that assistant of hers and told him I want you to be her sneaker date at the fancy party.
She reaches into her bag and pulls out an index card with neat handwriting.
He says to wear dark jeans and sneakers, obviously.
Valerie, I can't just show up at her work function. It would make her upset.
She's upset all the damn time. Haven't you been listening?
My heart lurched when Valerie said Nicole has been crying. She can't have been crying about me, can she? Surely it was related to work pressure or something else with the house. Something she loves and cares about.
Boy,
Valerie says, continuing to shake her head.
It's no wonder I never got into a relationship myself. Men are completely clueless.
I'm not about to disagree with her. She taps at the note card on the desk and says,
Tonight. Don't mess this up.
And she flounces out of the office without another word. Sneaker party, famous athletes, Nicole giving speech, dark jeans and rolled-up sleeves. Makes her hot and bothered. I have to laugh at the thought of Valerie taking notes from Nicole's assistant about what turns her on. This all feels a bit ridiculous. Showing up at her work event into a room where half the people probably think I'm a dick for ruining whatever we had simmering together. The Nicole I know wouldn't have told a lot of them, though. She keeps everything so tight to the vest. I wonder if she likes vests, I think, watching as my subconscious plans my outfit for tonight, even as my conscious, rational mind rejects the idea of swooping in to catch her off guard. I sigh and look around the office. I gather my things and head home, wondering if I even have any sneakers apart from my running shoes. I look at the note card again, consider the past month and how, even though things have been going exactly as I'd hoped professionally, I still feel like shit most of the time because my personal life is, frankly, ruined. And that's my own damn fault. Lots of people have now told me to do something about this. The only thing standing in my way here is me being an idiot. I go up one flight of stairs to my brother Cal's office. Hey, I say, I need you to help me pick out something to wear. The party is being held in a new gallery space on the north shore of the river, near the sports stadiums. I hand my keys to the valet out front and smooth my hands over my outfit. Cal lent me a pair of dark rinsed jeans that feel entirely too tight, but he says they look perfect with the bright orange high tops and blue dress shirt he had me wear untucked, sleeves rolled, as per instructions from Mark. I feel like I swallowed a Lego brick, knowing she's in there and is likely to reject me and kick me out of her life forever for showing up here like this after what I said in the hotel and then just not calling her for so long. Name? There's a girl in overalls at the door, a beanie slouched over her head and very expensive diamond earrings glinting in the light shining behind her. Zack Brady. I'm not sure if I'm on the list. She smiles. You are? Welcome. Enjoy a peach crostini as you enter. A peach crostini? A server appears and hands me a square little plate made from bamboo. I pop the appetizer into my mouth while I scan the room, and then I see her. My mouth dries out and my blood surges when I look at her, laughing and talking with her boss and Augusto Cruz. She seems so comfortable, so confident. Her wild curls are down and just springing everywhere. Her green eyes flash above a black sheath dress with a boxy sort of neckline that shows the swell of her cleavage. I feel an uncontrollable urge to run across the room and tackle her to the ground, massaging her ass and kissing her, trying to make up for the past month where I've just wallowed in my own stupidity. I stare as a staff member in a headset pulls her aside and waves her up on stage. Nicole kicks off the speaking portion of the program, introducing herself as the Director of Strategy for Stag Law. The room erupts into cheers as she smiles a 1,000-watt smile, talking about this new foundation that Augusto wanted to create. She is electric on stage, talking without notes, smoothly and confidently. She introduces her boss and makes to exit the stage, ceding the limelight to the guy with his name on the business. Someone hands me a drink and I clutch it, swallowing as I watch Tim Stagg ask Nicole to stick around for additional recognition for her vision and leadership. You know, Tim says, draping an arm around her shoulders, my big idea was to bring you all here to talk about landslides. Obviously, I'm not the visionary around here. Let's put our hands together for cruise wear. Are these shoes comfortable or what? Tim holds up a foot and Nicole laughs. The staff are all wearing black and gold high tops with a C across the toe. Cruise, I guess. Augusto takes the mic, and starts introducing the board of directors for the foundation. And I take a deep breath. This is my moment. Either I swoop in and win back Nicole, or I should leave now and never darken her door again. The decision is made for me, though, because I watch her notice me standing there. Her head snaps in my direction and her eyes flare. She stalks toward me, and I have the hugest grin on my face because I'm so happy to see her, even if she looks mad as hell. "What the hell are you doing here?" she whispers. "I missed you," I tell her truthfully. "I came to grovel." "Yes, but how in the fuck did you get in? This is an invitation-only event for wealthy people." She crosses her arms and taps the toe of one sneaker-clad foot. I notice that her calf muscles are looking tight. I smile wider, proud of her for working so hard on her running. Realizing she expects an answer, I cough. "Mark basically sent me," I say. "He and Valerie conspired." She rolls her eyes so hard I worry she will get vertigo. "Those fucking assholes," she mutters, tossing her curls over one shoulder so she can see me better to glare at me. "Well," and I'm worried she's going to call security, get them to toss me out. But she raises a brow. "You said there'd be groveling?" I look over my shoulders. "Can we maybe go somewhere to talk?" "Nope." She puts her hands on her hips. "Grovel." "You were so incredible up there," I tell her. I reach for her hand, wanting to touch her, needing to feel connected to her. She shakes her head. I sigh. "I loved watching you in your element, watching your boss acknowledge how brilliant you are," I tell her. She tilts her head expectantly. I sigh again. "I'm so fucking sorry, Nicole. I know I don't deserve for you to hear me groveling. I push people away," I tell her. "But you do too, because we've both been shit on by people who are supposed to love us and, well, I lost my temper in Paraguay." I watch her demeanor shift a little, just the slightest hint that she's on board with what I'm saying. So I push on. That entire trip was the culmination of a lifetime of me not standing up to my father, of me not standing up for my ideas, whether that's at work or in my personal life. I reach for her hand again, drawn to her, and this time she lets me. When my fingers touch the soft, smooth skin of her wrist, I feel strength radiating through me. Just being near her, I feel more whole. I plow ahead. I had a huge fight with my dad that next day, Nicole, and I came out of it in a totally new direction at work, in a totally new place. And as hard as it was to have that discussion with him, it feels 1,000 times harder to open up to you and let you know how I feel. "And how exactly do you feel, Isaac?" Her voice is softer now, though, less irate. "Well, I'm crazy about you. I think about you as I'm falling asleep at night. I find myself thinking of annoying things to text you and imagining what your face would look like if I did. And then I remember that I fucked up everything with you, and I just have to add the witty texts to my note file." "You have a note file? Of jokes?" She's trying not to smile, biting her bottom lip, leaving delicious indentations on the plump skin and driving me mad with want. "I have a file of jokes I want to share with you," I clarify. I reach my other hand for her waist and pull her close. She lets me, and I feel like I exhale fully for the first time since I left her hotel room. I don't know how to be a boyfriend, and I don't know how to open up to people, but I want to try with you, Nicole. And I swear to everything holy, I will never walk away from a fight like that again. I meet her eye to find hers shining and wet, like she's welling up with tears maybe. "Oh, Nick, don't cry. Not for me. I can't bear to know I'm hurting you again." She shakes her head. "I'm not hurt this time, you asshole. I'm happy." "Oh, well, good," I say. I let my fingers dance up and down her arms, not wanting to lose this physical connection I've craved so deeply for so long. "How am I doing with the groveling?" "I give it a 6, she says. Smart ass, I think, grinning. "On what scale?" 1 to 8, she says, resting her head on my shoulder. "I can work with that," I tell her, winding my fingers through her hair and tugging her head back. Before she can say anything else, I lean in to kiss her, deeply and slowly. I use my mouth to tell her all the things I still can't figure out how to put into words. I let my body communicate to her how deeply I've missed her, how badly I need her, how much I want her to give me another chance. Be with me, I whisper into her mouth, a plea and a promise. I'll think about it, she says. And then she grabs me by both cheeks and pulls me back in for another kiss. Chapter 38. Zack. Babe, you need to stand still, I tell her as she wriggles with impatience. We're standing in our hotel room in Delaware, getting ready to walk over to the start line of the half marathon along the beach. It's hard to stand still when my boyfriend is about to stab me with fucking safety pins, she growls, wriggling again and snatching them from my hand. I'll do it myself. Suit yourself, I say, shaking my head and getting to work pinning my own race bib over my Pittsburgh marathon relay shirt. I assured Nicole that it's a newbie move to wear the shirt for the actual race while competing in that race. She wanted us to wear our matching Pittsburgh shirts, which I told her was totally fine since we ran that race last month. Beltane's smoked stag law, of course. All of us are marathoners. Nicole might like running now, but she's not Usain Bolt. I kept pace with her through most of our portion of the event until she started yelling at me for being anti-competitive and not sticking with the pace she knew I was capable of. I'm glad I was at the relay exchange ahead of her, after all, because I got to see her face when she charged into the checkpoint to slap hands with Tim. She was so goddamned proud of herself. And I was proud of her too. She wore that race medal afterward and wouldn't even take it off for sex. It kept slapping me in the face as she rode me in her bedroom later that afternoon. What are you grinning about? She huffs around, a mouthful of pins. Just remembering how you tried to give me a concussion with your race medal after the relay, I tell her, taking one of the pins from her and carefully pinning down the last corner of her race number. Oh, she says, and then smiles. I'll probably do that today, too. Maybe our medals can clink together while I fuck you in the shower, I tell her, pulling her in for a kiss. I smack her ass and reach for my ball cap on the table. Come on, we have to get to the start. Nicole squeezes my hand as she walks beside me. I rub her wrist with my thumb and assure her this is going to be great. I've never run more than 10 miles, she tells me, her voice quiet as we make our way through the throngs of people. 10 is the typical big training run before a half marathon, I tell her. You've trained your ass off, Nicole. Why would this make you nervous? But you can stand on a stage and ask a room full of billionaires to part with their moldy money? She shrugs. It just never occurred to me that I couldn't convince the billionaires to part with their money. I pause and turn, putting my hands on her shoulders and leaning my forehead against hers. Nicole Kennedy, there is nothing you cannot do, I tell her. Except beat my brother Liam at Scrabble. We have established that you are terrible at that. She swats at my shoulder. Dick face. I'm going to put my dick in your face in a few hours. I tease and poke at her until the start gun, and then she's all business. She doesn't chat for the first few miles as we run along the boardwalk. The course wends its way into the state park, and once we grab a sports drink at the 6-mile mark, she finally says, I feel great. You look great, I tell her, grinning. You're not bored senseless running with me? This slow? Nicole, we're not going that slow, and I'm not here to compete against you this time. Well, what are you here for then? Easy question. I'm here to look at your ass in spandex. That gets a laugh from her, and in what feels like no time, my girlfriend is shrieking in delight as she crosses the finish line for her first half marathon. We are so doing that again, she says, cramming a banana into her mouth at the finish line. That was amazing. Next we do the full distance, I tell her. And before I can catch myself, I say, if you're going to join the Brady family, you're going to need to work up to the full. Her face doesn't crumple when I say that. She doesn't slap me or kick me in the shin. She takes a long swig of water and wipes her mouth with her wrist. Sounds like a good long-term goal, she says, and stretches up on her tiptoes to plant a kiss on my cheek. You taste salty, she says. So do you, I counter, and I lick her forehead, immediately regretting it when I get a mouthful of sunscreen. Nicole laughs, though, and takes my hand in hers. Let's go and shower with our medals on, she tells me, practically skipping back to the hotel. Does this get old, this feeling when you finish a race? I shake my head. It doesn't. But that's not entirely why I feel as giddy as she does today. Seeing you reach this goal feels amazing, Nicole, I tell her, a wash of emotion charging through me as the adrenaline from the race subsides. Aw, Zachy, she teases, using my father's nickname for me as she walks backward, grinning. Glad to help you feel good. But she does make me feel good. Every day I'm lucky enough to spend with her, I feel good. I feel like my same self, but somehow more. I realize that sparring with her electrifies me. Running with her brings new life to the sport I've competed in for as long as I have memories. Taking Nicole to breakfast in the mornings with my family and watching them give each other shit like long-lost siblings makes me feel more content than I ever felt possible. I love you, I blurt out to her, realizing the truth of that statement with a fierce conviction. I bend down to scoop her into my arms and kiss her, spinning around on the sidewalk as people point and cheer. Nicole, catching her breath, looks into my eyes for a long beat before she says, I love you too, Isaac. And then, smiling, sweaty, satiated, we rush back into our hotel room and seal our confession with our bodies. We join together, fierce and slick and fast, and I chant, I love you, as I drive into her, wanting her cells to hear the words, to know the truth of them. After, she curls against me like a comma, tapping her race medal against mine. I'd say you deserve a medal for that performance, but you're already wearing one, she teases. I smile, pulling at one of her curls and watching it spring back. I want to frame these, she says then, her face serious as she looks up into my eyes. I never want to forget the day I achieved this fantastic thing. Babe, I always knew you could do this, I tell her. But she places a finger over my lips and shakes my head. Not the race, she says. No, Isaac Brady. Today I swallowed my fear and told a man I love him. Who is this man? Do I need to have him killed? I kiss the finger she puts over my lips again. She closes her eyes. Nicole? I'm never going to let you forget who said it first.
Chapter 39. Nicole. Epilogue. A while later. Can you repeat that? Isaac looks at me like I'm bananas, which might be true. I waited until I sucked him off to break the news to him, so he was all calm and post-orgasmic and more likely to listen to me without arguing. I need you to move out of your house, I tell him. Mine is better anyway, and I'm sick of you not being around on the daily. He closes his eyes and grins. He thinks I'm just being romantic. I sigh. Seriously, Isaac, I need your house. You need my house? Isaac cracks one eye open and looks at me puzzled. Like, for storage? I sigh. This is going to be harder than I thought. Normally, Isaac and I get away with not sharing deep feelings too often. Like once a week we each squeak out something deep and then we fuck after until it feels safe to look at each other again. I swear, I'd been meaning to bring up the idea of us living together. This external crisis just sort of exacerbated the issue. So, I say, trailing a fingernail down his chest and loving watching the goosebumps rise on the flat skin of his stomach as I do. You know my friend, Maddie? He nods. That feels good. I twist my wrist so all 4 of my fingers are tickling his stomach skin. He groans. Well, Maddie needs a place to stay, sort of urgently, and I want you to give her your house. His groan changes tone and he rolls onto one side, propping his head up on his hand. I need to talk to you about that, then. What? He looks serious and grabs my hand, kissing the fingers that had just been tickling his skin. Well, you've been hinting about moving in together lately. He looks at me like he's stalling. Out with it, Brady. What did you do? He closes his eyes and spits his words out rapidly. I put my house on the market and got an offer right away and accepted it, and I close in a few weeks. I sit up, crossing my hands over my chest. Well, that's fucking amazing for us. We're going to fucking live together and it's going to be amazing. Why does it seem like you're pissed off then? He raises one brow. I roll my eyes. Because of Maddie, asshole. We need to help her. He wraps his long arms around me and I curl my head against his shoulder. He feels safe. Like always, solid, terrifying, exhilarating. Let me think about it. My dad owns a bunch of rental properties. He murmurs. Let's try, telling each other about these big things and brainstorming together. I shake my head against his skin. That sounds like a terrible idea. Just awful, he says, biting my earlobe. I feel him getting hard again, his length rising up against my side as he cradles me in his lap. This is going to be our bed, he says. I nod. I want to fuck you in it. Yes, please, I tell him, trying to wriggle out of his arms. He pulls them tighter around me, holding me still, and using his nose to nudge my face up toward his. He plants a kiss on my lips, and we just sit there for what feels like an eternity, kissing and holding each other. I feel vulnerable this way, but also supported. Neither of us has a strong foundation in healthy relationships or communication. Neither of us is good at emotions. But ever since we took the leap and committed to sticking by each other, we've been learning together. And my God, there are benefits to learning to love with Isaac Brady. He slowly lowers me back toward the sheets, his lips dancing kisses down my skin, his hands skating toward my thighs, where I'm slick with need. I owe you some pleasure, he growls, after you blew my mind just now. Feeling good is new to me, but I'm getting used to it. Every day with Isaac is a new opportunity to figure out what I want, what I need, and to plan out how I'll get there. He's always supportive, offering snarky comments for the good ideas and serious yet constructive responses when I suggest something harebrained. I settle back on the sheets, my hands tracing his ears, his hair as he crawls down my body. That blowy was just to lull you into agreeing to give up your house, I tell him. I suck in a breath as his lips press against my clit, and he starts working his fingers inside me. But that backfired. Poor Nicole, he whispers, lapping at me with his tongue. Always thinking of others, always getting shafted. He licks and sucks while his fingers pump in and out of me, my hips jerking up to meet him. I want to get shafted, Isaac, I yell, tugging at his hair. Right now, please. He pulls back from me with a grin on his face. Whatever you say, boss, he says, and buries himself inside me in a single thrust that sends my eyes rolling back in my head. Oh God, yes, Isaac, yes. He drives into me, the angle of his pelvis providing the perfect friction I need. After his tongue primed me for liftoff, it takes only a few thrusts before I'm tumbling over the edge. I love you, I love you, I love you, I shriek, coming hard around his cock. I feel my muscles pulsing around him. He meets my eyes, breathing heavy and pants. I get so turned on watching you come, babe. Fuck, you feel so good. You too, Isaac, I moan. Come with me, I plead. And he does, his eyes boring into mine. I feel his body stiffen as he chases his own pleasure and tumbles over the edge with me. Together.
This has been Applied Pressure, a grumpy meets snarky romance, written by Lainey Davis, narrated by Carly Robbins and Tom Taylorson. For access to bonus scenes and the inside scoop on upcoming releases, sales, and giveaways, be sure to sign up for Lainey's newsletter at laineydavis.com/audio. Text copyright 2020 by Lainey Davis. Production copyright 2022 by Lainey Davis.